After the fall of Godric's Hollow, baby Harry isn't found by Hagrid or Dumbledore. He's found by dragons. Drawn to the raw magic pulsing from the lightning scar, the ancient dragon clan takes him in. These are not mindless beasts. They're ancient, sentient beings that once ruled the skies before wizards tamed magic. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry YouTube channel. Join my Patreon to watch many stuffs that you can't access here. Now let's begin without any further delay.
Stone sweat ran down the cavern walls in slow lines. Heat pressed close. Harry held his breath, counted to 3, and let the fire go. A clean cone of flame rolled from his mouth and held steady. Seraphine watched with her head low, eyes bright. "Again," she said, voice in his mind like a bell. "Less force and shape, not shove." He tried again, and less push. More focus, and the flame thinned and curved. It drew a small circle on the bare rock, glowing orange, then faded. Seraphine's tail tapped the floor once. Approval. Harry grinned, and smoke curled from his nose. "That felt right." "It was," she said. "You listened to the current, not your temper." Heavy wing beats shook the air. Ignatian dropped from the upper cavern like a falling mountain and folded in above them. The heat spiked another notch. Every line of him said age and weight and patience. "Little flame," Ignatian said inside Harry's head, softer than his size promised. "It's time." Harry's stomach pulled tight, and he'd known this day was coming. Knowing didn't make it easy. He wiped a hand on his tunic. "Hogwarts, yes." Ignatian lowered his head until one gold eye filled Harry's view. "You walk among wand-bearers now, and learn them. Learn their limits and keep our lessons." "Will they listen to yours?" Harry asked. "Some will," Seraphine said, "and most will argue. That is also learning." Ignatian opened one claw. A single scale lay there, deep red shot through with faint light. It hummed in Harry's chest when he looked at it. "A link," Ignatian said, "and hold it and you will be heard." And this, the dragon's breath washed warm over Harry's hands. "Fire is yours even where their rules press down. Call it when you must." Harry swallowed, and he took the scale. It was warm and oddly heavy for its size. "Your name among us," Ignatian said, voice deepening with tone that wasn't human language. "Ignis." Harry set his forehead against the great snout. "I'll make you proud." Ignatian's breath eased, almost a laugh. "Be honest and pride follows." Seraphine bent low so Harry could reach the softer scales under her jaw. He pressed his palm there. "And will I see you?" "When called, when wise," she said, and listen. Not all predators have scales, little flame." "I'll remember." Ignatian turned his head toward the far wall. A thin rip in the air opened like a mouth, and cold wind blew through it, and human air, smaller and flatter. Footsteps pounded from the rip. A half-giant ducked through and stopped dead. Hagrid stared up at Ignatian, then at Seraphine, then at Harry standing barefoot on black rock with his palms still warm. His mouth opened and nothing came out. "Hello," Harry said. "You must be Hagrid." Hagrid blinked, and Harry. "Blimey, and dragons." "Old ones," Harry said, "and not like your horntails. They live wider." Ignatian lifted his head, smoke building along the ceiling. Hagrid flinched and then forced himself straight. "Professor Dumbledore sent me," Hagrid said, his voice finding a path. "To get ya. And school starts soon, and we've got books to buy and all." Harry nodded, but didn't move, and he looked back at Ignatian and Seraphine. The heat, the air, the way the stones seemed to breathe with them, this was home. Seraphine touched his hair with the edge of one scale. "Go learn their shape," she said, "and then come back and teach them ours." Ignatian's mind voice folded close. "And you are of us. You will not forget." Harry bowed low, forehead to stone, hands flat. "I won't." He tucked the scale into the inner pocket over his heart. Then he straightened, grabbed the strap of the small leather bag Seraphine had woven for him, and walked with Hagrid toward the tear in the air. At the edge he looked back once, and Ignatian's eye was a star. Seraphine's tail flicked goodbye. Harry stepped through and into cold, thin light. The world snapped into flat rules. Up stayed up, Down stayed down, and the air felt shallow. Hagrid came out behind him and thumped the portal closed with a palm. The rip sealed. The room around them was stone and soot and old wood. "The leaky cauldron," Hagrid said, "and right then, we'll nip through to Diagon Alley." Hagrid scratched his beard. "You'll be all right. Hermie spellworks loud enough to drown any underage blips. Old Auror trick." Harry sniffed, and the room smelled like beer and dust. Muted voices and stares. A dozen heads turned as soon as they saw the scar and the eyes. "Is that Harry Potter? Merlin's?" Harry's shoulders tightened. A rustle crawled over his skin, like dry leaves. He kept his face straight. Hagrid opened the back door and tapped bricks with a pink umbrella. The wall unlocked itself and folded away. A street bloomed behind it. Shop signs, robes, steam from a kettle vent, owls shifting on perches. Magic everywhere and loud and messy and human. Harry stepped in and took a slow breath, and not the dragon realm, but not dead. Magic ran under the stones like weak streams. He could feel it. "Tom," Hagrid called back over his shoulder. "We'll be needin' a room later." "Course, Hagrid," the barman shouted. People on the street kept staring. A witch with a feathered hat clamped a hand over her mouth. A boy in second-hand robes pointed. Harry felt heat rise under his skin, and not anger. Exposure. He reached for the scale in his pocket and pressed it once. Quick. Warmth steadied him. "First stop," Hagrid said. "Gringotts. Your vault." "Goblin Bank," Harry said. He could feel the magic through the marble, already sharp, orderly, not friendly but not false. Hagrid nodded, and stay close." They moved through the crowd. A handful of people tried to touch Harry's sleeve. He slipped away each time without looking rough, like a small fish in rocks. Inside Gringotts, the air cooled, and goblins stood behind tall desks. Their eyes were exact. They watched Harry the way dragons watched storms, interested, wary, alive. "Key," Hagrid said, digging into his pockets. And here, and Professor Dumbledore gave me this." The goblin took it with 2 fingers. His gaze flicked to Harry's face, then down to the bulge over Harry's heart where the scale lay. He stilled. "Mr. and Potter," he said. "It wasn't a question, and welcome back to wizard business." "Thank you," Harry said. "And your ward's clean work." The goblin's mouth did not move, but something like approval passed over his features. "We keep them sharp." A cart ride hammered the bones in Harry's wrists. He gripped the seat and let the wind slap his face awake. Deep under the bank, the old magic thickened, felt closer to home. The vault opened, and piles of coins flashed. Hagrid made a happy noise. Harry looked at the gold and felt nothing much. Metal was metal. "Take what ye need," Hagrid said. Harry grabbed a neat stack and slid it into the bag. "Is this good?" he asked. Hagrid's eyes bulged. "More 'n enough." On the way out, a different goblin matched their steps. "There is a record," he said in a low voice, "of an ancient treaty between certain elder beings and our people. If you ever wish to discuss terms, Mr. and Potter, ask for Griphook." Harry met his eyes, and "I will. Thank you." He meant it, and respect met respect here. That felt right. Back on the alley, the crowd thickened, and Harry kept walking. He didn't smile and he didn't snarl. He breathed, and smoke stayed inside. "Robes, cauldrons, scales, books," Hagrid said. "Ollivanders for a wand. And, dual cores amplify intent," Ollivander murmured, fingers trembling. "Hesitate and it will mark you, not the air, and respect it, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at Hagrid. "Do I need one?" Hagrid scratched his beard. "Well, ye don't have to like it, but Hogwarts teaches with them. And ye'll get in trouble without." "Structure," Harry said. "Even if it's wrong for me." Hagrid winced. "It's what they know." "Then we'll play along," Harry said, and the words tasted odd. He didn't like them, and he could do it anyway. Flourish and Blots was full to the roof, and books and charts. Students clustered in small packs. Harry drifted past them, letting his fingers brush the spines. The paper magic felt thin and tidy, like pressed flowers. A girl near the front window watched him without pretending not to. dark hair to her shoulders and cool eyes. Slytherin green on her pin, though he didn't know the house yet. "You don't look impressed," she said. "I'm not sure yet," Harry said. "They explain things as if magic is a machine." He let his shoulders drop and found his breath. "What should it be?" she asked. "A partner," he said, "and sometimes a friend. Sometimes a storm." Her mouth lifted at one corner. "Daphne Greengrass." "Harry," he said. "I know," she said. "Everyone knows. That's not my favorite part." "It wouldn't be." Her gaze flicked to the place his hand rested in his pocket. "You look like you're listening to something none of us hear." "I am," he said. "Are you always this direct?" "Only when it's worth it." She set 2 books on the counter and paid without looking away from him. "If you're clever, you'll learn the rules before you break them." Harry tilted his head. "If I'm honest, I'll break the ones that hurt people first." "Honesty sounds expensive," she said, and left with a nod. Hagrid reappeared with a stack of standard book of spells. "Got your list, and grand, and Ollivander's next." Ollivander smelled like dust and wand oil, and boxes reached the ceiling. The shopkeeper popped into view like a moth out of a sleeve. "Ah," Mr. Ollivander said, pale eyes already shiny. "And I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. and Potter. I remember every wand I've ever sold. And you're swell. We'll see." He measured Harry's arms, his fingers, even the space between his eyes. Then he pressed a wand into Harry's hand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Give it a wave." Harry felt the wand like a pebble feels a river. External. He lifted it anyway and flicked his wrist, and sparks spat. The wand coughed smoke and died in his grip, as if embarrassed. Another wand. You and unicorn hair, 11 inches. The air around Harry tightened as soon as he touched it. A thin ring of heat rolled off his skin, and the wand tip popped like a seed over fire. Mr. and Ollivander yanked it away at once. "No," the old man whispered. "Not that one." His eyes narrowed, curious and a bit afraid. "Try this." Harry took wand after wand, and some hissed. One ignited and burned to cinders in a fast, hungry line. Mr. Ollivander stared at the charcoal stick in his fingers. "Remarkable," he breathed. "Unprecedented, forgive me." He disappeared into the back and came out with a narrow box the color of old bone. "I don't make many of these," he said, voice low. "Phoenix feather and dragon heartstring, together. They should fight, and in this one trident." Harry wrapped his fingers around the wood. Heat, but not burning, and light, but not blinding. A ripple ran up his arm like a greeting. Fire spiraled from the tip and ribboned around his wrist. Golden light lifted in thin lines like wings and hung there, steady, without smoke. The room went very quiet. Mr. Ollivander smiled slowly, and in it was fear and delight at once. "Curious," he whispered, "and very curious." "What's curious?" Hagrid asked, half-crouched. "The wand chooses the wizard," Mr. and Ollivander said, eyes on Harry. "But I wonder, does this wand choose you, Mr. and Potter, or does it bow?" Harry didn't answer, and he could feel the wand listening. Not a servant and not a friend, and a tool that understood his shape. He slid it back into the box. "How much?" he asked. Mr. and Ollivander named a price, and Harry paid. Hagrid exhaled like a bellows deflating. Back outside, the crowd thickened again. People tried to catch Harry's eye, and a woman asked for a lock of hair. He kept moving. "Last stop before we take a rest," Hagrid said. "There's summit the headmaster asked me to do." Harry watched Hagrid rub his palms on his coat. "What?" "See your aunt and uncle, and your mum's sister. Just to make the introduction." "Why?" Harry asked. "Blood," Hagrid said, "and family. It matters." "Sometimes," Harry said. "Sometimes it burns." Number 4, Privet Drive was hard angles and clipped hedges and the smell of detergent. The air felt scrubbed until nothing interesting could grow there. Hagrid knocked, and Petunia opened the door and froze. Her eyes darted to Harry's scar and stuck there. A man with a thick neck lumbered into view behind her. "Who are you people?" he said, not a question. "Vernon Dursley?" Hagrid asked politely. "We've come to." "We're not buying anything," Vernon said. We don't want your— He looked at Harry again. His face turned a nice shade of boiled ham. You— Petunia's hand came up to her throat, and she didn't blink. Her mouth worked once. Hagrid cleared his throat. And— This is your nephew, Harry. We know who he is, Vernon snapped. We want nothing to do with your lot. Footsteps pounded down the stairs. A heavy boy with a hard, excited face skidded into the hall and stared at Harry like he was a target in a game. Percy caught Harry at the stairs, and you'll hear commentary. Report anything that smells like a duel. Officially, Gryffindor stands by you. He said it like a rule he'd chosen. Is this him? Dudley asked. The freak. Harry's head tilted. His body got still in the way that made animals stop moving. Hello, Dudley. Dudley's upper lip curled. He lunged. Harry didn't move, and heat rolled off him in a clean wave. Smoke curled from his nostrils. When he spoke, the sound rode his voice in a second tone, old and clipped and absolute. No. The temperature in the hall jumped, and the light seemed to push back a little. Dudley's momentum broke like it had hit glass. His eyes went wide. He stumbled backwards and slammed into the wall, gasping. His skin bloomed with sweat. Vernon took a step forward, one hand in a fist. Get out of my— Harry looked at him, and not angry, and not even sharp, and just present. Predatory, and the air stopped moving. Vernon's mouth shut by itself, and his fist uncurled. He took a step back without seeming to realize it. Hagrid put a hand on Harry's shoulder, and it was a big hand. It shook, and— Easy, Harry. Harry blinked, and the heat faded a little. He turned his head toward Petunia. She hadn't moved. Her fingers gripped the edge of the door until the knuckles whitened. Her eyes shone with something that wasn't anger. It was older, and it hurt. I'm sorry you lost your sister, Harry said. Quiet. They told me she was brave. Petunia flinched like he'd touched her, and for a second her mouth opened. Then she shut it and stared at a spot on the doorframe. We'll go, Harry said to Hagrid, and he looked at Vernon once more. You're safe, and I won't come back. They walked away in silence. At the end of the drive, Harry let out a breath. Hagrid let out 3. Sorry, Hagrid said. Shouldn't we— maybe that was a bad idea. No, Harry said, and it's good to know your edges. Now I know one of mine. Yeah, didn't even raise a wand, Hagrid muttered. Didn't need to, Harry said, and he looked at his hands. I'll be careful. Hagrid said softly. Please do. The leaky cauldron gave them a small room at the top of the narrow stairs. The bed was soft, and the window faced a brick wall. The air tasted like dust and old ale. Hagrid set a paper parcel on the little table. Sausage and mash, and Tom'll bring tea, and I'll leave ye to rest, and big day. Harry nodded. And— Thank you. For all of it, course. Hagrid paused at the door. And— You're different, Harry, but not in a bad way. Don't let em make ye feel like ye've got to squash yourself to fit. Harry's mouth pulled into something almost like a smile. I'll try not to burn the place down. Ta! Hagrid said, grinning. He clomped out. Silence settled, and it wasn't the deep quiet of caverns. It was city quiet, thin, with metal in it. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and took out Ignatian's scale. Heat ran through his palm, and the low hum in his chest answered. He closed his eyes. He saw stone and fire and the curve of a wing against a sky that wasn't a sky. He heard Seraphine's voice, not words, more like balance. He felt Ignatian's golden gaze. He opened his eyes. The room was still small. He rested the scale against his sternum and lay back. I don't know if I belong there, he thought, staring at the cracked plaster. Or here. Or anywhere people line up their chairs and tell magic where to sit. He turned the scale over. The hum steadied his breath. But I can learn them, and they can learn me. Bridges take time. Outside, someone laughed in the bar, and a glass clinked. The old wood sighed. Harry put the scale under his pillow, turned onto his side, and watched the dark until his eyes slipped shut. Smoke puffed once from his nose and faded. Tomorrow would be new. He'd fly through the storm. King's Cross was loud in a way caverns never were. Metal. Brakes. Fast voices. Shoe clicks. Hagrid carried Hedwig's cage like it weighed nothing and pointed with his pink umbrella. "Barrier between platforms 9 and 10, he said. "Bit odd the first time, and best to watch someone do it." Harry smelled cold iron and oil, and the air felt thin. He scanned the station. A family stood near a pillar. Red hair, too many trunks, a small girl bouncing on her toes. Warmth came off them like a hearth. "That'll do," Hagrid said, nodding at them. "I've got to fetch a message for Professor Dumbledore. You'll be fine." He set Hedwig's cage on Harry's trunk. "Just don't overthink it, and walk straight and well straight." "Through a wall," Harry said, dry. "Through a wall," Hagrid agreed, "and you'll manage. See ya at the other end." He vanished into the crowd like a moving mountain. Harry rolled the trolley closer. The Mother Freckles' kind eyes was counting children. "Packed with muggles, of course," she said to the smallest boy. "Best hold onto your ticket." "Excuse me," Harry said. "Platform 9 3/4?" She looked up, took him in, scar and all, and didn't gasp. "Points for her. And of course, dear, straight at the barrier, and bit of a run if you're nervous." "Thank you. Best go with one of mine," she added, quick and practical. "Percy, you first, and Ron, help if he needs it." The tall boy with a shiny prefect badge strode through the wall and vanished. Harry kept his face still, and magic and neat trick. The lanky red-haired boy behind him gripped his trolley and looked at Harry like a man about to jump a stream. "You go," Harry said. "Right," the boy said, voice cracking. He pushed forward and disappeared. Harry took a breath, felt for the scale under his shirt, and pressed. Warmth hummed in his chest. He walked into the wall and didn't hit anything. The platform on the other side smelled of steam and hot metal and owl droppings. The scarlet train hissed. Witches and wizards hugged and shouted and argued over trunks. Owls hooted, and cats judged everyone. The red-haired mother came through with a little girl. "Ginny, you can't come on the platform next year unless you have a letter." "Next year," Ginny said, fierce. Harry smiled before he could stop it. "Ron," the mother called, and the lanky boy turned. "Remember your sandwiches." And right." "Yeah," Ron said, and then his eyes found Harry's scar. He froze, then tried not to look like he'd frozen. Harry stepped aside, let them pass, then found an empty compartment near the back. He slid the door, lifted his trunk into light after dragon rocks, and set Hedwig by the window. She clicked her beak at him, unimpressed with steam. "Same," Harry said. The door slid again. The red-haired boy stood there, trolley stuck on the lip. "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full." "Sure." Harry stood, grabbed the trolley handle, and lifted. The boy's eyes widened at the easy strength, and Harry let the trolley drop soft. "Thanks," the boy said, then remembered manners. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Harry," he said. "Iya." Ron flushed, and sorry. That was sorry. "It happens a lot," Harry said. "You can still say your name." Ron's mouth twitched. He dumped his trunk under the seat, then sat up straighter like he was supposed to be impressive. "You really, I was a baby," Harry said, "and I don't remember. People tell me stories like they were there, and they weren't." Ron blinked. "Right." Silence held for 3 beats, and the train jerked once, then rolled. Platform slid. Parents waved. The small girl ran along the edge until she vanished behind smoke. "Do you like Quidditch?" Ron tried. "Don't know it," Harry said. "I fly without sticks." Ron's eyes lit and dimmed at once, and without right. "Of course you do." He picked at a thread on his sleeve. "My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania. He says very well, he says they're brilliant." "They are," Harry said, "and they're also themselves. People don't like that." Ron grinned without meaning to. "Mum says that about Fred and George, the twins." "Yeah, and you'll meet them. Hard to miss." Ron looked at Hedwig, and "Nice owl." "She's better than nice," Harry said. Hedwig angled her head in agreement. Ron hesitated. "Sour they scary?" "The dragons?" Harry asked, and sometimes, and not to be rude, just true. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together until heat gathered, then opened his hand. A small flame danced in his palm and didn't burn him. Ron's breath rushed out. Wicked. Harry closed his fist, and the flame went out. Don't tell your mum I did that on a train. Ron laughed. I won't. He laughed like someone who didn't get to often. Harry felt that and filed it away. The compartment door slid open again. A girl with big teeth and bigger hair peered in. Has anyone seen a toad? And a boy named Neville's lost one. No toad, Ron said. Just an owl. She looked at Harry and did the freeze, then covered it by standing straighter and speaking faster. You're Harry Potter, and I've read about you. I'm Hermione Granger, and are you 2 first years? I'm very excited, and Hogwarts. A history says, your feel is right, Hermione said, tapping the text. But the countercurrent you're sensing has a laminar slip. If you angle here, he tried it. It worked. Thanks, he said, and meant it. Were you there? Harry asked. Where? She said, thrown. When my parents died. When whatever happened, happened. Harry kept his voice gentle. If you weren't there, your book might not know everything. Hermione blinked, recovered, and set her jaw. Books are written by experts who compile facts. People write what they think is true, Harry said. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's what they want. Ron sank lower on the bench. His eyes moved between them like he was watching bludgers. Hermione hugged the spine of a thick book tighter. Well, I prefer to trust sources that are cited. I prefer to trust what I can feel, Harry said. He tapped the center of his chest. And, magic tells you things if you listen. Magic doesn't talk, she said. It does, Harry said, and you might not hear it yet. That's okay. Hermione flushed. You can't just dismiss centuries of knowledge because you think you have a feeling. I'm not dismissing it, Harry said. I'm adding to it. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and said, If you see a toad, please let Neville know. She slid the door shut with more force than necessary. Ron exhaled. You've got a talent. For what? Making the smartest girl in our year mad in under a minute. I asked a question, Harry said. Questions aren't attacks. Don't tell Hermione that, Ron said, half-grin back. The trolley rattled past later. Anything off the trolley, dears? Harry stood, looked at the rows of sweets and said, We'll take the lot. He handed over gold. The witch's eyebrows tried to leave her face. Back inside, Ron stared at the pile. You didn't have to. I did, Harry said. Share. Ron reached like he expected his hand slapped. Thanks. They opened wrappers and chocolate frogs jumped. Ron made a face at the card, and Dumbledore. I've got about 6 of him. Harry picked up the card. The moving Dumbledore twinkled at him like he recognized a joke only he could see. He knows things, Ron said, and Headmaster. Defeated Grindelwald. Did something with dragons once, I think Charlie wrote anyway. Does he tell people everything he knows? Harry asked. Dunno, Ron said through a mouthful of fudge. He wiped his fingers on his robes and caught himself. Sorry, don't be. They ate and traded wrappers like coins. Sugar eased some of the tightness in the carriage. Ron watched a Bertie Bott's bean like it might betray him. So hat was it like, and with dragons, and did Thedo they have houses and jobs? Sounds stupid. It doesn't, Harry said, and they have clan. They hoard things, but not just gold, and stories. Promises and quiet places. They count years differently. Counting quiet as treasure, Ron said, rolling it around. Mum would love that. Your family is loud, Harry said. Feels warm, though. Ron's mouth pulled, and we're loads. Bill, Charlie, Percy, the twins, Ginny, and everyone's brilliant at something. I'm just Ron. Just Ron bought a chocolate frog and split it even, Harry said. Just Ron is honest. Ron looked down, ears red. That's not a talent. It is, Harry said. People trade it for shinier ones. Ron snorted. You really don't care about gold. It's metal, Harry said, and useful for certain rituals. Heavy and pretty. Doesn't make you better at anything that matters. Ron stared at him like he'd rearranged the world. He laughed once, quick and surprised, and Charlie's going to like you. The door slid open again, and 3 boys filled the frame like a bad mood. The middle one had pale hair slicked back and a smile that wanted to be a knife. Potter, he said, like he was claiming a seat he'd paid for. Draco Malfoy, He held out a hand. Harry looked at the hand, then at Draco's eyes. He didn't take it, and Harry, Crabbe and Goyle shifted, blocking more light. I heard you'd been raised strangely, Draco said. You'll find some families know what's best. You won't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. What makes someone the wrong sort? Harry asked. Draco smirked, and you'll find out. But Weasley's, he flicked his eyes at Ron's patched robes. Very well, poor, Harry said. Ron went still. Draco smiled like Harry had done his work for him. Exactly. Do you believe gold makes a person valuable? Harry asked simple. Draco faltered, and it's a sign of status and of legacy. Dragons measure worth by strength and wisdom, Harry said. Sometimes kindness. Crabbe snorted. Goyle cracked his knuckles like a small avalanche. Draco leaned on the door, and, this is Hogwarts, Potter. Not a what-did-you-call-it clan an old family's built. Did you build it? Harry asked. With your hands. My family. Do you believe what you're saying? Harry asked. Or are you repeating what you were told? Color rose under Draco's pale skin, and his mouth pressed flat. Careful. Harry didn't move, and the compartment felt smaller. Heat ticked under his skin. He let his eyes lift and didn't hide the gold in them. Crabbe and Goyle took a half-step back without meaning to. Instinct. Predators know predators even when their brains haven't caught up. Draco saw it happen and hated that he saw it. He swallowed it like a bitter seed, and come along, he said, too light. We'll be late for nothing, and enjoy your sweets, Weasley. Maybe if you lick the wrappers you'll get a taste of what real chocolate's like. Leave, Harry said, not loud. Draco's jaw clicked. He held Harry's stare one beat too long, then flicked his robe and walked. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after. The door slid shut. Ron let out a swear under his breath and then looked guilty about it. Sorry, for what? Harry asked. For existing near that git. Ron rubbed his face. Thanks, for asking questions? He hated that. He hates a lot of things. I dunno. You looked at him like never mind. Like what? Like you could see straight through him, Ron said. It rattled him, and that was brilliant. Harry didn't feel brilliant. He felt like he'd stirred a nest. The train ran on, and the sky shifted from city gray to fields. Hedwig dozed, and Ron snored once, loudly, then denied it. Hermione came back near late afternoon, chin up, hair wilder, a toad clutched in one hand as if it might run away with her pride. Found it. He'd crawled under a seat 3 compartments up. He let his shoulders drop and found his breath. Good, Harry said. She hovered at the door. I've been thinking. Me too, Harry said. She crossed to the bench opposite and sat like it was a test. When you said, were you there? I felt like you were saying books are useless. I wasn't, Harry said, and books are good. I haven't had a lot of them, and dragons don't write much down. They show you, and I think both matter. Hermione's shoulders dropped a fraction, and I've read so many things. I like knowing what to expect. She grimaced, as if admitting something. It makes me feel safer. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. That makes sense, Harry said. Knowing doesn't always mean understanding. What's understanding then? She asked, quick. Being there and feeling it. Sometimes being wrong and changing. Harry scratched Hedwig's head through the bars. If your book says a creature is a monster, and you meet it and it's not, what do? Hermione frowned, and I would revise my view and find a better book. Good answer, Harry said. She surprised herself by smiling. May I, if you don't mind, observe how you do magic sometimes? For research purposes. You can watch, Harry said. Just don't get mad if it doesn't fit a chapter. I don't get mad, she said, then remembered earlier and winced. Much, Ron snorted. You do. She ignored him. You talk about magic like it's a person. Not a person, Harry said. Alive. Hermione looked at the ceiling as if trying to hear something new. I'll try to listen. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. The countryside grew steep, and hills rolled into dark shapes. The air changed, and magic thickened, and Harry sat forward without deciding to. What? Ron asked, following his gaze. Do you feel that? Harry asked. Feel what? The castle, Harry said, and old magic. Layers and wards. Hermione leaned toward the window. We're miles away. It's loud, Harry said, and not noise. Wait. Ron squinted. I feel hungry. Different weight, Harry said. They fell quiet, and the train slowed, and the sky went deeper. A lake flashed once between trees, black, glass, old. Something moved under that black, and not danger. Size. Curiosity brushed his thoughts like a tentacle trailing a boat hull. Harry turned his face toward the glass and let a wordless hello slip out at the back of his throw at dragon speech stripped to tone. The feeling in the water paused, tasted the sound, and drifted away like a satisfied cat. He smiled. What? Ron asked. Met a neighbor, Harry said. The train squealed into the station. The platform beyond was dark and crowded with lanterns. Students stood, grabbed trunks, talked too fast. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's voice rolled over everyone. Harry stood, heart steadying at the familiar sound. Come on, Ron said, shouldering his bag. We're really doing this. Yeah, Harry said. Hermione tucked a loose curl behind her ear and looked like a person who had studied for this exact moment and still felt unprepared. Do we have to we come back for our things? Leave it, Ron said. They get sent up. That seems reckless. Hermione muttered, but she left the trunk. They slid the door open. The corridor clogged at once, robes brushing, owls complaining. A girl in green robes and neat hair paused half a step as she passed. Daphne. She looked at Harry, not surprised, and lifted her chin in a small salute. Challenge and hello in one. Harry nodded back. Ron watched the exchange and made a face he didn't understand yet. Hermione clocked the look and filed it for later. They stepped down onto the platform. The air smelled of water and pine and old stone. Lantern light shook on Black Lake, and boats bobbed. Hagrid waved an arm like a flag. Furs years. No more in 4 to a boat. Ron shivered. It's colder here. It's older, Harry said. He took a breath. Heat caught at his teeth once from his lips and vanished in the damp air. He touched the scale under his shirt and felt its heat push back the night. Ready? Hermione asked, voice high and controlled. No, Harry said. But we're going anyway. They moved toward the boats with everyone else, carried by the noise and the dark and the feeling that life had turned a corner you couldn't turn back from. Boats bumped the dock, and lanterns swung. Cold lake air hit Harry's face and stuck to his clothes. He followed Hagrid down the steps with the rest of the first years. Water lapped at wood. The smell was clean and deep, not like the hot caves he knew, but old in the same way. Forter a boat, Hagrid called. Harry climbed into the nearest one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The boat rocked. Neville clutched a toad in both hands like it might bolt for the lake. Lanterns dimmed. The boats pushed off on their own. The lake took them. Black water, no ripples at first, then small ones that tapped the hull. The castle rose out of the dark ahead, towers, windows like watchful eyes, walls heavy with age. Harry didn't have words for the way the magic sat around it. Pressure. He felt it in his teeth and in his chest, the way dragonfire did before a breath. Ron shivered. Blimey. Hermione didn't speak. Her knuckles were white around her book. The boat slid toward a cliff cut with a narrow gap. The water there moved with its own mind. Beneath the surface, something big turned once, lazy and curious. The boat dipped, and Neville squeaked, and the toad croaked like an insult. A tentacle rose out of the dark, and it tasted the air. Drops fell and pattered. Harry leaned forward a little. He let a low sound out of his throat, no words, just tone and heat under it, the kind of sound that made hatchlings calm. The tentacle paused near the prow, and it tapped the wood once. Then it slid back under, slow as a sigh, and the water went still again. Ron stared. What the was that? Neighbor, Harry said. Hermione tried to look unimpressed and failed. There's nothing in Hogwarts. A history about neighborly cephalopods. Write it down, Harry said. They rounded the cliff, slipped through the gap, and the boats bumped into a tunnel lit by more lamps. The air smelled of stone and damp rope, and Harry's skin prickled. The wards here were thick, layered on top of each other. Some sang and some hissed, and under that something else and wrong. Not wild wrong, not like a storm and quiet wrong. Hidden. He watched the dark ahead and said nothing. The boats stopped at an underground dock. Hagrid tied them off and helped them out one at a time. Up the stone steps, he said. Mind your robes. They climbed. The tunnel opened to a great oak door barred with iron. Hagrid knocked, and the door swung inward at once. Professor McGonagall met them in a square hall so tall the ceiling vanished into shadow. Torches burned without smoke, and she stood straight, lips thin, eyes sharp. Her robes were crisp. Her magic was crisp too, clipped edges held tight. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. In a moment you will enter the great hall and be sorted into your houses. The house you join will be like your family within the school. You will have classes with your housemates, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend time in your house common room. She looked over them, counting, measuring. Her gaze snagged on Harry's and stayed for a beat. He knew she felt it the way he looked back, the way he felt the cat under her skin, the steel under the rules. He raised his hand. Why do you divide children by traits? Murmurs. Ron made a noise like, oh no. McGonagall didn't snap, and she considered. It is a tradition set by our founders, and it brings out the best in each student. Or it makes tribes, Harry said, and no heat. Bravery here and ambition there. Then they fight because the words told them to. Her mouth flattened more, and we value the strengths that help us learn. We do not fight. Harry glanced at the faces around him, and some hungry, some already smug and some scared. You don't mean to, but words do things. We will discuss philosophy after you have had a meal, McGonagall said, voice steady. For now, stand straight and try not to fidget. You will wait here until we are ready. She swept away. The murmur rose, then fell when a set of ghosts drifted through the far wall. Half a dozen of them, silver, ragged at the edges, talking to each other. One wore rough and slashed doublet, one in a stained monk's habit, one in armor with his head nearly loose on his neck. The one in rough floated closer and smiled. And new students and splendid. Always a pleasure. And I'm Sir Nicholas de Mimsya. Nearly headless Nick, Ron said. Sir Nicholas flinched and sighed. And the nickname persists. He recovered. Welcome to Gryffindor, to Hogwarts first. Any questions? What does it feel like? Harry asked, simple. Being dead. The monk ghost blinked, and Sir Nicholas looked delighted. A practical boy, and how refreshing and cold, mostly, and less taste. Fewer smells, and the world lacks weight, and you get used to it. Do you miss it? Harry asked. Sometimes, Sir Nicholas said, and sausages. The way sunlight feels on skin, but there are compensations. Harry nodded. Thank you. Sir Nicholas tilted his head, impressed by the lack of fear. You're quite welcome. A ripple of magic came from the doors, and McGonagall returned. Form 2 lines, she said, and follow me. They followed through huge doors into a hall built to make you feel small. Candles hung in the air. The ceiling held the night sky and moved with real wind. Long tables stretched end to end, and on the dais the teachers watched. The nearest candles guttered toward him, and 2 portraits huffed. The castle wards nudged back warning rather than anger. Harry went still, and the magic in here wasn't a single thing. It was layers and layers, old as the bones of the hill. Wards hummed on the stones, and charms lay over the food tables. The candles had a small, tidy spell that never ran out. The ceiling spell was clean and precise, and he could have stood and mapped it all night. Under those layers, wrong moved like a cold vein in hot rock. Not here in the hall and below, and it pulled at him once and let go. Harry, Ron whispered. He blinked. Hermione's hand brushed his sleeve before she snatched it back. You okay? There's a lot, he said, and his voice came out rough. Can't you feel it? Ron looked up. I can feel being hungry. Harry's eyes found the high table, and Dumbledore sat at the center. Power pooled around him even when he did nothing. He looked like a kindly grandfather and tasted like calculation. When their eyes met, Harry watched the way Dumbledore's magic flexed. Not a test exactly, and a touch and a hand toward the reins to see if they fit. Harry didn't flinch. He let nothing back but a polite stare. McGonagall set a stool in front of them and placed an old patched hat on it. The hat had its own small magic, very old, very focused. It twitched. Then the rip opened in the brim and it sang a short song about houses and founders and virtue. The song got polite claps. McGonagall unrolled a long scroll. Abbott, Hannah. Hannah stumbled forward, and the hat settled. Hufflepuff, cheers from the right-hand table. Harry watched the magic in the hat touch each head and shape itself around what it found. It slid easy over some and it argued with others. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff. The names and shouts stacked up like a drumbeat. Granger, Hermione. Hermione's back went straight. She marched and sat, and the hat barely kissed her curls. Ravenclaw. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry and Ron as she went pride. Hunger. A thin line of worry at leaving them. She took a seat and immediately pulled a quill from somewhere. Harry almost smiled. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked like he was stepping onto ice. The hat took longer with him, and it hummed, and it made a soft, unhappy sound. Hufflepuff. Neville sagged in relief and ran to the table under a tide of claps. Malfoy, Draco. Draco moved as if the floor belonged to him. The hat touched his head and hissed like patting a cat the wrong way, then spoke at once. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Slytherin. Draco didn't grin. He sat and looked at Harry instead, mouth flat, eyes busy. Potter, Harry. Silence swallowed the hall and the teachers leaned a little. The students tilted, and Harry walked to the stool and sat. The hat settled on his hair. The world shifted, and the hall went far away. The hat's voice slid into his head, dry and close. What are you? Harry didn't jump, and he'd had bigger voices in his head. He thought words at it the way dragons taught him. Both, and human and dragon. Nonsense, the hat said, rattled, and you are human. And yet, there is a braid, and this is old, and how did you get threaded like this? They raised me, Harry thought, and they taught me. They gave me a name. Names have power, the hat said, mostly to itself. Prodded. Harry felt it taste memory, scent, heat, cold. You smell like stone warmed by sun, and smoke. And you bite, and interesting. Do you need smell to sort? Harry asked. Don't be cheeky with artifacts older than your bones. The hat said, but it didn't sound angry. It sounded fascinated and uneasy. And I am here to place you where you belong. I don't belong in a box, Harry thought, and that came out sharper than he planned. He softened it, and I can work with people. I can learn. Gryffindor has your courage, the hat said. Look at you, inviting danger to sit. And Slytherin has your ambition. Don't hide from the word. And you want to change how this place works. Ravenclaw has your hunger for how. Hufflepuff has your loyalty, though you hide it like a hoard because you're not sure yet who deserves it. People aren't one word, Harry thought. They aren't, the hat said, and it sounded tired. But the founders built the school with these rooms. The rooms teach, and the rooms fit most children well enough. And the ones who don't fit? Harry asked. The hat hesitated. We place them where they will do least harm, or most good. Sometimes both. Harry sat still, and he could feel the whole hall waiting. He could also feel the wrong under the floor again, the cold thread. It brushed him like something sniffing the air. What is that? He asked, far softer. What? The hat snapped, distracted. Don't tug on threads you can't name. There's something under the school, and old and bad. Quiet bad, and not storm bad. And Harry kept his breath even. It felt like broken pieces pressed into a shape. The hat made a sound he hadn't heard it make for anyone else. You feel that? Yes. We aren't discussing the castle's bones now, the hat said, quickly. We are discussing where you sleep. Harry didn't smile, but the corner of his mind moved. People kept saying that, as if sleeping somewhere solved what you were. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Put me where I can do the most good, he thought. Even if it's hard. The hat went silent and he felt it roll through options. It tested the feel of him against common rooms he hadn't seen yet. He felt the warmth of the Gryffindor fire and the press of loud voices. He felt the cool curve of Slytherin under the lake and the way the water weight would calm him. He felt the Ravenclaw Tower and its wind and riddles. He felt the Hufflepuff hearth and its steady hands. Slytherin would take you, the hat said finally. Its walls would feel right and you would change it. It would change you. And Dumbledore and Harry thought. He did not add. And the rest, and he didn't need to. The hat gave a dry cloth chuckle. You are 11. And I am not, Harry thought. Not the way they mean. The hat hummed. And Gryffindor will not be easy. It will fight you, and it will teach you to be human among humans. It will also put you into the middle of what is coming. It's already here, Harry thought, thinking of the cold thread below. You are a bother, the hat said, but its voice had warmed. Very well, and this will cause trouble for everyone. That okay? Harry asked. I am a hat, it said, dry again, and I live for interesting, and for doing what I am for. Which, inconveniently, may not be possible in the usual terms. What? Harry Potter, the hat said into his head and into the hall, both at once, voice suddenly loud enough that he felt it in his bones. I cannot properly sort you. At the high table, McGonagall leaned toward Flitwick. The whisper looked like a rule being written in the space between them. The hall sucked in a breath. The hat didn't stop. You do not fit the framework the founders gave me. You are a braid of all four virtues and something that is not in my songs. However, the school requires a house. For the sake of administration, safety, and proximity to the trouble you will insist on standing in front of, I place you in Gryffindor. It didn't shout the last. It said it like a verdict. Then, to the hall alone, it added in a dry mutter, teachers and students. Adjust your expectations. McGonagall took the hat off his head like it had started to smoke. Harry slid off the stool, and sound hit him like heat after snow. Some Gryffindors cheered like mad, and some clapped slower. Most stared, and at the Slytherin table, faces went tight. Draco didn't smirk. Daphne Greengrass watched him as if someone had just moved a chess piece in a way no one told her was legal. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, and Ron made room with his whole shoulders. That was bloody, Harry. What? Later, Harry said. Up front. Dumbledore rose, and his hands spread without rushing. Calm, he said, soft but carrying. How wonderful to witness history on our first evening. Please remember. The hat is old, wise, and occasionally stubborn. The chuckles were small and brittle. We will honor its choice. Honor wasn't the same as like, but it was the right word. Harry watched Dumbledore watch him and altered none of his face. The last names were called and the hat finished its work. The plates filled themselves. Food appeared from nothing: roast meats, potatoes, puddings. Steam rose and smells cut through the tension. Bodies did what bodies do and people ate. Harry tried a little of everything and he chewed and listened. Gryffindors fired questions at him like arrows. Can you really breathe fire? Did a dragon teach you your letters? Did you fight one? What did the hat mean? What was it like? Harry answered some. Yes. No, a witch. No. It meant what it said. Loud, hot, and good. Fred and George slid into the bench across from him at some point like they teleported. We're Fred and George, one said. We're also George and Fred, the other said. Welcome to Gryffindor. You've already made McGonagall frown. That's a house record. Percy angled down the table with a prefect's concern and a clipboard he didn't need at dinner. Don't crowd him, he told the twins. And Mr. Potter needs rest after that display. I was sitting, Harry said. Percy blinked, then sniffed. First years have a bedtime, he said to regain ground. Do they? Fred said. Do we? George said. Hermione, across the hall at Ravenclaw, had a quill out still. She met Harry's eyes and lifted her notebook as if to say, I told you I would write it down. He nodded once. She looked pleased and also furious at missing the conversation in his head. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. At Slytherin, Draco spoke to nobody for a while, then to Theodore Nott, then to his own hands. Daphne still watched Harry as if she were listening for a pattern under all the noise. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Nearly headless Nick floated past, beaming and well done and historic, really. The hat hasn't said, cannot properly sort in no 300 years? Perhaps more, and would you like to hear the last time? Later, Harry said, not unkind. Nick looked delighted by the promise of later and drifted off to terrify a bowl of trifle. Dessert vanished, and plates cleared. Dumbledore rose again, and a few words before we sleep. Nitwit, blubber, and oddment, and tweak. Laughter scattered the tightness. Also, he added, as if what had happened needed only this much, a gentle reminder that the Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, forbidden, and that Mr. Filch will weep with joy if any of you give him reason to chain you to a wall. We discourage that. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. McGonagall gathered the first years with a clap. Gryffindor, she said in one breath. They filed out. Harry felt eyes on his back all the way to the doors. In the entrance hall he caught the wrong thread again, faint and low like a breath under floorboards. He glanced down and stone and he filed it and walked. Stairs shifted, and portraits grumbled and waved. The school moved around them on purpose, not a trick but a habit. Harry felt the way it nudged students into flows. He could have let it push him, but he preferred to walk by his own feet and look. They stopped at a portrait of a fat lady in pink silk. She sniffed them, then beamed, and password, Caput Draconis, McGonagall said, deadpan. The portrait swung open to reveal a round room full of red and gold and soft chairs and a fire that smelled of apple wood. Conversations stopped as older students looked over the first years like stock at market. Harry didn't hold their eyes long, and he was tired of being hunted by looks. Boys' dormitory up the stairs to your left, McGonagall said. Girls to the right and bedtime in 20 minutes. Prefects will answer reasonable questions only. Percy straightened. As prefect, Fred coughed. Unreasonable questions to us. George grinned. We have better answers. McGonagall didn't smile, and she didn't quite not smile either. Mr. and Weasley. Mr. and Weasley. Bedtime means bedtime. She glanced at Harry once more. Concern behind the iron and Potter. A word. He stepped aside with her near the fire, and heat felt normal. He let his shoulders drop half an inch. I don't appreciate my students questioning long-standing structures in the entry hall, she said quietly. No bite and just honest. They asked us to be ourselves, Harry said. This is myself. She breathed in through her nose. You are unusual. Yes, unusual does not mean above rules. I didn't say it did. Good. She leveled her eyes at him. You will try to follow instruction in class. You will not attempt wandless transfiguration in my room when there is a method I am teaching. You will not breathe fire without permission. You will not set Percy on fire even if Fred and George dare you. Understood, Harry said. I can try hard, she said, and walked away to corral a boy who had already tried to climb out a window to see if the stair moved. Ron appeared at Harry's elbow like he had a homing charm for awkward moments. You all right? Hungry again, Harry said. We just ate. I know. Ron rubbed his neck. That thing the hat said about not fitting the framework. That didn't sound fun. It wasn't bad, Harry said. It was honest. Still, Ron said, and he shifted. If you need someone to tell people to shut up, I'm good at that. Harry looked at him and Ron's ears went red. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Harry said. He meant it. They took their trunks up a narrow staircase. The first-year boys' room was a circle with 5 four-posters and thick curtains. Ron flopped on the bed with a sound that was half groan and half prayer. Dean and Seamus came in talking over each other. Neville set his toad gently on his pillow like a small stone king and sat down with the air of a survivor. Silence fell in the spaces between. The day pressed in then. Harry undressed, folded his clothes, and sat on the edge of his bed for a second. The room felt too small and too many breaths. The ceiling too close after years with no ceiling. He reached under his shirt and touched the dragon scale. Warmth pushed into his palm and climbed into his chest. His shoulders dropped. Seamus watched from his bed, eyes wide. Did your neck just glow? Harry let the scales come up half a step on his skin, small gold brown, then sink back. It helps me sleep. Dean swallowed. Right? Neville pulled the covers to his chin. "It's nice," he said, because he was the sort of boy who filled quiet with something kind. "Thanks," Harry said. They killed the lamps. The fire downstairs sent a thin light up the stairwell that moved on the ceiling. Harry lay back, and the mattress was soft, and the sheets smelled of soap. His heart beat steady now that heat lived under his hand again. He shut his eyes. He dreamed quickly, and the castle ceiling fell away. Wind hit his face, and he was above the lake. The surface held the stars like coins, and a shape moved beneath, old and content. He turned in the air, wings or no wings. He wasn't sure, and heat filled his throat. When he breathed, it came out as smoke and a thin ribbon of flame that didn't burn anything. It was a call, not a weapon. He heard another breath answer, deep and familiar. Ignatian's maybe, and or his own, older, and he couldn't tell. He wasn't sure if he was a boy flying in his head, or a dragon remembering a better sky. He wasn't sure it mattered, and the wind held him the same either way. He let it. Dumbledore waited in the corridor outside the common room after most had gone up. He acted like a man who had stayed to tidy chairs and happened to be on Harry's path. McGonagall had vanished at some prefect's emergency. The corridor was quiet, and flames sometimes crackled. Portrait snored. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "might we have a brief walk?" "Brief," Harry said. He kept his face open and his body loose. They moved a few steps down the hall, and Dumbledore didn't look at him at first. He looked at a suit of armor as if waiting for it to speak. "The hat surprised us." He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. "It surprised itself," Harry said. "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes slid his way. "How do you feel?" "Like I sat still for too long." A smile ghosted his mouth. "You see a great deal." "I try to." "I had hoped," Dumbledore said lightly, "to keep your life simple this year." "That didn't seem likely," Harry said. "Even before the hat." "No," Dumbledore admitted, and his eyes warmed and cooled at once. "I placed you with your aunt and uncle for safety." "They were afraid of me," Harry said, and of magic." "That isn't safety." "It is a kind of protection," Dumbledore said. "Old magic and sacrifice, and it has its own arithmetic." Harry thought of the wrong under the floor. "Does that arithmetic account for pieces of a person he left in the world?" Dumbledore's magic flexed quick, then stilled. "Pardon." "The dragons told me stories," Harry said, "about wizards who cut their souls to live longer. It doesn't end well." "Dragons are very old," Dumbledore said, voice even. "They collect the worst of us along with our best. Knowledge can be dangerous, and lies too." "I know," Harry said. "I can smell both." Dumbledore looked at him a long time, and he did not blink often. "You will find me tiresome, Harry." "Maybe," Harry said, "and if you try to steer me like a broom." "I'm not a broom. I don't aim children," Dumbledore said, smiling in a self-teasing way that felt like a disguise. "You aimed me at the Dursleys," Harry said. "Not cruel and only true." The old man's face went still and kind at once. He didn't answer that line, and "We will talk again," he said instead. "There are many things you need to know, and not tonight." "Fine," Harry said. "Professor." "Yes, I'm not a weapon," Harry said. "Don't make me have to prove it by pointing myself away from you." The smile faltered, and something like respect moved behind it. "Good night, Mr. and Potter." "Good night," Harry said. He went back through the portrait hole, and the room was quieter now. The fire popped. A few older students played chess under their breath. Fred's laugh was a low spark near the stairs. Up in the dorm, Ron snored softly already, and Seamus muttered in his sleep. Neville held the toad in a loose fist like a charm. Dean's breathing had the rhythm of someone pretending to be asleep in a new place. Harry slid under the covers. He pressed the scale to his chest, closed his eyes, and let the sound of the castle wrap around the sound of his own breath until both matched. He fell under fast, like dropping through warm air, and dreamed of heat and stone and a night sky that belonged to both boys and dragons, which might have been the same thing. Chapter 4: Dragon Magic in a Wand-Waving World. Harry woke before dawn, an old habit, and heat sat behind his ribs like a slow coal. He lay there a minute listening to the room. Ron snored, and Neville breathed in tiny hiccups. Dean rolled once. Seamus muttered a word that sounded like boom. Harry slid out of bed, padded to the window, and cracked it. Cold air came in. He cupped his hands and pulled a thread of warmth up his throat. A small flame curled onto his palm, and it sat there steady, the size of a candle. He breathed with it and in and out and keep the edge soft. No flare. The mattress creaked behind him. Harry! Ron's voice was thick. Why's your hand on fire? Seamus shot up and fire? Where? Dean hit his head on the bed frame. Bloody! Harry closed his hand, and the flame went out. Smoke thinned in the cold air. And practice, he said. Sorry. And forgot you were here. Seamus had his wand in his fist. Forgot, mate, you can't wake a man with flames. Neville peeked from his blankets. Maybe do it outside? Right, Harry said. And he meant it. He hadn't thought about other people waking to heat. He pulled on his jumper and boots and slipped out. The common room was empty. The fire from last night slept as pale coals. He took the corridor stairs down and found a side door to a small courtyard. The stone was wet, and the air tasted like iron. He worked the basics and breath control and throat heat. The difference between spark and stream. Short bursts and stop on a thought, not a panic. Then hands. He called a thin ribbon of flame between his palms, moved it like thread, let it arc, then pinched it out. He pulled air in and lifted a leaf from the ground without touching it, just enough to feel the way currents held weight. Dragons taught balance by throwing you at it. Here he had to be quiet about it. A window above clacked open. Filch stuck his head out, hair like a broom that lost a fight. No early morning circus, he rasped. And if I catch you scorchin' my stones, I won't scorch your stones, Harry said. Filch squinted. You watch your mouth. He shut the window. By breakfast, the dorm had forgiven him enough to talk. Ron thumped his shoulder. Next time, warn a bloke before you light up. I did, Harry said. With the light. Ron tried not to laugh and failed. Idiot. Down in the hall, owls swarmed, and Post fell into porridge. A pile of letters landed in front of Harry like someone tipped a drawer. He looked at them and names, seals, hearts drawn in ink. A few smelled like perfume, which made no sense to him at all. Aren't you opening them? Ron said, mouth full. They don't know me, Harry said. They know a story. Hermione slid in across from him with a notebook and 2 quills. Hi! She had ink on her fingers and a long list already. I need to observe how you do things, and for research. For what? Ron said. For understanding, Hermione said. Harry, can you tell me how you felt the Great Hall's magic last night? Do you have a scale and a taxonomy, and or is it all instinct? Instinct with practice, Harry said. And you learn the feel like you learn to walk. The hall sings in layers, and the ceiling is clean. The wards hum, and there's something wrong under the bones. Hermione's quill went fast. Under the bones? Below, Harry said. We can look later. We cannot look later, Ron said. Because that sounds like detention and death. Also, Hermione said, you can't just feel lessons. You need a timetable. She tapped theirs and transfiguration first and then history. Then potions. Harry closed his eyes, and he pointed without opening them. Transfiguration is that way and big, neat magic. History is upstairs and dusty, and potions is down where the rock stays cold. Hermione's mouth was open, and she shut it. That's not how this works. It worked, Harry said. It's not how, she said again, writing anyway. Across the hall, Draco watched them with his chin in his hand. A girl with pale hair, greengrass. Harry thought. Daphne listened to Draco and didn't bother looking away when Harry caught her eye. She lifted her goblet a 1/4 inch. He didn't know what that meant yet, but he filed it. McGonagall's classroom smelled like wood and chalk and rules. Desks in rows and wand boxes neatly stacked. Professor McGonagall stood straight at the front like a line in a book. She didn't smile. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Ron swallowed. She flicked her wand, and a desk became a pig. The pig looked offended, and she flicked again. The pig became a desk. Hermione breathed, Oh, matches appeared on each desk. Turn your match into a needle, McGonagall said. The proper technique is in your textbook and focus on form and wand movement. Pronunciation. Hermione had already started moving her wand when Harry picked up his match. He turned it in his fingers. He could feel the magic in the wood, small and sleepy. He could feel what it wanted to be, and being a match was a kind of prison. It would rather be metal today, and he set his wand down. Mr. and Potter, McGonagall said at once. Wand. It's matter rearrangement, Harry said. The magic wants to do this. The proper method, McGonagall said, crisp. Requires a wand, an incantation and patience. Harry touched the match with 2 fingers, breathed heat over it, and asked the magic to move. It did. The wood softened, slid, and took a long, clean shape. A needle lay on the desk, bright and exact. The room went so quiet that Ron's jaw made a noise. Hermione's wand clattered. Seamus whispered, "That's not legal." McGonagall stared at the needle, at Harry, at the needle again. She took a breath. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said, like the words had splinters. For a successful transfiguration. She paused. And a note, Mr. and Potter. In future you will follow the method I am teaching. We use structure to keep everyone safe. It's safer to go with it, Harry said softer. You're fighting the magic. I'm not. McGonagall's mouth flattened. Class, we will proceed as instructed. Harry picked up his wand and tried it her way. Form and word. Push. The magic went, but it went reluctantly, like a cat carried somewhere it didn't choose. He got a needle, but it had a tiny twist in the middle. Hermione's was perfect by the book. Ron's match grew a metal tip and sat there gloating. At the end, McGonagall held Harry back, and she didn't sit. You are gifted, she said, and that is obvious. You are also a disruption. I don't mean to be, Harry said. I know you don't. She set the perfect needle he'd made between them. You also don't understand what a room full of children will do when one of them ignores the rails. I have to keep them on the rails, and do you understand that? He didn't, not in his body, but he could learn it. I'll try, he said. Try hard. Then softer. And for Merlin's sake, don't breathe fire in my class. I won't, he said. History of Magic felt like walking into a nap. Professor Binns floated through the blackboard, dropped half his class through boredom, and started a lecture in a voice like paper. Goblin uprisings and dates and names that fell off his tongue like dust. Harry listened. He lasted 10 minutes. Professor, he said, lifting his hand. Binns blinked as if surprised to find students present. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Where are the creatures in this? Harry asked. Centaurs and goblins, but as people, not numbers. Dragons. We do not concern ourselves with minor actors, Binns said. The goblins did the fighting you just named, Harry said. They aren't minor, and the dragons fought on borders. Some of them remember, and why isn't there memory in the history? Binns adjusted his spectacles for no reason. The wizarding perspective is the text. That's bias, Harry said. Hermione hissed, Harry. But she was writing and frowning. We will continue, Binns said, already halfway back in the wall. Harry stared at the board. The chalk had better attention than the teacher. He made a note in the corner of his own mind. The school doesn't see who isn't in a house. The dungeon for potions lived in the cold of the castle. The air had weight and jars lined the walls. Things floated and things sank. A classroom full of cauldrons bubbled in Harry's head before anyone lit a fire. Snape swept in like a shadow that learned to talk. He didn't shout, and he didn't have to. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, he said. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. Harry liked him immediately and didn't trust him at all. Snape's eyes cut to him and Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. He let the words hang for the room to taste. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? A nasty tea, Harry said before he could stop himself. The Slytherins snorted, and Ron choked. Hermione slapped his arm. Snape's mouth ticked, and let us try again and boil and sleep. Death-like. Draught of living death, Hermione said, hand high. Snape ignored her like a reflex, and he prowled closer. Where, Mr. Potter? Would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, Harry said, or a dragon. They make better ones. And if I tell you to add porcupine quills to a boiling cure for boils? Harry blinked. Don't. Snape's eyebrows rose a hair. Don't. Take it off the heat, Harry said, and add them when it stops fighting, or you'll get a mess. Snape's eyes sharpened, and he let a small silence stretch. We shall see, he said finally, and pairs. Start with cure for boils and follow the recipe. They lit fires. Hermione sat up like she was sitting an exam. Ron read and stirred and swore at the page. Harry stood still and felt the ingredients with his hands before he touched them. The nettles felt thin and bright, and the snake fangs were sharp even as powder. He crushed slower than the book said, then faster, then stopped when the powder smelled right. He cut his roots thicker than the illustration and waited between steps until the bruise sound changed. When it hissed, he eased back, and when it sighed, he fed it. What are you doing? Ron said, panicked. Listening, Harry said. That's not in the book. Books don't have ears. Hermione's potion was textbook, and clear and boring and perfect. Ron's was pink and angry. Harry's went from swamp to pond to a clean purple that made the hair on his arm stand up. Quills, Snape said, passing behind them. Ron dumped his in with the kind of trust that gets people burned. His cauldron belched foam. He yelped. Harry grabbed Ron's ladle and scraped the foam to the sides before it overflowed. Stop and off heat. Wait. Snape leaned in, and Mr. and Weasley, he said, voice soft as cold. Perhaps read each line before doing the opposite. Ron went scarlet, and Hermione didn't look up. Harry kept his hand steady until Ron's brew calmed. Snape drifted to Harry's bench, and he looked into the cauldron. He didn't show anything on his face, and yours is not by the book, he said. It's better, Harry said, then bit his tongue. I think. Snape lifted a ladle and let it fall back. Listening. He set it down. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said, as if it stung. For innovation that did not explode, and in future, Mr. Potter, experiment on your own time. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. After class, Snape said, Potter, stay. Ron lingered at the door, and Harry nodded at him. Go. I'll catch up. When the room was empty, Snape sat on the edge of his desk and studied Harry like a jar. Where did you learn to brew by ear? Dragons, Harry said. And they don't have recipes. They have memory, and they listen to what's in the pot. Snape's mouth twitched and then didn't. Your mother, he said, and the name changed the air. Had a touch for it. She would have corrected your slice on the Valerian. Harry's chest went hot and tight at once. You knew her. Snape's face closed a door. I did. Tell me about her, Harry said. That is not a conversation for this classroom, Snape said. His voice was flat and brittle and go. Harry held his eyes a second. There was pain there that tasted old and sour. He nodded and left. Lunch was loud, and the hall roared in waves. Harry sat with Ron. Hermione arrived with 3 books and her notebook. She was still writing as she sat. You can't just ignore methods, she said, as if 6 other words had come first. Structure exists to keep people safe and to pass knowledge across time. You can't throw it out because you feel clever. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. I didn't throw it out, Harry said, and I used my way where it worked. I used hers where it made sense, and why is that wrong? It's not wrong, Hermione said. If you are alone, in a class you can't model chaos for beginners. People will copy you and fail. I'm not asking them to copy, Harry said. They will anyway, she said. That's how people are. Ron saw it at roast beef and kept not meeting anyone's eyes. What's wrong? Harry said. Nothing, Ron said. His ears said otherwise. Ron, Hermione said softer. Ron set his knife down. You make it look easy, he said to his plate. Everything and transfiguration. Potions. Talking to squid. He huffed a laugh that wasn't one. Flying's next week. Can't wait to watch you be brilliant at that without even touching a broom. I fly without one, Harry said, honest. It's different. Ron flinched like Harry had slapped him. And, right, and great. Good for you. Harry blinked. I didn't mean that wasn't. Honesty without kindness is cruelty, Hermione said under her breath. I wasn't being cruel, Harry said. I know, she said. That's the problem. Ron pushed his plate away. I'm going to class, he said, even though class wasn't for 20 minutes. He left with his head down. Harry watched him go and felt like he'd stepped wrong on a bridge and found the drop with his shin. He looked at Hermione, and, how do I fix it? Think before you speak, she said. And when you think about what it sounds like in someone else's head. I don't have someone else's head, Harry said. Then borrow it, she said, and you're clever. Use that. Afternoon classes blurred, and wand work and notes and too many eyes. Harry tried to follow rules and kept finding places where the rules made the magic feel small. He didn't argue. He wrote it down to argue later when there weren't new people trying to keep their hands from shaking. By evening, the common room was full and warm and loud. Harry sat on the rug and read the Transfiguration chapter again to learn how to speak McGonagall's way without pulling against it. The twins slid in on either side like flanking wolves. Potter, Fred said. Dragon Boy, George said. We have a proposal. No, Percy said from nowhere, appearing like a punishment. You do not have a proposal, and Mr. and Potter needs rest. He does not need your bad ideas. We were going to ask him for help with a brilliant idea, Fred said. A safe idea, George said. Percy folded his arms. There is no such thing as a safe idea from you two. Harry looked between them. What's the idea? Percy's jaw clicked. And Mr. Potter, I can answer people by myself, Harry said, not unkind. Percy lifted his chin. As prefect, I'm responsible for. I don't care about your title, Harry said before he could stop himself. Silence fell in a small circle around them. Percy's face went white, then red, and the twins' eyes lit like bonfires. Brilliant, Fred breathed. Magnificent, George said. Percy swallowed. You will find that house structure is a tool, Harry said, and not a leash. He softened his voice. I'll be careful, and you don't have to babysit me. I won't burn anything, except rules, George said. Those aren't flammable, Fred said. We've tried. Percy made a strangled sound, turned on his heel, and marched upstairs to write a letter to his spine. The twins collapsed onto the rug. And right, Fred said. Help. We think dragonfire could set off a certain powder in a controllable fashion, George said. It could also blow a hole in the wall, Harry said. We prefer the first outcome, Fred said. I promised McGonagall, Harry said, and no fire in class, or house and or Percy. They groaned like small dying things. But, Harry said, I can show you how to talk to heat so it moves sideways, not up. Both heads snapped around. Show, they said together. They spent an hour with candles and a plate. Harry showed them how to pull warm air over a wick so it slanted, how to keep wax from dripping by changing the burn, how to pinch a flame to a point without spit. The twins listened like students in a class they chose. They were quick and they learned with their hands. All right, Fred said, eyes bright. We owe you, George said. You don't, Harry said. Just don't get me expelled. No promises, both said, cheerful. Later, when the room emptied, Harry went up. Neville was already asleep, and Dean had a book on his chest. Seamus tucked his wand under his pillow like a child hiding a biscuit. Ron lay on his side, awake, facing the wall. Harry stood there a second. Then he said, I'm rubbish at people. Into the quiet. Ron didn't move. I'll try, Harry said. I don't want to make you feel small. Ron's shoulder twitched. I know, he said to the wall. Harry undressed in the dark, slid into bed, and stared at the ceiling. The room felt less small than last night, and not big yet. He put the scale in his palm and let it warm. He thought about McGonagall's rails and Snape's face when he said, your mother, and Bin's not seeing half the world and Hermione's pen and Ron's silence. He was good at magic and he was bad at friendship. That was true and it didn't have to stay true. Dragons taught by throwing you at a thing until you learn to fly around it. Humans taught by talking, and he could learn that too. He could learn to hold his words the way he held fire. Not lie and shape. Think. Be kind without being soft in the bones. Meet them halfway, he said to the shadows. He didn't know if he meant teachers or friends or everyone. Heat spread from the scale into his chest, and his breath slowed. He let the day go, one scene at a time, until only the steady weight of the castle's magic was left, and under that the thin wrong thread he would not tug yet. Tomorrow he would try again. Chapter 5 The Forest Hunts Back. Morning came with wind over the pitch and a line of brooms that had seen too many first years. Finally, Ron said, bouncing on his toes. Something I'm not terrible at. Harry eyed the bristles. They smell tired. They're brooms, Seamus said. They don't smell. Madame Hooch had yellow eyes that missed nothing. Left hands over your brooms, she said, and on my whistle. Up! Harry put his palm out. The nearest broom shivered and lifted before the whistle. He didn't pull it hard, and it came anyway. He heard the tiny whine of twigs rubbing the air. Hooch's whistle cut the field. Up! Most brooms obeyed or sulked up to a knee. Ron's leapt into his palm, which pleased him so much he almost dropped it. Neville's rolled once and lay like a stubborn cat. Firm grip and mount. Feet up. Don't kick like you're killing spiders, Hooch said. We float, we don't gallop. They rose. A chorus of nervous breaths and wood creaks, and Harry hovered. The air above the pitch was cool and clean. Currents slid over his skin like water over stone. He didn't need the broom to find balance, and he used it anyway. Steady, Hooch said, walking beneath them, and no tricks and no showing off. You potteries. You take your weight off your wrists. Harry adjusted, and his broom settled. The air liked him when he listened. A shout snapped the quiet. Neville! Shouted half the class. Neville's broom lurched, panicked, and it jerked up. Left. Right. He clung with both hands, legs kicking, and the broom shot forward, then went nose up. Hooch swore and slammed her whistle. No one moves, she barked, wand already out. Harry didn't think. He let go, stepped onto the air like stepping onto a moving branch, and pushed a flat wave up under Neville's chest. The air caught, and not a lot, and just enough to slow the swing. He slid 2 steps sideways on nothing and slapped his palm against Neville's broomtail. Ease, he said, breath low and ease. The broom stuttered, and the nose dropped, and Neville's feet found the stirrups. He came down in a messy arc. Harry guided the last 3 feet with his hand and a push of air. They hit grass in a roll. Neville lay there shaking. Essa sorry, he said to everything. Hooch reached them fast. She crouched beside Neville, checked his pupils, then looked at Harry like she wanted to scold and didn't have the right words. What? She said. Did you just do? Moved air, Harry said. Didn't want him to break anything. Hooch stared at the space where he'd stepped. It was still air again, and back on your broom, she said at last. No stunts. To Neville, gentler. You're off for today. Sit and breathe. Draco drifted closer, a careful lean that looked casual. So that's real, he said, and you can fly without a broom. I can't fly, Harry said. I cannot fall. He set his feet and pushed the broom back under him. There's a difference. Looks the same from the ground, Draco said, eyes sharp. Ron hovered 10 feet up, torn between awe and frustration. You didn't even, he cut himself off and forced a grin. Nice save. Thanks, Harry said, wary. They practiced steady lifts and safe landings. Harry kept the broom as a promise to Hooch, and he didn't pull tricks. He watched the currents and learned how the school's wind moved around towers. He also felt eyes from the tree line and not students, not staff. A stillness that wasn't like the forest's own stillness. On the last whistle, they dropped to grass. Hooch gave notes and threat smiles in equal measure. As the class drifted off, Harry walked to the shed to lean his broom inside. Something bright caught on the ground by the doorframe. A thin thread of metal like frost, stuck to a shallow cut in the wood. He touched it, and cold, and the magic in it felt sour and tight. Goblin silver, mixed with something else. The cut itself was a mark and not a house rune. not Latin. The shape tugged at the old part of his mind that learned in a cave. Hermione stepped up beside him. What are you staring at? He kept his voice low. This. He rubbed the thread between two fingers. It snapped with a soft ping. And don't touch the groove. Hermione leaned in, frowning. And that's not a decorative notch. That's a sigil, and it's crude. It's bait, Harry said. And the back of his tongue tasted like ash. Dragon script, dummied bad. Whoever carved it doesn't think like a dragon. But it's close enough to ring if I walk past with heat on me. Hermione looked up at him fast. So it's for you, or for anything with breath like mine, he said. He pocketed the silver sliver. And don't mention it here. What does it do? Calls, he said, or catches. Not sure yet. She glanced toward the trees. Forest. Tonight, he said. Her brows met. We're first years. We have legs, he said. And brains. And a caretaker who hates us. Then we won't meet him. She made a small, angry noise that wasn't a no. We plan first, she said, and rules and signals and route. No running off. Deal, Harry said. Night came with wet stone, as usual, and the common room burned warm and friendly. Harry and Hermione sat at a corner table that made them look like they were doing homework. They were, and sort of. Hermione drew a quick map of the grounds from memory. Filch does a loop. He always pauses near the trophy room to glare at his own reflection. I've timed it twice. Peeves likes the second-floor armor corridor after 10. Forest edge here, Harry said, tapping. We cut across the lawn when the clouds passed the moon. Hermione's mouth thinned. You make it sound like we do this all the time. We don't, Harry said. We will once. She slid him a small bundle of wrapped cloth. Bread and water and twine and a bell. A bell. If I ring it, you come back to me, and I'm not joking, she said. You run fast. And you forget people have to catch up. He took the bell, and it was tiny. You boss like a professor. Someone has to, she said. Ron. Not tonight, Harry said, and he'll tell the twins. The twins will tell a firework. She didn't argue. She looked guilty about not wanting him, which was a weird shape of kindness. They left when the fat lady yawned. Downstairs, past the snoring portrait guard, along the long corridor. Footsteps and whisper and stop and wait. Filch limped by with Mrs. and Norris prowling like a small law. Harry sank the air around them, made it thick so whispers wouldn't carry. Hermione held her breath until the cat passed. Don't ever do that again without telling me, she hissed when they moved. Sorry, he said. It's a reflex. Warn me, she said. Warning, he said. Not funny, she said. But the corner of her mouth twitched. They hit the front steps and the night pressed. The lawn held a skin of dew that soaked their socks. The sky was low and quiet, and the forest line cut the dark like a promise. Lumos, Hermione whispered. A soft tip of light grew. Harry shook his head. And no, eyes in there don't like light. She swallowed and killed it. Right at the trees, Harry stopped. The edge felt like a boundary someone had drawn on his skin. He reached out, and the first branch was wet and rough. The smell was old leaves, damp bark, something iron and something sweet. We mark our way, Hermione said. She tied a loose knot in the twine at a low branch and hung the bell from it, then thought better and put it away. No bells, he said, amused. They went in. The forest sounds were busy but layered, and owls and little skitter noises. A steady drip somewhere. Behind that, a long, slow breath that belonged to something big and not close. Harry kept to the soft ground. He pushed air sideways to move leaves without crunch. Hermione matched his steps after 3 tries. She learned fast. Talk to me if you stop, she whispered. I need to hear you. I'm here, he said. Good. He felt it before he saw it, and a pulled place. Magic narrow as wire, stretched between 2 trees at chest height. He put an arm out, and Hermione nearly walked into it. What? She started, then saw. Oh, it looked like spider silk if spiders worked in metal. Fine, almost invisible, and wrong. A rune sat under the wire, carved deep into bark. The same crude, not quite dragon curve. It's a net, Harry said, and breath triggered. Heat. If I burned near it, It would sing, and something would answer. Hermione's hand hovered over the mark, and, "It's messy, sloppy. Whoever carved this didn't learn it properly." "Wand tip gouge," Harry said, pointing at the edges. "Not a knife, and not someone who respects the wood." "Can you break it without setting it off?" she asked. He breathed on the smallest thread, not heat, just air, to feel where it attached. He pinched 2 fingers and pulled a sliver of wind along the wire, found the knot and flicked. The wire snapped with a thin ping, and the sound crawled around the trees and died. "That might have still rung something," he said. Hermione squared her shoulders. "Then we find who's listening." They moved deeper, and 2 more wires and 3 crude marks. A smear on the trunk that smelled like goat's milk and ash. Hermione wrinkled her nose. "And what is that?" "Bait," Harry said, "and to carry scent. Old trick, an ugly one." "And this is for you," she said again, more certain. "Or anything like me," he said, which felt like the same thing. A twig cracked to their left, and not small, not dear. They froze. Harry didn't turn his head. He let the air go soft in one ear and sharp in the other. The step came again and measured. Human. The glow of a shuttered lantern bled through the brush. A cloak and a hood. The person moved with the kind of care that said they did this a lot. Hermione's fingers found Harry's sleeve, and he felt the tiny tremor in them. He kept his voice a thread, and on 3, "Show me where you are," he said. "Just your light, and quick." 3, she mouthed. He held up a finger, and 1, 2, and 3. "Lumos," she whispered. A quick blink on her wand tip and off. The hood jerked toward the flash, and the lantern opened a hair. A narrow beam slid across where they'd been, then cut to the wire they'd snapped. The figure hissed and hurried to the post. They touched the groove with a gloved thumb, then pulled a small vial from their cloak and scraped at the bark, collecting the smear. Hermione leaned closer to Harry, and "collecting residues," she breathed. "To study, or to brew something with it," he said. The figure moved to the next tree, and they worked quick. Routine, and a pouch on the belt held more vials. Another pocket, silver filings in a twist of paper. The hood turned, and the lantern opened a fraction more. Harry saw the badge then. A round bit of brass on the cloak's inside seam, flashed by the light before it hid. Most people wouldn't notice. He did. A stamped crest and letters, and DMRCMC Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Committee 4 didn't catch the last line. Hermione's eyes met his. She had seen it too. The figure stilled. The hood turned toward them like it could smell fear. Harry loosened his lungs, slow, so his breath wouldn't fog. Hermione didn't breathe at all. A branch groaned high, and an owl took off-womb-feavy wings. The figure flinched, then swore under their breath and moved on, deeper into the trees. Harry let air back into his mouth. "Ministry," he said. "Be quiet," Hermione said, so quietly it was almost a thought. "Follow." They tracked at a distance. The hood stopped twice to set another wire and paint another smear. Harry memorized the pattern, and a net in a circle, a path to a center point. The center was a clear dip where roots made a black bowl. In the bowl sat a trap, and not a bear trap and a charm trap, for rods stuck in a square, stringed with runes. A glass globe hung between them. The globe looked empty, but the glass hummed like a held note. Hermione's hand tightened. "What is it?" "A breath catcher," Harry said, stomach low. "It drinks air and keeps what it likes. For you." "Or Ignatian," he said, and he couldn't help it. He pictured his dragon father lowering his head to sniff an odd glass toy and getting a mouthful of sleep. The hooded person crouched over the globe, and they tapped it with a small silver hammer. The globe rang, and they smiled. Harry couldn't see their face, but you can hear a smile. The person drew a rune in the air with their wand. The glow sank into the glass, and they touched the globe like you touch a pet. Hermione moved her mouth near Harry's ear. "We can't leave that." "No," he said. "How?" she said. "Quietly," he said. "Explain quietly," she said. Because she was Hermione, and even at midnight in a forest with a ministry hunter 10 yards away, she wanted a plan in full sentences. "Make wind over there," he said, pointing right with his chin. A push, and enough to swing a branch. I can't do that, she said, scared and annoyed because she couldn't. I can, he said. When he looks, you throw a stone at the globe's knot. Hit the thread on the left near the rod, and it'll slip and it'll drop. I'll catch it before it breaks, and then we run. Hermione's eyes were very wide. You think that's quiet. It's not loud, he said. You're insane, she said. Later, he said. He counted down with his fingers again, and 3, 2 and 1. He pushed a clean gust through a clump of leaves. They rattled, and the hood turned. The lantern swung, and light washed off trunks. Hermione, bless her, had a stone ready. She threw. It hit the thread with a soft twang, and the knot gave. The globe sagged. Harry slid a hand under it with a breath and supported the weight with a thin, steady push from his palm. The hood spun back, and the lantern went wide. Who's there? Harry closed his fingers on empty air, and the globe settled into his sway. He held it against his chest and cold, humming. He felt the charm claw for his breath and pushed it back like you hold a door. Show yourselves, the hood said, and a wand came up. The beam nipped the corner of Harry's boot, and, I am authorized. Now, Harry hissed. They ran, and not straight and never straight. Harry pulled Hermione by the sleeve into a low space under a fallen trunk. They flattened. The lantern beam burned over the top of the wood with a buzz. The hood cursed and sent a spark whistling across the brush. Cracked a twig, and smoke rose sharp. Freeze, the voice said, and it was young and clipped, male and female. It held the edge of someone trained to speak in hallways and not be questioned. Hermione squeezed Harry's arm twice, and questioned. He nodded once, and yes, keep going. He let the globe float between his hands and kept moving without crunch. He felt the net of wires in his head and avoided each line. The hunter followed, but slower, and they didn't know this would. It didn't like them back. A shape stepped out from the right and not the hunter. Hooves, a chest like a man's, broad and bare, skin pale in moon bleed, a bow in one hand, and a mane dark. Stop, the centaur said, calm and final. The hood skidded short and lifted their wand. Stand aside. This is our sky, the centaur said. He looked at the hood the way you look at a wasp you might not kill. You set traps like cowards. Official investigation, the hood said. Department business. Your paper does not cover stars, the centaur said. Hermione's nails dug into Harry's sleeve. Forenza, she mouthed, guessing. The centaur's eyes flicked toward where they hid. He didn't show it, and he drew his bow. He did not aim at the hood, and he aimed up. He loosed. The arrow cut the wire above their heads, a line Harry hadn't even felt, and it snapped with a clear ping and a brief flash. The hood jolted and swore as the flashing rune bit their wrist. You bleed, the centaur said. The forest notes you. The hood pulled their cloak tight. You'll regret this interference. Will I? The centaur said, almost bored. He lowered his bow and walked forward as if the ground wasn't a problem. Leave your toy. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. The hood held onto the globe's empty twin hanging at the trap post. Their jaw worked under the hood. And no, then leave your skin, the centaur said. A second centaur moved in the dark to the left. A third, quieter, behind, and the hood calculated and lost. They let go of the globe, backed off the rods, and skirted around the dip with small, angry steps. This isn't finished, they said to nobody in particular and everybody in general. They disappeared between two pines with a brush of cloak and the fast steps of someone who didn't want to run. Silence dropped. The forest breathed once, long. Harry slid out, slow. Hermione followed, dirt on her cheek. The first centaur watched them like he'd watched them all along. Little flame, he said. Harry blinked. Do we know each other? You smell of skyfire, the centaur said. The herd knows the scent of what hunts and what refuses to be hunted. We didn't set these, Hermione said, recovering her voice. We came to, she stopped, corrected herself. We came because we were stupid and curious and were right to be here. The centaur's mouth quirked. And honest, he said. Rare. He nodded at the globe in Harry's hands. That is a thief. It holds breath, Harry said. He could feel it trying to pull at his chest even now. "Will you break it?" the centaur asked, and not a test. A simple ask. "Yes," Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened. "Careful." He set the globe on the ground, placed both palms over it, and pushed the charm out of the glass and into the dirt like water into sand. The hum fought, then slipped and went flat. The globe went from humming to a piece of glass. He lifted it and flicked it with his nail. Nothing. Hermione exhaled. "Thank you." The centaur watched his hands. "And you shape air like string," he said. "You will cut yourself if you pull too hard." "I've cut myself," Harry said. "I'll try not to again." "Humans come to this wood to learn the wrong lessons," the centaur said. "You came to learn the right-wrong lesson, and keep to the shallow paths. The old ground is not for you." He turned, paused. "Tell your bearded headmaster that men in new black robes carry old hunger." "Dumbledore knows," Harry said. "He forgets when it suits the story," the centaur said, like he was tired of hearing his own line. "I'll tell him," Harry said anyway. The centaur dipped his head once and left, quiet as fog. The others went with him, points of pale back fading between dark trunks. Hermione crouched and looked at the broken trap. "DMRCMC," she said, thinking aloud, "and Committee for the Control of Creatures. They're not supposed to set traps on school grounds." "Are they allowed to, Harry?" "I don't care if they're allowed," Harry said. "They're doing it." "We need proof," she said, "and a badge and a vial and something with a seal. Otherwise, it's our word." Harry held up the silver thread he'd taken at the shed and the tiny vial the hunter had dropped when the trap fell. The cork was cracked, and the smear inside smelled like ash milk. "Proof." Hermione's face went from scared to furious and back to careful all in 3 seconds. "Good," she said. "And we log everything when we get back. Times and locations and pattern, and we hide the globe. If they come looking, we don't have it in the dorm." Harry nodded. "Hagrid's pumpkins." "Why pumpkins?" she said, baffled. "No one checks inside pumpkins," he said. "You're making that up," she said. "It's true," he said. "I decided it." She made a helpless noise and then laughed once, too loud, and clapped a hand over her mouth. "Sorry." "Come on," he said. They retraced with care. Hermione tied a second knot at each turn and untied the first, so no one would see a trail in daylight. Twice they stopped and held still while the wrong air moved. Once they slid behind a tree while something long undulated through ferns with a low hiss. Hermione shook for a full minute after that and pretended she wasn't. At the edge, they crouched and listened until the castle's wind drowned the forest's breath. They crossed the lawn low, the globe wrapped in Harry's jumper, Hermione muttering the words for the light spell and not casting it because she was proud that she didn't. They ducked behind Hagrid's pumpkin patch, and the pumpkins were enormous and smug. Harry lifted the lid of the largest and set the dead globe inside. "If he cooks this one, we tell him it's a seed," Hermione whispered. "He'll laugh," Harry said. "He'll also notice the trap marks if he sees them. So no telling, right?" she said. They went back in, and Mrs. Norris sniffed the empty corridor 3 minutes after they passed and stared at nothing for a long time like she knew. In the common room, the fire had gone to embers. Ron sat on the sofa with a chest set on his lap and a face that said he'd argued with himself and lost. He looked up when they climbed through the portrait. "Where were you?" he said, not casual at all. "Library," Hermione lied. Quick and clean. It hit Harry's ear wrong, and it was also the safest thing to say. Ron didn't buy it. He looked at the mud on Harry's knee and the twig in Hermione's hair and chose to be a friend anyway. "Right," he said, "and I was going to teach you chess, if you want." "Tomorrow," Harry said, throat tight. "Please." Ron nodded once, and fine. He stood and pretended to yawn. "I'm knackered," he said to the room, not them. He went up without slamming the door, which was his version of being kind when hurt. Hermione sank into a chair, and her hands shook now that they were back. "We should tell Professor McGonagall," she said. "Or Dumbledore or someone." Harry sat across from her. "Dumbledore will already know," he said, "because that's what Ignatian would have said when the Elder Dragons pretended not to smell smoke." I want to know more before we hand it away. That's not how school works, she said. But it might be how this has to. He let his head drop back. The ceiling in here didn't sing like the Great Hall. It hummed like a hive, and we log it like you said. We make copies, and if it goes missing, we still have a record. Okay, she said, and I'll write. You talk. He talked through each wire and smear and step. She wrote names, times, tiny drawings. She titled the page Forest Net DMRCMC and underlined it twice. When they finished, she closed the book and pressed both hands flat to the cover as if to hold it all in. Thank you, she said suddenly. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. For what? He said. For letting me come, she said. Even though I slowed you down. You didn't, he said. You kept me from being stupid. That's a full-time job, she said. Tired smile. Yeah, he said. They went up, and the dorm was a pile of sleep and quiet. Harry climbed into bed and lay there, heart still running. He held Ignatian's scale to his palm and waited for it to warm. Someone is hunting dragon magic, he told the piece of home. They set wires where kids play. They bring ministry badges into a forest that isn't theirs. The scale warmed, and he breathed with it. In and out and keep the edge soft and no flare. He didn't know if he belonged to the school yet. He didn't know if the school could belong to him. He knew the forest didn't belong to the ministry. He knew Hermione had his sleeve now, and he had hers. That helped. Down in the stone, under the bones, that wrong thread he'd felt since day one tugged once. Harder. He heard it and he didn't pull. Tomorrow he'd learn how to. Chapter 6 Terms and Teeth. Tracy Davis slid the folded note under Harry's elbow at breakfast like she was passing salt. No eye contact and slithering green ribbon, neat knot. No seal. Ron frowned. What's that? Paper, Harry said. Because he'd learned it bought him 2 seconds. Hermione leaned. It's from Daphne Greengrass, she said, already reading the knot. Formal but not. And she wants you to meet somewhere public. Harry cracked it open. Library and east window and second bell and come alone. DG. Ron made a face. Don't. Hermione chewed her toast. Thinking fast and go, she said. In the library she can't spring anything except questions. Stay where Madame Pants can see you. Right, Harry said. Ron stabbed his egg like it had insulted him. If she says anything about my family, you hex her. I don't hex people for talking, Harry said. Maybe start, Ron muttered. The library's east window threw pale light across tables and dust that never settled. Daphne was already there. She'd chosen the seat with the wall at her back and the exit in sight. She didn't pretend it was an accident. Potter, she said, and not breathless. Not impressed, and sit. He sat. He put his hands on the table where she could see them. She tracked the movement, then looked at his face again. A small test, and she liked to watch reactions. Formality first, she said, and Daphne Greengrass. House Greengrass and neutralist, and I don't do oaths to people I don't know. Harry, he said, and clan raised. I don't do oaths to anyone. Her mouth tilted, and good. We can skip that bit. She said, a slim cool down, uninked. You've been here 5 minutes and the school's already arguing about you. I noticed. Do you care? She asked. Yes, he said, and not about the shouting. About the parts that turn into traps. She watched him a beat, measuring honesty, and all right, ground rules. She touched the quill, not writing. I'm going to ask questions that sound rude, and they're not meant to be insults. They're probes, and you can walk away at any time. If I push too far, say enough. I'll stop, and I expect the same courtesy. Deal, he said. Good, she said. Why do you never take your eyes off doorways? Because that's where problems enter. She didn't write that down either. Is the smoke from your nose intentional or a leak? Leak, he said. I'm working on it. Can you control it now? When I care. Do you care now? She asked. Enough, he said. She nodded. You're friends. Ron's my friend, he said. Hermione is trying to be, which you find baffling because she likes rules and you like outcomes, Daphne said. He blinked. Yes, you're famous, she said. Do you understand the currency of fame? No, he said. Good answer, she said. Fame is a tab you didn't open that strangers will try to spend. You can't stop them ordering drinks. You can decide who gets the table. She folded her hands. Do you want me at yours? What do you want? He asked. She smiled properly for the first time, and it sharpened rather than softened her face. Terms, she said, and the truth, and start with the rumor mill. There's a ministry hunter in the forest. He didn't twitch, and he didn't have to. She watched his pulse jump in his neck, a small beat he couldn't hide. You see? She said quiet, and you're obvious when you care. That's not a criticism, and it's useful information. The department has been sniffing around since September. I know the badge and I've seen the robes. My father calls it committee rot. They think creatures are puzzles, not people. You should know who's speaking about you in their meetings. Names, he said. After we decide whether we're allies, she said. Test then, he said. Ask what you actually want to know. All right. She leaned in. And what are you doing here, Harry Potter? Not at Hogwarts. In the middle of a board that was laid centuries ago. You could keep your head down and pass exams. You aren't, and why? He thought, and no performance, and because I don't like nets, he said. And this place has them hidden under the grass. Her eyes warmed by a degree. We understand each other, then. You still didn't say what you want. I want options, she said. Slytherin is not a monster house, no matter what Gryffindors tell bedtime stories about. It is a house that counts, and we count favors. We count risks. I want to know if you're going to light a fire under my table. I won't burn your table, he said. If you don't nail my hands to it. She laughed under her breath. And fair. She tapped the quill once. You keep asking the right questions in public. It bothers people who are used to the wrong ones. That makes you useful to me and dangerous to me. I'd prefer useful. What do you offer? He asked. Translation, she said. Between your bluntness and everyone else's theater. Protection from the worst kind of Slytherin attention. Guidance on which conversations matter and which are noise. And what do you want back? Access, she said, and not to your secrets. To your angle, and you feel magic. You move it without a wand, and that's a different language. I want to learn how you see. And when the ministry pushes in ways they shouldn't, I want warning before the floor drops. He sat with that, and, I won't teach you dragon tongue, he said. It isn't mine to give. I didn't ask for language, she said. I asked for a lens. You ask like a contract, he said. We are Slytherins, she said, and the we included him without blinking. We put teeth on kindness so it doesn't get eaten. Madame Pants drifted by like a thin storm cloud. No food, no noise, no explosions, she hissed. Understood, Daphne said sweetly, and didn't move at all. Harry looked past Daphne's shoulder. Draco Malfoy had arrived with Blaise Zabini and Pansy Parkinson. Slow enough to pretend it was coincidence. Theo Knott trailed a step behind, eyes on everything. Friends, Daphne murmured without turning. We're about to be interrupted. Do you want that? Harry asked. It was always going to happen, she said. Let them see us set terms. Pansy arrived first, smile like a pin. Daphne, darling, Madame Pants will have a fit if she sees you consorting with fire hazards. Good morning, Pansy, Daphne said. Your ribbon is crooked. Pansy touched it, annoyed. And Potter, she said. I thought Gryffindors weren't allowed in the part of the library with the hard books. Books aren't heavy, Harry said. You can pick them up. Blaise gave him a small, genuine smile for that line and pocketed it for later. Draco hung back half a pace. Greengrass, he said to Daphne, tone careful. You have interesting taste in company. I have useful taste in company, Daphne said. Which is more than I can say for people who collect sycophants like hair ribbons. Theo's mouth twitched. He liked language that cut without leaving blood on the floor. Draco's ears went pink. I came to warn you, he said to Harry, ignoring the bait. He wasn't looking at Daphne because he'd lose ground if he did. People are talking about last night. About chess, Harry said. About the forest, Draco said, and about centaurs. About traps, and about you. Blaise looked at Draco as if to say, subtlety died. Did you kill it? Draco pretended not to see. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Did you put those nets out? Harry asked, and he kept his voice even. He wanted it to land like a question, not a threat. Draco flinched anyway. And obviously not. I'm not an idiot. Sometimes you repeat idiot things, Harry said, and didn't make it cruel. Draco breathed in like he was about to spit something awful and then didn't. He looked at Daphne instead, looking for a line. Malfoy, Daphne said, smooth. If you have a message from a father or an uncle, deliver it or don't. Don't hover, and it looks needy. Blaise almost laughed. Pansy shot him a look that promised a later conversation about loyalty. Draco pulled himself straighter. And the message is this, he said, now formal. If Potter keeps dragging Ministry eyes into school matters, there will be consequences. From whom? Harry asked. From Draco stopped, caught, because saying my father would sound like a child hiding behind a grown-up. He turned the wheel. From people who can make consequences happen. Cowards, Daphne said mildly. Draco's mouth tightened. Greengrass, enough, she said, not loud. And Harry and I are discussing scholarship. You are welcome to sit and learn, and you are not welcome to posture. Theo set a fingertip on the table, light. This is the bit where we decide if Potter is a resource or an event, he said to nobody in particular. Harry glanced at him. What am I to you? A test, Theo said. Can our house handle a variable without eating itself? Can you? Harry asked. Greengrass can, Theo said. The rest of us follow gravity. Blaise nodded once like, fair. Pansy sniffed. I'm not sitting at a table where Gryffindors pretend they're cleverer than they are. You're not sitting, Daphne said. You're standing and wasting breath. Pansy flounced, and Blaise followed with a lazy wave. Theo stayed another heartbeat, filed 10 thoughts away, then drifted after them. Draco lingered, and Greengrass, he said, and be careful. He's unpredictable. So am I, Daphne said. It's almost like that's interesting. Draco looked at Harry, looked at the window, and left without a last word. Smart boy, Harry thought. Daphne watched them go, then turned back. And, you see what I mean? She said, calm again. Politics, and not the dramatic kind and the daily kind. You walk them like stairs, Harry said. I learned before I learned to walk, she said. Pureblood homes are training grounds for silence and tone. She tilted her head. Do you still want to make a deal? Yes, he said. Good, she said, and we'll write it plain. No magic binds. And words are enough if we mean them. She pulled a blank page toward them, and he pulled it back and shook his head. No paper, he said, and papers go missing. Spoken terms, then, she said. Repeat after me so we both hear it and remember. He nodded. 1, she said. We tell each other things that matter before we tell anyone else. Things that matter means traps, plots, moves that could spill on friends. If we can't tell, we say can't, and we don't lie. Agreed, he said. 2, she said. And publicly, we don't embarrass each other. If we need to disagree in front of people, we do it with questions. Agreed, he said. 3, she said. If one of us signals out, the other covers. My signal is touching my left earring, and yours. Bell, he said, and she frowned, not understanding. He tapped the small bell Hermione had made him carry, hidden in his sleeve. If you hear it, you step back, or you pull me back. Fine, she said, and we trade. I teach you who is dangerous because of family and who is dangerous because of brains. You teach me how to read the room your way, the way magic moves, not just people. I'll show you what I can, he said. No dragon words. No dragon words, she echoed. And 5. And we don't sell each other to adults. That includes Dumbledore and my parents, and it includes Snape. Especially Snape? He asked. She didn't blink. Especially Snape. Agreed, he said. She held out her hand, and simple. No flourish. He took it, and warm skin, cool wrist. Her grip was as steady as her voice. Terms, she said. Teeth, he said. Excellent, she said, and let go. Potions that afternoon put Gryffindors and Slytherins shoulder to shoulder. Snape stalked the rows with his usual suspicion. Daphne had already moved a cauldron and a stool to the empty bench beside Harry's before he could sit down. Snape's eyes narrowed. "And Miss Greengrass," he said, "since when do you take an interest in remedial charity?" "Since I take an interest in efficient pairings," she said, polite. "Potter feels things I want to see before they curdle." "Feelings are not measurements," Snape said. "They are if you calibrate them," she said. Snape's mouth tried not to approve, and he failed by a millimeter. "Today," he said to the class, "you will brew a calming draught that actually calms. If any of you produce something that tastes of pond water, I will make you drink it." He set them to work, and ingredients clinked and sliced. Harry watched the steam first, not the color. Daphne watched the color first, not the steam. They compared notes without deciding to. "Heat one notch down," Harry said. "I know," she said, already turning the dial. "Your pulse just sped." "You watch my neck a lot," he said. "I watch everything," she said. Then, "Stir counterclockwise 9, then 3 hard to the right." He did, and the surface smoothed. The room's buzz softened against his skin. "Now," she said, "show me how you know when to add the wisp time." "Your turn," he said. She stared. "We trade now." "Now," he said. She set her face to neutral and closed her eyes. The spoon kept moving without her looking. She held her hand over the potion without touching it, palm down, and rolled her wrist slow. After a breath, she nodded. "And there," she said. The hum went up a half step. He blinked. "You hear it." "Of course I hear it," she said, "and I'm not deaf. I just use a different ear." He smiled before he could stop it. "And okay," he said, low. "Okay." They moved clean, and he nudged heat. She adjusted cut. He breathed over the rim at the end. Not heat, just even air to settle the surface. The draft cleared to a pale, steady green. Snape came up silent, and he looked down at their cauldron. He did not speak for a count of 4, and "acceptable," he said at last. For Snape, that was applause, and he looked at Harry. "No improvisations you cannot explain." "I can explain," Harry said. "Then write it," Snape said, and moved on. Daphne didn't let herself look pleased until Snape's cloak had turned a corner. Then she blew out a breath and flexed her fingers. "We won't always be that neat," she said. "We'll try," he said. "Try is for people who can afford to fail," she said, almost absent. "We either do it or we lose ground." He glanced sideways. "Do you sleep?" "Sometimes," she said. "And don't worry, and I'm not a tragic poem. I eat, I laugh, I cheat at cards. I also don't like surprises that smell like policy." "Ministry," he said. "And headmasters," she said, plain. He didn't answer. That was an answer. Across the room, Pansy burned her brew and blamed her spoon. Draco's was textbook perfect and dull. Blaze's looked fine and would probably give someone the hiccups. Theo turned his head just enough to see Harry and Daphne's cauldron. He filed the result next to 20 other small facts and never looked like he cared. When class ended, Snape said, "Potter stay." But his eyes flicked to Daphne too. Daphne didn't flinch. "If you're about to ask him a question that involves politics, Professor," she said, respectful, "please include me. I'm good at that language." Snape's mouth did that millimeter again. "And no," he said. "I am going to tell him to put his essays in English and not in whatever primal shorthand he thinks is sufficient." Daphne deadpanned, "We'll translate," and left before he could take points for cheek. Harry stayed for the essay lecture, and it was short, sharp, and not unfair. He promised sentences. Snape waved him away with a sigh, like being tired of his own job. Daphne waited in the corridor with her bag already on her shoulder. "Walk," she said. They took the stone steps down toward the courtyard. The light there was thin and honest. She stopped by the low wall and drew a quick grid in dust with a knuckle. Columns and rows and names at the top and favors along the side. "This is the Slytherin board," she said. "Don't look for it on paper, and you won't find it. You'll find it in who gets told about parties and who gets warned about raids." "Raids," he said. "Metaphorical," she said, and mostly. Her finger moved. Malfoy. Loud, resourced, insecure, and Pansy. Loyal to name, not to ideas. Blaze. interested in being amused, and Theo, interested in being correct. Me, interested in not being poor or stupid when I'm 30. He watched her draw lines. Where do I sit? She smiled without looking up. And you don't sit, she said. You pace, and that's your leverage. People don't know where to place you. They overpay for certainty. Use that how? He asked. Never confirm a rumor, she said, and answer the question they didn't ask. If someone says, "Are you with Dumbledore?" you ask, "What does with mean to you?" If they say, "Will you join the ministry program?" you say, "Why would I trust a net with teeth?" Make them define their trap. That's a lot of talking, he said. It's 2 sentences and eye contact, she said. The rest is silence. And you're good at silence. You watched me for an hour, he said. I didn't blink, she said. Rule of engagement. I keep you from stepping on social landmines. You keep me from ignoring magical ones. If your skin prickles in a corridor, you tell me even if it sounds stupid. If I tug your sleeve in a conversation, you stop even if you think you can win it. Deal, he said. She dusted her hands. And last thing, she said. Names. I will not call you the boy who lived, because it's demeaning and boring. Do you want Harry outside and Ignis in private, or the other way round? He swallowed. And not Ignis, he said soft. That's mine. Harry then, she said, and you call me Daphne. Not Greengrass unless we're performing. Daphne, he said, testing how it fit. She heard the edge in his voice when he said her name and didn't push it. We start small, she said, and we practice on lunch. That's not small, he said. Lunch is a war. Exactly, she said. You sit at Gryffindor, I sit at Slytherin, and we ignore the geography. When I lift my goblet, you stop talking. When you touch your pocket, I stop listening. What's in my pocket? He asked. A scale, she said, simple, and you touch it when you need to think. That will be our pause. He didn't ask how she knew, and she was Slytherin. She looked. He nodded. Good, she said. We'll make this place survivable. She straightened back to light. Harry, one more thing. When you told Malfoy sometimes you repeat idiot things, you didn't say it to humiliate him, she said. Do you know how rare that is here? It wasn't a trap, he said. It was a question. Keep asking those, she said. People like me will take them apart and sell them back to you if you let us. Don't let us, he smiled, small. I'll try. No trying, she said, quick. We do or we don't. He gave her a look. You and Hermione would get along. We will, she said, and eventually, when she stops calling me a snake to my face and to herself in her head. She doesn't, he said. She does, Daphne said, but she's smart. She'll make new words. I'll help, he said. I know, she said. They stood there a second with the grid fading in dust. The bell rang. People spilled into the courtyard. Loud again. Daphne stepped back, face shifting to neutral, the public one. See you at lunch, she said. See you, he said. She turned to go, then paused. Harry, he looked up. We're going to get pulled into something with the ministry, she said, matter of fact. Not because you want it, and because they do. When that happens, you don't run alone, and you let me pick the hallway. He thought of wires and glass and the centaur's arrow cutting a line he hadn't seen. He thought of Hermione's small bell in his sleeve. He thought of Ron's jaw set hard over a chessboard he hadn't touched last night. Deal, he said. She nodded once, clean, and walked away into the green ties and quick lies of her house like she was born to it, which she was. Harry touched the scale in his pocket, and warm, solid. He breathed in, out, and not too hot and not too cold. He had a translator now, and not a leash and not a chain. Terms and teeth. Lunch would be ugly and good. He liked tests he could see. He picked up his bag and headed for the Great Hall. Chapter 7. Hissing Walls. The words were already on the stone when he turned the corner. Water streaked the floor, and a smell like old pipes. Torches clicking. And across the wall, letters tall as a man, smeared and dark. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket like someone had set her there to watch. Stiff and eyes glassy and not dead and not alive. Students filled the corridor in a breath, and feet skidded, and someone squeaked. Someone laughed the wrong way and went quiet. Filch shoved through, looked up, made a sound that wasn't a word. His hands shook, and he tried to lift her and couldn't. Harry didn't look at the cat first. He listened. A thin hiss threaded the stone, and not wind, not steam. The sound moved inside the wall like it had a spine. He turned his head. Harry! Hermione, and close. A hand on his sleeve. And do you hear? Silence! Snape snapped. The hall settled in nervous layers. Daphne stood 2 rows back with Slytherins, face flat, eyes not flat. She lifted her goblet hand without the goblet. Signal and be careful. Lockhart arrived in a sweep of cape, and tragic but also educational, he stopped when Dumbledore stepped in behind him with McGonagall and a quiet gravity that ate the space. Clear the corridor, McGonagall said. Prefects, take your houses. No one touches the wall, Dumbledore said. Mr. and Filch, we will take care with Mrs. Norris. I promise. Filch swallowed and nodded once. He looked at Harry like a blade looks at a whetstone. The hiss rose again, and the pipe in the corner sweat cold. Harry turned to it. The sound touched him, and he answered without thinking. A small hiss under his breath. Stop, Hermione whispered. But too late. Every head near him swung. What was that? Ernie Macmillan said, sharp. What did he just say? Harry pulled his mouth shut and tasted tin. A snake, he said plain, and in the pipes. The Slytherin side went still. Draco's face changed by degrees, from smug to calculating to wary. How would you know that? He said. Harry kept his voice level. Because I heard it. You spoke it, Ernie said, and you hissed. Like, enough? Dumbledore said, soft, and it still cut the room. He looked at the wall, the cat, then at Harry. Not angry and not warm. Measuring. We will discuss this, Dumbledore said. Right now, bed. Gryffindors moved as a flock, and Slytherins didn't move until Daphne did. She stepped back first, and then the rest flowed with her. As the crowd thinned, the hiss faded. Harry stood last with Hermione and Ron until McGonagall's eyebrow sent them up the stairs. They didn't make it to the tower before a voice caught them. Potter. Snape's. Smooth as something that could be poured. He led them into Lockhart's office. Lockhart had put up 5 portraits of himself that clapped when anyone entered. Dumbledore was already there, and McGonagall too. Lockhart tried to smile like he was chairing a club. Harry, Dumbledore said. Were you speaking Parseltongue? Yes, Harry said. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron said, Parseltongue? Like he'd heard of it only in bedtime horror. Snake speech, Snape said. A dark talent. Not in itself, Dumbledore said mildly. It is rare, Snape said, and historically associated with Salazar Slytherin. Hermione finished, quick, then flushed. Sorry. Thank you, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, and he turned back to Harry. Did you intend to reveal this tonight? No, Harry said, and it just answered, he said honest. There was a snake, and I heard it. I spoke back. What did it say? McGonagall asked. Moving, Harry said, and hungry. Where? It was looking. For what? Snape said. Pray, Harry said. Or orders. Lockhart flapped a hand, and classic pipe serpent behavior. I've wrangled a quiet, Snape said without turning his head. Dumbledore tapped a finger on the desk, thinking. Harry, he said. Tonight you will say as little as you can in corridors. People will jump. I already saw, Harry said. Snape's eyes narrowed. And why were you there at the precise moment? We were leaving a club, Hermione blurted. We heard shouting. Snape filed that, and club, he said. How social of you. Harry could feel the grown-up net trying to tighten. He spoke before it curled. And whatever is in this castle hunts, he said. You felt it last year in the forest, Professor. This is bigger and older. The wall message isn't the main thing, and it's a flare. Dumbledore met his eyes, and there was a flicker there that said yes and also no. Go to bed, he said, and all of you, and I will speak with Argus. They left under Lockhart's painted applause. Ron whispered on the stairs, You can talk to snakes. Yes, why didn't you say? Because people make it mean more than it means, Harry said. It's a language, and that's all. Hermione walked with her fists in her sleeves. People are going to say you're Slytherin's heir, she said. They will, Harry. I'm not, he said. I know, she said, and then softer. I know. By morning, the school treated him like an open flame. Conversations stopped when he passed. Hufflepuffs pulled cups toward themselves as if he might melt them. Slytherins watched with both hands behind their backs, counting angles. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. At breakfast, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott approached in a pair. Daphne slid onto the bench opposite Harry before they arrived, as if she had always eaten at Gryffindor. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Public meeting, she said to Harry under her breath. Look like you have nothing to hide. I don't, he said. Good, she said, not moving her mouth, and don't perform innocence. Just answer, and short. Ernie planted himself. You spoke to that wall, he said. No, Harry said. To a snake inside it. Same thing, Ernie said. Different, Harry said. Hannah looked at Daphne, startled to see green on red. Daphne didn't help her. Are you the heir? Ernie asked, blunt. No, Harry said. Can you prove it? No. Ernie glared, relieved to get the answer he expected. Then we'll keep watch. Keep watch for what? Harry asked, and for me talking. Or for a thing in the pipes that can turn a cat to stone without killing it. Ernie's jaw swung. Daphne said, still not moving her mouth, good, and reached for toast like she belonged. Hermione sat down on Harry's other side with a book already open. I started a list, she said low. Pipes, roosters, mirrors, water lines, previous reports. Hogwarts. A history says the chamber is a myth. I don't think it is. It isn't, Harry said. Ron frowned. How do you know? Because I can feel it, Harry said. And something old. Not a ghost and not a ward. Moving. Where? Daphne said. In the walls, Harry said, and lower. Pipes. Hermione tapped the margin. We'll map them, Daphne cut in, and after classes. Quietly. If you want Hufflepuff not to explode at you, don't be seen prowling. Ernie had already walked off, head high, armor of certainty on. Hannah looked back once, scared more for other people than herself. Classes felt thin under a heavy ceiling, and Professor Sprout read names twice. Professor Flitwick made jokes that missed. Lockhart staged a dueling demo, in defense that ended with him on the floor, his wand sparking. The laughter was too loud and then too quiet. At lunch the whispers got teeth, and Parseltongue. Someone hissed. Dark. Slytherin. Forest. Dragon Boy. Harry kept his eyes on the soup and felt for current. Hermione pressed her knee to his under the bench, grounding him without looking like she was. Corridor by Myrtle's bathroom, he said, speaking to his bowl. After dinner, and I'll hear better when it's quiet. Not alone, Hermione said. I'll go, Daphne said at once. Ron scowled. Oh, that's rich. Relax, Daphne said. I don't bite. Good, Ron said. Because if you do, I'll hex your teeth out. Daphne's mouth twitched, and noted. She looked at Harry. Signal if we run into prefects, and touch the pocket. He nodded. Night put a glassy film on the castle. The floor kept a shine where Filch worked too hard. Harry stood by the taps in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and listened. Hermione waited by the door with a borrowed mirror angled down the hall. Daphne stood a step back from both, watching the floor and the ceiling and the cracks. Myrtle rose from a stall and peered at them with round, offended eyes. Go away, she moaned. And, this is my bathroom. We're sorry, Hermione said. We just need. People always need, and then they throw books at me, Myrtle said. We won't throw anything, Harry said. We're listening. To what? Myrtle said, interested despite herself. The thing that killed you, Harry said. Hermione squeezed his sleeve hard. Daphne didn't move. Myrtle floated closer, mouth open. How did you? Your name is on a plaque, Daphne said. The year matches the last time the chamber was rumored open. Myrtle blinked. Oh, the pipe under the sink hummed. Harry bent, put his ear to the metal, then his palm to the stone. The sound slipped by like a slick rope pulled through fingers. He hissed in Parseltongue. The echo came back at once, thread-thin, near, hungry, and ordered. Kill. Harry answered, also in Parseltongue, no prey. Empty and move on. The sound paused and turned. Slid away. Hermione stared. I didn't understand the words, but I understood the sound. That was Harry, that was so. She ran out of adjectives and went straight to questions. Ordered by whom, and do snakes take orders? Is this a normal snake? And it didn't feel normal. The resonance. Not normal, Harry said, and he swallowed. His mouth was dry and big. Old. It speaks like a mind that's been alone too long. Myrtle drifted lower until her nose nearly touched his hair. Did it kill me? She said, small. Maybe, Harry said, honest. She nodded. Like she'd always known and wanted to hear someone else say it. It came from there, she said, pointing at the tap with a tiny snake carved on it. I mean, I didn't see it, I died, but it came from there. Hermione traced the carving. We need to open it. How? Daphne said. If the door requires Parseltongue, you can't do this in the middle of term with prefects on shifts. We don't open it tonight, Harry said, and we learn its routes. We keep people away from water lines and we get mirrors. We slow it down. Mirrors, Hermione repeated. Why mirrors? If you don't look straight at a predator, you don't freeze the same way, Harry said. Sometimes, and it's not a spell, and it's animal. Daphne nodded. And we can seed a rumor, she said. Slytherins will pick it up fastest, and Ravenclaws will test it. Hufflepuffs will carry it. Gryffindors will ignore it and then remember when it matters. You can't manage a school with gossip, Ron said from the doorway. You can manage anything with channels, Daphne said. Words are water, and they find level. A shape moved in the hall and footsteps. Percy. Out, Daphne said, and she touched her left earring. Signal. Harry touched his pocket, and they slid into cubicles and waited. Percy's shadow crossed the threshold and then kept going. All prefect and no map. They exhaled, and Myrtle sniffed. Rude, she said. Thank you, Harry said. She blinked. No one says that to me. Thank you, he said again. She floated up a few inches and looked almost pleased. The first student went down 2 days later, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. He lay rigid in a corridor, eyes wide to nothing. Nearly headless Nick hovered above him, also frozen. A ghost stuck like frost. The light bent wrong there and Peeves shrieked. Hufflepuffs shouted, and someone threw up. Harry arrived at a run, Hermione at his shoulder. He'd heard the hiss, and it had been a street away. He'd moved, but not fast enough. Get back, he said low and hard. People listened because of how his voice sounded, not because of his name. He kept them away from water, and he checked the floor for reflections. He hissed into the crack by the baseboard, and the reply came cold and simple. 2 down. Order pleased. Order, Harry whispered. Who ordered it? Ernie demanded. He stood there like a gate, white as chalk and angry. You did, didn't you? And you told it to move on. I told it to move on from a bathroom, Harry said. It didn't hunt there. You can command it, Ernie said. Only a Slytherin. Only someone who speaks, Harry said. Language is not command. Stop, Hermione said sharp. And you're wasting time. We need Professor Sprout and we need to move Nick. He's blocking the corridor and use a screen. No mirrors and no water. Daphne ghosted up on the far side with Theodore in tow. Slytherins divert traffic from the east stair, she said, already turning. Theo peeled off without needing more. McGonagall arrived and began to make sense out of mess. Dumbledore knelt by Justin and said a few quiet words that sounded like promises but weren't. Snape's eyes cut to Harry and held, and not accusation. Inquiry like a scalpel. Harry walked toward him because running would look like guilt. Potter, Snape said. It moved along this wall, Harry said, pointing. Down, and that way. He kept it factual and he didn't explain more. Snape ticked his gaze where Harry pointed. Thank you, he said, surprising them both, and turned to Dumbledore. We close these corridors and we set students to pairs. I will brew a stock of Mandrake Restorative. Professor Sprout has that covered, McGonagall said. And if she does not move fast enough, I will help, Snape said, clipped. Dumbledore stood, and he looked tired and not from the stairs. I fear we must operate under stricter rules, he said aloud. Mr. and Filch set ropes. Prefects, patrols, and students. No wandering. The noise rose and fell. Hufflepuffs pulled in around Justin like a shield. Ernie didn't look at Harry again, and he didn't need to. He'd decided. Harry watched the rope go up. He felt the old thing in the pipes like a storm you could smell 3 hills away. Hey, he turned. Ron. Face set and not snide and not joking. I don't like it either, Ron said. But we're going to solve it. Harry took a breath, and the air thinned around him and he bit it down. Yes, Hermione came up between them with a scribbled map. We start here, she said, tapping Myrtle's bathroom. And here, she tapped the junction where Justin fell. We mark every puddle and we talk to Hagrid about roosters. We tell Colin to stop taking flash photos in corridors, because if the light hits the wrong angle and someone thinks they've seen eyes, right? Ron said. No eyes. Daphne slipped in on Harry's other side like she belonged there now. I'll hit the rumor channels, she said. No water buckets in common rooms, and hang damp cloths across doorways. It slows the air, and if our thing rides drafts, that matters. Why help? Ron asked, not hostile, just tired. Daphne looked at him like the answer was obvious. Because I live here too. He shut up. They went to work. It got worse before anything got better, and Colin Creevey was next. His camera melted inside without cracking the case. The smell of burned film hung for hours. Dumbledore looked at the boy and then at the ceiling like it had failed him. Harry traced pipes in his head the way he had traced dragon thermals with Ignatian. He walked corridors listening to stone with the side of his knuckles. He hissed in quiet places and told the thing to keep moving, not because he could control it, but because a moving predator is easier to map. He switched tongues without thinking now, and Parseltongue for the pipes. Dragon tongue for himself when the anger pooled too hot low. Old words that cooled the skin and steadied the breath. It made people stare because they didn't know which was which. In Transfiguration, he touched the desk and muttered a dragon tongue syllable to smooth a splinter. McGonagall's eye twitched, then relaxed when the desk did. Later, she said. He nodded. Later never came. In potions, he and Daphne brewed like a metronome. Snape said nothing about snakes. He watched Harry's hands and said, lower, when the flame climbed too much into the copper. In the library, Hermione built a pipe map with thread pushed through holes in parchment and pinned on a board she stole from a broken notice wall. She moved pins and muttered, pressure, pressure, like prayer. Ron brought tea and didn't talk unless she asked him to. At night, Harry dreamed of scales against stone and woke with his mouth dry. He touched the scale from Ignatian and warm. He breathed until the room felt like a room again. Daphne caught him once in a corridor when he spun too hard toward a hiss and nearly plastered a second year to a wall with heat that wasn't a spell. She hooked 2 fingers in his sleeve and tugged once. Pause, she said. Bell. He stopped and counted. Nodded. She let go. You're not a leash, he said. I'm a sign, she said. You still drive. The whispers didn't stop, and they found new shapes. He told it where to go. He made it skip Gryffindors. He's saving Slytherins because of her. Pansy made that into a smirk every time she passed Daphne, who didn't waste a breath on her. Hufflepuffs went tight around their own. Ernie gave short speeches in corners about vigilance and careful eyes. Harry didn't try to argue with him again. It wasn't an argument, and it was fear with sentences. In the middle of it, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. Fawkes watched from the perch. The room smelled like wood polish and lemons. Dumbledore didn't sit behind the desk, and he stood by the window and watched the dark. I do not think you are the heir, Dumbledore said, without preamble. I know, Harry said. Thank you for saying it. I do think the castle has started to treat you like a key, Dumbledore said. Not by intention and by action, and you knock and doors answer. I won't open anything for you, Harry said. Blunt and not cruel. Dumbledore's mouth creased. And I am not asking you to. I am asking whether you understand the cost of being the person who can stand near the door and hear. Yes, Harry said. People blame you for knowing. They do, Dumbledore said. They also ask you for help later and call it their own idea. Harry exhaled. What do you want me to do? Stay alive, Dumbledore said, and his voice went older with it. Watch. Tell Professor McGonagall if you trace a route we can close. Tell Professor Snape if you find residue we can analyze. Tell Miss Greengrass to avoid the third floor west until I fix the thing the castle is doing with the floor there. Harry blinked. You know we're working together. I am not blind, Dumbledore said. I am also not threatened by two children choosing terms instead of shouting. Some adults are, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said, and they mistake quiet for plots. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it is the only way to think. Harry looked at the phoenix. Fawkes tilted his head and made a sound that felt like heat does when it's kind. Can Fawkes talk? Harry asked. Not with words that would make sense to you, Dumbledore said. But he communicates, and as you do, and in more than one tongue. Harry nodded. He left with no new tools, just the sense that someone older also didn't sleep well. 2 nights later the pipes sang like wire. Harry was out of bed before the bell in his sleeve finished its first quiet chime. He didn't run. He moved. Daphne came from the other corridor at a cross, hair up, shoes silent. Hermione from the stair with a mirror and rope. Ron from nowhere with a cloak he wasn't supposed to have. They hit the landing above the second-floor corridor and stopped. Water crept from under a door like it had decided to learn stairs. Bell, Daphne said. Harry listened, and the hiss coiled tight and near. He slid down the banister, dropped to hands, rolled, came up by the door. He hissed in Parseltongue. Away, and empty. The reply came like a breath on his teeth. Orders. Kill and purify. Purify, Harry said in English. Daphne's face didn't change. Hermione went white and wrote the word anyway. The thing moved on, and the water's line stopped growing. The air cooled back to normal bad. They opened the door with wands ready, and a broom cupboard. Buckets and mops. The rope had turned in the bucket like something had stirred it. Harry reached in and touched the water, and it was colder than it should be. Not cursed and not free and tasted like stone and something old. He whispered in Dragon Tongue, a calming syllable Ignatian had used after hard training. The water steadied, surface flat, and he wasn't sure if it did anything. It made him steady. Next time it may not listen, Hermione said. It never listened, Harry said. It moved. Semantics, she muttered. But her shoulders had dropped half an inch. Ron slid the cloak back under his jumper. We can't chase it forever, he said. We won't, Harry said. We'll corner it. How? Daphne asked, and not doubt. Logistics. Find the door, he said, and open it, and in daylight and with help. With rules we set. Soon, Hermione said, looking at her map with pins like wounds. Soon, Harry said. They walked back toward the tower in a line, spread enough to see both walls. Harry kept the scale in his hand and warm, solid. He wanted the forest's clean danger back, and this was worse, and this lived under beds. At the turn to the stairs, someone had chalked a snake on the wall with a tongue like a knife. Harry spat on a rag and wiped it off until stone showed. People, Ron said, shaking his head. People, Daphne agreed, and her voice sounded like she had been taught to say the word 2 ways. Hermione slid the mirror into her bag. We go again tomorrow, she said. Every night, Harry said. He didn't raise his voice and he didn't make a speech. He just set his feet on the stair and went up. The hiss in the pipes faded to a hum he could almost ignore. Almost. He slept on top of the covers with his hand on the scale and dreamed of a door that breathed. He woke with the taste of stone in his mouth and the same thought in his chest. Find it and open it. End it. Chapter 8. Terms in the dark. Water beaded on the cracked sink. The tiny snake on the tap looked dull in lamplight. Ready, Hermione whispered. Harry nodded, and Ron stood by the door with the mirror. Daphne watched the corridor, and no footsteps. No Percy. Harry touched the carving and cool. He hissed in Parseltongue. Open. Stone slid and rings grinding. The sink sank out of sight, and a black shaft yawned. Ron peered in, and brilliant, horrible, and which first? Rope, Hermione said, and she looped it round a pipe. We go one by one. Daphne checked the knot, then Harry's sleeve. Signal if you see eyes. Understood, he said. He went first. The chute stole you, and stone burned his palms. Air slapped his face, and he smelled wet rock, old things. He hit the ramp at the bottom, rolled, stood, wound up, and breath steady. The others slid down, and Ron swore in a whisper when he landed. Hermione managed a soft ow. Daphne hit the ground on her feet. A tunnel ran forward, and wide, and damp, and the smell wasn't rot. It was age, and it clung. Mirror out, Hermione said, and Ron lifted it. They walked with it angled at corners and ceilings. Harry didn't need it to find the door. The hiss ran along the stone like wire, and not loud. Constant. They reached the wall with the huge carved snakes. Harry put his hand on the seam, and warm. He hissed again in Parseltongue. Open, please. The serpents parted, and stone slid. The chamber breathed cold. Ron muttered, I hate this already. They stepped in. Columns rose like trunks, and shadows sat on them. The air felt thick. Up front, a giant stone face watched with a kind of bored judgment. Ginny lay at its base and small, still, diary beside her hand like a dropped thought. Ginny, Ron said, the sound breaking in the middle. He moved, and Harry caught his sleeve. Wait, Harry said. Snakes first. Ron held still by a thread. Harry hissed into the dark in Parseltongue. Speaker here. No pray, and we ask for parley. The reply came from everywhere at once. Speaker, and the word slid around his spine. He calls. I obey. I perch. It moved, and the scrape of scale on stone. Big, and the mirror shook in Ron's hand. Eyes down, Harry said, quiet and hard. No one look up, and no reflections. Hermione angled the mirror to the floor. Daphne widened her stance and didn't blink. The basilisk uncoiled. He didn't see its eyes. He saw the body. Green-black, scarred, thick as a tree. The air cooled when it passed, and it smelled like damp caves and old leather. It stopped 3 columns away, and the sound it made wasn't a hiss. It was breath through a ruin. Harry stepped forward once, palms open, and he spoke in Parseltongue. Clear, slow. I am not the air, and I am not your enemy. I am a speaker and a guest, and we ask to take the girl and go. The basilisk's tongue tasted the air, and dry clicks. Orders bind me, and the boy in the book calls. I answer. I perch. Harry looked at the diary, and the name on the first page was neat. The air around it felt wrong, like heat that didn't warm. Tom Riddle, Hermione breathed. A figure leaned out of the air next to Ginny, transparent and pleased with himself. Hello, Harry, he said smooth, and you brought friends. Brave and or foolish. Doesn't matter, Harry said, and he kept his eyes low. He could feel the basilisk's face tilted at him. Curious. Riddle smiled like a prefect, like Percy on his best day. I'm going to finish what I started, and she's draining into me. You're going to die here, and the school will blame your pet snake talk. Neat, isn't it? You're a hole, Harry said. A mouth chewing a girl. Riddle blinked at the phrasing. Colorful. Plain, Harry said. He switched tongues for one word in Dragon Tongue. A low note that settled his hands and heated his chest without spilling flame. Ignatian had taught him to bank fire, not spill it. He spoke to the basilisk again, mixing Parseltongue and the old steadying syllables. The book boy is not your master, and he is a split soul. He uses you, and he will starve you when he is done. You know it, and you have always known orders taste wrong. A long pause, and the big head slid an inch. Scales rasped, and the basilisk's reply dropped a note. Orders are all, and I was made to obey. I sleep. I wake. I perch. I sleep. Harry kept his voice the same. What did they tell you you were purging? Filth, it said simply, and noise. Many. They scrape the walls and laugh and stink of sun. Students, Hermione whispered, jaw set. Harry shifted his weight, and you were left alone too long. Alone breaks the mind, and they told you to hate. That was a trick and not truth, and you can choose again. The basilisk tasted the air by his words. and the forked tongue brushed stone. The big head drifted closer, slow enough to stop if needed. Choose, it said like it was new. Riddle laughed. And you're wasting time. Kill him, he said in English, pushing magic at the snake like a shove. The basilisk flinched. Harry felt the shove ride the old command tunnels. He stepped forward again and spoke over it in dragon tongue, firm, the way Ignatian had when stopping a younger Drake from a stupid fight. Then in Parseltongue. Know and look and listen, and the order is a lie. He is not your maker, and he is a child of a child. Then, he does not smell like stone, and he smells like paper and rot. The basilisk's chest bellowed once. A sound like bellows gone to rust. The pressure eased a hair, and Riddle curled his mouth. You think you can talk it down, Riddle said. You think you're special because you learned to hiss. I am Slytherin's true heir. No, Harry said, and you're a diary. A jagged piece, and that's all. He didn't look at Ginny. He felt the small tug in the room where her life tried to stay. Enough, Riddle snapped. Kill them. The command hit. The basilisk surged. Harry didn't run. He snapped, in dragon tongue. The hard word Ignatian had beaten into him the day he nearly burned an egg by showing off. Then in Parseltongue, hard, old syllables that weren't orders so much as wait, hold. Hear me. The head froze half a body length away. The heat in Harry's chest pressed up into his throat. He kept his mouth closed, and he breathed through his nose. Smoke bled anyway. Ron's voice shook at his back. Harry, down, Harry said. Eyes shut. Already shut, Ron said. Hermione's hand touched Harry's sleeve and then let go. Trust, not leash. Daphne's voice. Low. Say it like you mean to live. Harry did. You are not a blade, he told the basilisk in Parseltongue. You are a creature and old and made with skill. You are allowed to stop doing what hurts you. Hunger, the basilisk said, and a simple defense. A simple truth. We can feed you mice and goats underground until you sleep for good, Harry said. Quiet and no more children. No more orders, and you sleep by your own will. You choose your last place. Silence, and the tongue tasted the air again. The head dipped, almost not at all, and a fraction. It wasn't yes, and it wasn't no, and it was thinking. Riddle got louder and sentimentality, he said. He flicked his wrist at the diary. A showy little motion for a boy made of ink. I don't even need the snake for you, and I'll use your fire against you. I'll make you burn the girl yourself. Try, Harry said. Quiet. Riddle raised his hand, fingers spread, and drew on the diary's rotten thread. The air went thin, and Ginny's breath dropped. Harry moved. He didn't go for Riddle. He went for the book. He grabbed it like it was a live coal, and it was. Something crawled up his arm that wasn't heat. He pinned it to stone with his left hand and put his right palm on the page and pulled the heat in his chest up through his throat and out past his teeth in a steady, thin line. No blast and no flare. A needle of flame, paper blackened, and ink screamed, and a sound like glass under pressure. Riddle jerked like a puppet with the strings cut, then lunged and hit nothing. Stop! He shouted. Harry didn't, and he held the line. Steady and simple. Dragon fire that didn't splash, and Ignatian would have approved. The diary bucked. It tried on the shapes of people Harry had seen in photographs. It tried his mother's face and then Draco's, and it ran out. A wet, black blot spurted from the hole, and it hissed like fat on a pan. Smelled wrong, like metal and mildew and old breath. Harry burned until the page curled and the boards under it smoked. Riddle screamed as if he had lungs. He didn't. He came apart anyway. The echo of him stretched, thin, then snapped like old gum. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Ginny coughed, and once, then again harder. Ginny, Ron said, and his knees went out. Hermione slid the mirror aside and pulled out water, then remembered and put it away, fingers shaking. No eyes, she told herself, and she touched Ginny's wrist. Pulse, she said, shaky, relieved. Daphne stood without moving a muscle in her neck, watching the snake and waiting. The basilisk held where Harry had told it to hold. The weight of the order had gone out of the room like pressure leaving a bad ear. Harry pulled his hand off the diary, and the skin on his palm was pink. Not burned. He hissed in Parseltongue. The book boy is gone. No more orders, and you are free to choose. The big head eased lower until the scales near the jaw rasped the stone. The tongue flicked out, and it tasted the air by Harry's wrist. Not threatening and sampling. You do not stink of fear, it observed. I learned to breathe near larger teeth, Harry answered simply. A beat, and if a snake could snort, this one did. Old words, it said, and the ones before the boy in the book. Your second tongue is older, and it tastes of bone and heat. Says stop without shame. Harry dipped his head a fraction. It is a tongue that teaches control. A good tongue, the basilisk said. It rotated its skull so one dead pale lid slid over an eye and back. Not opening, and a gesture, and the girl breathes. The noise things will leave if I do not move. I will go below, and I will sleep. I will not hunt the sun stink again. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. Do not thank a predator, it said, not unkind. Make terms, and you have. Then terms stand, Harry said. The basilisk moved, and the sound shook dust loose in soft puffs. It slid past them, skin like old rope, weight like a fallen tree that had decided to travel. They kept their heads down and their backs to the columns. Its tail passed, and the hiss faded into deeper tunnels. No fight and no blood, just a choice and a path. Harry let his breath out slow, and smoke thinned. His hands shook now that they could. Ron cried into his sleeve for a second and then wiped his face like it didn't happen. He gathered Ginny up and swore he would never let her out of his sight again in 3 different ways. Ginny mumbled, "Shut up," into his shoulder, which meant she was still Ginny. Hermione took the diary with 2 fingertips and a grimace. "This goes to Dumbledore," she said, "and in a bucket, preferably sealed." Daphne finally moved, and she looked at Harry full on. "You just talked down a basilisk." "I asked it not to kill us," he said. "And it listened," she said. He shrugged. "It was tired." She shook her head once, like that answer was both true and beside the point. "Let's go before someone decides to be heroic in the wrong way." They came out of the bathroom dripping cave air. Filch looked like a man who had run 3 flights and then remembered he didn't run. McGonagall was there with 5 prefects, and Snape with his sleeves rolled. Dumbledore with his hands folded in front of him like a patient lion. Ginny made a sound and Molly Weasley materialized out of nowhere. Tears and hands and words like, "My baby," and "Oh thank Merlin," and "Never again." Ron didn't let go. Dumbledore's eyes went to the diary first. "May I?" he asked Hermione. "Please," she said, and she held it like a dead rat at arm's length. He took it and looked at the hole, the curl of burned paper, the black ring on the page that no longer bled. "Dragon fire," he said, not guessing. Harry nodded, and thin line. "No splash." "Very controlled," Snape said before he could stop himself. He sounded annoyed about the praise and gave it anyway. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Not the way he used to, and not like a chess player. Like a man doing sums and not liking the total. "You negotiated," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "With the basilisk." "Yes." "It agreed to leave," Dumbledore said. Not a question. Harry kept it plain, and it chose to go down. No more hunting students. Dumbledore's mouth eased and tightened at the same time. "You spared an ancient creature and saved a girl." He glanced at Ginny, then back. "And you destroyed a very old evil in a very specific way." "It was a diary," Harry said, "and a piece of someone. It shouldn't exist." "It should not," Dumbledore agreed. Snape watched him like a potion on a slow boil. "And if the creature returns," Snape said, cool. "We close the ways it used," Harry said. "We feed it until it sleeps, and we put warnings in the stone." "Warnings," McGonagall repeated. "In Parseltongue and in wards," Hermione said at once. "Multi-layered and cross-checked, and if it comes up, the castle shouts." Daphne added, "And we see channels. Kids listen to rumors faster than notices." McGonagall's mouth twitched. "You 4 are going to shorten my life." "Not if we can help it," Ron said, fierce and dead serious. Dumbledore turned the diary again. He ran a finger near the hole and didn't touch the black. "This confirms much," he said, quiet enough that only the adults and Harry heard. "About what?" Snape said, also low. Mortality and its cheats, Dumbledore said. We will talk later. His eyes went back to Harry, and there was warmth there. Pride, even, but also worry and calculations replaced with questions. You are not a weapon, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry said. You are also not a law unto yourself, Dumbledore said softer. I know, Harry said again. They held each other's eyes for a long second. Neither blinked first. Then Molly crushed Ginny and thanked everyone in a round. Dumbledore dismissed the crowd. He kept Harry a moment more with a finger lifted. What did it cost you? He asked. Harry thought about the answer instead of giving a neat one. It wanted to obey, he said finally, and it wanted to stop. I used both, and I don't know how to feel about that yet. That is an honest answer, Dumbledore said, and he looked tired again. Send Miss Greengrass my thanks for not dying in my school. She can hear you, Daphne said from 3 feet away. He hadn't seen her move, and of course he hadn't. Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore said without missing the seam. Thank you, she inclined her head. Headmaster, Snape flicked his eyes to Daphne, then to Harry, then to the burned diary. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said, almost to himself, Lily would have loathed that book. Harry swallowed once. I did too. Snape didn't answer. He didn't have to. The tower felt different that night, and not lighter, just less like it would crack. Ron slept in a chair by Ginny's borrowed bed in the hospital wing. Hermione wrote a page of notes and then threw them in a drawer, disgusted with the sound her quill made. Harry sat on his bed with the scale in his palm. It was warm and it had weight, and he looked at his hand and no burn. Just pink. He closed his eyes and heard the chamber the way you hear the sea from far away. Stone and pipes. Something large moving down and not hunting. Settling. He whispered in dragon tongue, the word that meant rest. He didn't know if the basilisk heard him. He didn't need it to. He lay back, and the room creaked like it always had. Boys breathed, soft, and the castle hummed. He exhaled and let his ribs drop 1 notch at a time. No triumph and no speech. Just the small, stubborn relief of having solved one thing without killing anything that could choose. He slept with the scale under his hand and without dreams. Chapter 9 The Thing You Become. Snow pressed against the window. The castle's hum felt thinner with dementors on the grounds. Kids kept their voices low, like sound might carry to the lake. Harry's tea went cold. He didn't notice until Hermione swapped cups with him. Drink, she said. You're not invincible to hypothermia. I know. He drank, and heat spread, and not dragon heat and normal. The difference still surprised him. Ron dropped into the seat across from them, and his grin was tight. Guess who finally got a Hogsmeade slip signed? Congrats, Harry said. Ron's shoulders eased, then tensed again when Daphne slid in beside Harry with a folded parchment and a look that meant business. Your ward lattice over the 3rd floor landing misfired during curfew, she said. 2 false positives, and Filch blamed my house. He always does. Hermione took the parchment. You set the runes wrong, she told Harry, then corrected herself at once. No, sorry, that came out wrong. And I mean they're reversed in polarity. Harry blinked. No, they're not. Daphne pointed, and here. Your anchor rune is clean, but the bleed-off lines cross. It'll trip on anyone who holds their breath too long. Half the first years hold their breath when they pass suits of armor. Harry saw it, and my fault. I'll fix it tonight. Ron stabbed a sausage. You two going to run the castle now? Preventing arrests should be everyone's hobby, Daphne said. Ron didn't look at her. Of course Slytherin wants control of the halls, he muttered. Ron, Hermione said, warning in her voice. What? He said a little too loud. I'm allowed to talk. Harry set his cup down. We're trying to keep dementors out of corridors. That's all. Ron laughed without humor. And yeah, and you'll get a medal for it, and again, silence. The kind that makes a table feel smaller. Hermione's hand shifted on her quill, and Daphne's eyes didn't blink. Harry kept his tone level. If you've got a better plan, make one. Ron flushed to the ears. Maybe I would if I got told things. You were there when we set the last lattice, Hermione said. You left to play Exploding Snap. I thought. He clamped his mouth shut. It doesn't matter. It matters, Hermione said. Words matter. Harry looked at Ron. We're going down after curfew to fix the crossing. Want to come? Ron shoved his plate away. I've got Quidditch. You're on reserve, Hermione said, then winced. I mean, you said that, not me, and sorry. Ron stood. Enjoy your club. He left. The back of his neck was red. Daphne watched him go. He's going to do something stupid. He's hurt, Hermione said. He's both, Daphne said. Harry let out a slow breath, and smoke threaded the air and vanished. He swallowed the rest of his tea even though it was lukewarm. We fixed the lattice, he said, and tonight. They met after curfew with cloaks and a small tool roll of etched copper, twine, and chalk. Hermione handled the counting, and Daphne held the light low. Harry rewrote the lines with steady hands and a low word in dragon tongue that settled the pull without burning it. Neater, Hermione said, satisfied. And not illegal. Barely, Daphne said. Footsteps came from the far end, and Harry stilled. The footsteps paused, then went the other way. Not Filch and not a professor. Too light. He filed it away and didn't chase. By the time they finished, it was past midnight. They split at the landing, and Daphne touched Harry's sleeve once. Watch your back, she said. He nodded. Hermione caught his eye. Don't let Ron go to sleep angry if you can help it. Sometimes sleep is the only help, Harry said. She frowned but didn't argue. The note turned up the next evening and folded twice. Dropped through the portrait hole when no one was looking. Harry found it under his foot. Come alone and one-eyed witch. A lead on black and D. The D wasn't Daphne's hand, and it was close. It would fool anyone who didn't copy her notes twice a week. Harry's chest cooled. He took the scale from his pocket and rolled it with his thumb. Warm and steady. He smelled the paper and ink in someone's hands. Bread, soap, broom oil. Ron, he said under his breath. He showed Hermione and Daphne anyway, and Hermione's jaw went tight. That loop on the D is wrong, and she would have used a full stop, Daphne said. Not a dash. Ron wants a win, Hermione said. He thinks he can give you one if you let him lead. Or he wants the win for himself, Daphne said, blunt. Harry folded the note back up. Either way, if he's going, I'm going. You are not going alone, Hermione said. He didn't even argue, and cloaks. Mirrors. No eyes up if we run into anything in a hood. Daphne gripped his wrist. If this is black and he's got help, fall back. Don't be a hero. I don't want a medal, Harry said. I want the school quiet. She stared a second longer and let go. The one-eyed witch was a mouth in the wall. The hump swung open on a word that tasted like dust. Cold air came out and Harry slid first. Hermione and Daphne followed. The tunnel's breath smelled like stone and dirt and mice. Far ahead, a faint light bobbed, and not steady. Not a lantern and a wand in a hand that shook. Harry put 2 fingers to his lips. He moved low and fast without scraping the roof. His shoulders brushed dirt, and he heard Ron before he saw him. Come on, Scabbers. Stop wriggling. I'm not letting you go. The rat squealed, and it had been losing weight all term. It had been trying to leave Ron's pocket for 2 weeks. Ron, Harry said. Ron spun and almost fell. Harry, what are you doing here? Following you, Harry said. We need to go back. Ron pulled his wand higher, and his hand trembled. No, and not yet, and I can do this. Do what? Hermione's voice carried low and clear down the pipe. Catch Black, Ron said, and he's after you. If I take him, they'll have to see, and I'm not useless. I'm not. He cut himself off and looked away. Daphne slid past Hermione and stopped where Ron could see the tip of her wand and not her eyes. You forged my hand, she said, and no heat. Just fact. Ron swallowed. You wouldn't have let him go. We wouldn't have let you go alone, Hermione said. There's a difference. Ron's grip tightened. I'm tired of differences. A sound moved behind them, and not a Dementor. Pads on dirt, and a growl that wasn't a man's. The dog filled the tunnel in one step and black fur. Ribs like knives under it, and teeth bright in wandlight. Ron screamed, and the wand skittered. The dog slammed into Harry and drove him into the wall. Air punched out of his chest, and the weight was real. The smell was wet and old. Harry didn't look at its eyes. He brought his forearms up, bit back the urge to burn, and twisted under its weight to put his shoulder against the floor. He used its momentum, shoved, rolled. The dog hit the opposite wall, snarled, lunged again. Daphne sent 2 tight jinxes into its shoulder and hip. It staggered, and Hermione dragged Ron backward by his robe. Another sound rushed in from the castle side. Cold dropped, and not wind. A pressure that made the inside of Harry's bones ache. "Down!" Hermione yelled. The Dementor's presence hit like dirty ice, and breath fogged, and words stuck. The dog recoiled with a sound too human. It backed toward Harry instead of past him, as if choosing the lesser threat. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Harry pulled heat up hard and quick, and not a flare, not a blast, and he pushed warmth out in a ring. The air shook once and steadied at blood temperature. The cold stopped just before his teeth. "Patronus," Hermione said through her chattering jaw. She tried, and Silver sputtered and died. "Tunnel's wrong for it," Daphne said, and her breath came in short, angry hisses. "Not enough sky." The Dementor's face wasn't a face, and the cloth moved. The sucking started. Harry planted his back against the dog's side, felt ribs and breath, and spoke under it in dragon tongue. Hard and even, the word for hearth. He fed it again, and not fire and warmth and heat that didn't burn. Breath that didn't scorch. He raised his hand and added a second line in his head. "Think of things that stayed Ignatian's steady weight when storms hit." Hermione's hand pushing tea across the table. Daphne's voice saying, "Say it like you mean to live." The cold slipped, lost purchase, climbed again, slipped like claws on glass. The Dementor made a sound like wet pages turning. From behind the Dementor, another shape came into the tunnel. Black robe and hooked nose, and Snape didn't hesitate. "Expecto Patronum," he said, low and furious. Silver light shoved past him like a door opening. The Dementor retreated, shuddering, and the cold bled away in a long leak. The dog's hackles eased and then went up again. "Back!" Snape snapped at it. His patron something lean and fast snarled at the dog and held the line. "Everyone alive," he said without looking away from the dark. "Answer." "Here," Hermione said, breathless. "Here," Daphne said, clipped. Harry coughed. "Here." Ron found his wand by touch. "Here," he said, voice small. Snape stepped forward, and his sleeve brushed Harry's shoulder. The dog bared its teeth, and then bone and skin folded was a man. Gaunt, and hair like a matted curtain, and eyes too bright. "Sirius Black," Snape said, very calm. His Patronus pressed the Dementor further back, held it, dared it to come again. Black looked from Snape to Harry to the rat in Ron's fist. His voice came out ragged. "And Peter," he said. Ron blinked. "What?" Black pointed at the rat, and his hand shook. "That, and Peter, and give him here." "Shut up," Snape said, "and put the wand down. On your knees." Black ignored him, and he looked at Harry. "You don't know me," he said, "and you think I tried to kill you. I didn't." "He did." His finger shook at the rat, and he betrayed them. Ron bristled. "Scabbers is my rat." "Not your rat," Black said, something like a laugh tearing his throat. "He wasn't a good friend either." Snape's jaw clenched, and enough. "Black, move and I break your legs." "Professor," Hermione said. There was a silence. "Miss Granger," Snape snapped without heat. He never took his eyes off Black. "And all of you up the tunnel. Slowly, and we will go to the headmaster. Now." Daphne's gaze flicked to Harry. Later, it said without a word. Harry nodded once, and they backed away. Black didn't lunge again, and he didn't beg. He just kept staring at the rat with a hunger that wasn't food. At the mouth of the tunnel, 2 Aurors and McGonagall waited with wands drawn. The Dementors had gone back to the lake like wolves slinking to the edge of light. Snape handed Black over with a short, clean report. No flourishes and no victory. He glanced at Harry once, as if checking for burns. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Harry shook his head. "Fine." McGonagall's eyes landed on Ron, and Mr. Weasley, and why are you here? Ron opened his mouth, shut it, opened it again. No words came that he could keep. Hermione squeezed her eyes shut. Daphne didn't look away. They were marched to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle jumped aside like it had been told to expect them. Dumbledore listened to Snape without interrupting. He listened to Hermione's quick, precise additions. He watched Harry's hands when Harry said, "Warmth, not flame." He looked at Daphne when she said, "The forged note." He finally looked at Ron. "Mr. and Weasley," he said, "would you like to tell me why you left your dormitory with your pet in the middle of the night after forging a note in a classmate's hand?" Ron's throat worked. Two wanted to help. "How?" Dumbledore asked, mild, which was worse. "Catch him," Ron said, and his eyes shone without tears. "I could catch him, and for Harry." "For Harry?" Daphne said, each word cut small. "You put a hole in our ward net 2 nights ago." Harry turned his head. "And you moved the bleed-off lines," he said. Not a question. Ron flinched. "It wasn't working." "It was working," Hermione said, "and we tested it. Twice. I needed." Ron's hands opened and closed. His voice rose, and it's always Harry, or Hermione with a fact, and or Daphne with a plan. He laughed, and it sounded wrong in his mouth. "I'm just Ron, and I wanted one thing. To be the one who did it." "You almost got him kissed," Daphne said, quiet now instead of sharp. That landed harder. Ron's chest shook, and "I thoughts Harry. He always," "Stop saying he always like there's a script," Hermione snapped. "There isn't, and people die in these scripts." Ron's face crumpled. "I didn't mean." "You never mean," Daphne said, still quiet. "Meaning is easy, and choices cost." Harry's palms were open on his knees. He stared at them for a second and then looked up at Ron. "You used me as bait," he said, and plain. "That's a thing my enemies do." Ron reeled like it was a punch. "I'm not your enemy." "You were tonight," Harry said. It smudged into the rafters from his mouth and vanished. He didn't raise his voice, and he didn't need to. "You forged her hand, and you cut my ward, and you sent me alone. You did all of that to fix how you feel when people clap." Ron shook his head hard. "And no." And it wasn't he stopped. He pushed his fingers into his hair. "And I don't want to be this person." "Then don't," Hermione said. She wiped at her cheeks and left the tear where it smeared. "But you were, and tonight you were." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, and he looked old. "Mr. and Weasley, you will accept detention, and many, I expect. You will also hand me your rat." He met Ron's eyes. "For his health." Ron clutched Scabbers until the rat squeaked. He walked forward like it hurt and gave Dumbledore the animal with shaking hands. Dumbledore took Scabbers with care. "I will see to it he is placed where he cannot run until we understand what is happening." His look said other things he wasn't saying. Snape exhaled a breath he'd been holding for years. Or maybe it was just tonight. "I will escort the Dementors from the path," he said. "I should like to keep my students unkissed where possible." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said, as if they were discussing weather. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. When the adults finished dividing tasks and walking away with Black between them, the room felt too big. The 4 of them stayed, and no one told them to leave. Dumbledore's silver instruments clicked to themselves like beetles. Ron spoke first. "Harry, mate." "Don't," Harry said. Ron's mouth closed. Harry stood, and his knees wobbled once. He locked them. "I don't hate you," he said. But I can't stand next to you right now." Ron flinched. "How long is right now?" "I don't know," Harry said, and honesty before comfort. "You did a thing I can't forgive tonight, and maybe later, and not now." Ron nodded like his neck hurt. "Okay." He swallowed. "I'm sorry." "Say it to Ginny too," Hermione said, voice rough. "She nearly lost a brother again tonight, and she doesn't know it yet. But she did." Ron nodded again. He left without looking at any of them. The door clicked, and the silence after wasn't empty. It had weight. Hermione let out a long breath. "I hate this." Daphne rubbed her thumb over the edge of Harry's sleeve, and then let go, like she remembered herself. "We lock the net properly, and no more clever edits. Harry nodded. We lock it. Hermione looked at the closed door. He's going to hate himself for a while. He should, Daphne said. Then he should do the work. Harry picked up the scale and rolled it between his fingers once. Warm and not comfort and not yet, and a reminder. I won't let him do this to us again, he said. To you, Daphne corrected. To anyone, Harry said. Hermione wiped her face with the heel of her hand and sniffed. Grammar later, she said to herself, and almost laughed at how it sounded. Fine, and we write down rules and we stick to them and we don't go alone. We tell each other and we keep records and no hero runs. No hero runs, Harry repeated. They walked out together. The stairs moved as if they knew the weight of their feet. The castle felt colder in the halls, but it wasn't the kind of cold the Dementors brought. It was the cold you get when something cracks and air gets in. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Back in the tower, the room didn't look different. It was. Harry stood by the window until the glass fogged and cleared with his breath. He pressed the scale to the pane, and it left a clean circle. He didn't pray and he didn't make a vow. He said a simple thing in dragon tongue that meant, hold the line. Then he got into bed and didn't sleep for a long time. He listened to the building settle. He listened to footsteps in the hall that didn't stop at his door. He listened to the quiet where Ron's laugh usually sat. Sometime near dawn, his body finally shut down. No dreams. Just the heavy, dumb kind of sleep that isn't mercy but at least isn't memory. When he woke, the space between the beds felt wider. He put the scale in his pocket and went to work. Chapter 10 Project WYRM. They hit the library at lights out and didn't bother pretending they were there for homework. Hermione had the list and 3 missing from magical metallurgy. 2 from draconic pacts and compacts. Pants filed them as misshelved. She lowered her voice. She never misfiles. Daphne scanned the stacks like they might blink. Restricted section latch is warm. Harry pressed his palm to the gate, and heat had soaked in and hadn't cooled yet. Someone came through in the last hour. Password, Hermione said. Keys leave a taste, Harry said, and didn't explain. They moved, and no cloak and no chatter. Hermione kept a pencil behind her ear and counted steps under her breath. Daphne marked a quick S-shaped sigil in chalk near the hinge. If the door moved again, the chalk line would break. Stayed clean. Between binding circles and a dusted atlas they found the first real sign. A sliver of dark wax in the hinge cut with a tiny stamp. A wreath and not Hogwarts. Daphne held it to her light, and Ministry seal, she said. Subdepartment. Wreath means advisory committee, or someone pretending to be one. Hermione swallowed, and on Hogwarts grounds. After curfew, Harry didn't say anything. He breathed in, low and steady, and tasted the wax. Old smoke and cheap soap. City air. Whoever did this didn't live near forests. They peeled out before Pants made her rounds. On the stairs, a whisper ran ahead of them, and not rumor, and cloth against stone. Harry paused at the landing, pointed left, and they cut across to the narrow stair behind the tapestry of witches playing snapdragons. A shadow crossed the main flight a second later. It didn't pause. Someone who knows the castle, Daphne said, voice paper-thin. Or learned it fast, Hermione said. They didn't chase, and Harry held up 2 fingers. Wait and watch. Think. The next clue came from detention. Ron turned up at breakfast with ink on his cuffs and the handed, in look of someone who'd scrubbed cauldrons until his spine hurt. He didn't sit. He hovered behind Hermione's chair like he didn't know if he was allowed to breathe near them. Can I? He checked himself, and I overheard something. Filch and a bloke with a clipped accent, and they were down by the old furnace room. The bloke said, we pull tonight while the old man's distracted. Filch asked about pay. He said the committee would reimburse per crate. That's what he said. Crate. Hermione's quill stopped. Committee. Ron nodded, and the bloke had a badge and not Auror and no dragon on it. A wreath and in letters and WYR something. He covered it quick. Daphne didn't blink. And you forged my hand last week, she said. Not angry, just reminding the room what lay behind them. Ron winced, and I know, and I'm trying to fix. I know I can't fix. I can help. Harry studied him for 2 breaths. You tell anyone else? No, Ron swallowed. And, did I do the right thing telling you? I can tell McGonagall if you told us, Daphne said. That's the point. Hermione closed her notebook with a soft snap. Furnace room tonight, she said. And we set rules. No one peels off and no hero runs. Ron nodded fast. I'll stay away if you want. Harry shook his head. If they're pulling crates, we may need hands. He held Ron's eyes a second longer. You don't get to improvise. I won't, Ron said, small. Good, Hermione said, and please say I won't again. Properly and no hedging. I won't improvise, he said. Daphne's mouth twitched. Progress. The furnace room wasn't a room and it was a belly. Bricks black as old tea kettles. Iron doors scarred with small dents and the smell of ash soaked deep into grout. The founders had run half the castle's glasswork here, if the legends were true. Tonight the place hummed with something new. Hermione touched Harry's wrist. Hear that? Not sound, Harry said. Pull. A rune lattice had been chalked on the floor with a careful hand. Wards arranged in a siphon spiral. He saw the problem at once. The center wasn't a drain. It was a needle pointed up at the air where he stood. Daphne crouched by the chalk. This would take heat from anything in the circle and shunt it into. She looked up. Portable vessels. Crates, Hermione said, and bottled heat. Bottled magic. Harry stepped back out of the circle before anyone asked him to. They're harvesting, he said, and his mouth went dry. From me. Footsteps, and voices low. Click and not filch. Positions. Daphne breathed, and she slipped to shadow. Hermione to the left of the largest furnace door where the brick bulged. Harry stood center, plain as a nail in a board, because bait only worked if the food sat where the trap expected it. 3 robed figures came in together, like they'd walked these halls all term. 2 in ministry blacks with stiff collars. 1 in dull gray with a smooth mask that made Harry's skin crawl. No names and no house pins, and the woman in front had the wreath badge. The letters below it spelled what Ron had heard. WYRM. Not a word. Project. Her wand didn't waver, and Mr. Potter, she said, like they'd scheduled a meeting. Stand inside the circle. No, Harry said. You misunderstand. Her tone stayed even, and this is regulatory. You don't have clearance to carry that much volatile energy in a public school setting. We'll decant small amounts to stabilize your condition. Hermione snorted from the dark. Not even creative. The woman's jaw flexed. And come out, Miss Granger. And you as well, Miss Greengrass, and we can discuss this in chambers. Your headmaster knows we're here. Daphne stepped just enough to be seen. He knows lots of things and says fewer, she said. Your authority to draw from students? Emergency powers, the woman said. Undersecretary's directive. Dolores Umbridge? Hermione said. Merlin, help us. The gray-masked one finally spoke, and the voice under the mask had no age. We are not here to argue politics. Then what are you here to do? Harry said. He already knew. Save lives, the woman said, and yours included. You leak, Mr. N. Potter. We will seal the leak and store the excess, and it will be safer for everyone. Safer for you, Daphne said. Easier to point me at things if you can put a stopcock on him. Wand tips lifted a hair higher. The air felt like the moment before a plate falls. Last chance, the woman said. Stand in the circle. Harry stepped forward as if he'd obey. At the edge, he dropped low and brushed his palm across 2 chalk lines at once. Heat flashed under his skin. The lattice buckled with a sharp crack like ice breaking. The pull went wild, then died. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Now, he said. Hermione's first spell took the left man's wand hand clean. His wand clattered, and Daphne sent a silent rope curse at his legs. He went down hard. The gray mask turned toward Hermione, raised a wand, and cast something cold and fast. The floor where Hermione had been rimed white. She rolled under a furnace door and hissed. Glacius variant, and don't let it touch you. The woman fired a chain of tidy jinxes. Expulso skated across the iron and kicked heat into Harry's face. He swallowed the instinct to flare back. He pushed warmth low and dense into a shield, not a wall. A blanket, and the pressure of the spells thudded against it without blowing the room. The masked one moved like water. He slid his wand in shapes Harry hadn't seen in class, and the air pulled at Harry's breath again. Not the circle this time, and a siphon wand. The hum in Harry's bones answered whether he wanted it to or not. Harry planted his feet and changed the angle. He didn't fight the pull with brute force. He bent the pressure so it skated off him and poured into the floor. The bricks under his boots warmed to body heat. Mortar steamed a little, and no flame and no smoke, and control. Unspeakable, Daphne said, eyes on the mask. Figures. Ron burst through the side door like a mint-green bludger. Stupefy. It was too loud and too red. But it hit the man Hermione had tripped and put him down for good. The recoil knocked Ron onto his back. And ow. I'm fine, he added, voice shaky. Stay behind the iron, Hermione snapped. She sent 3 small, smart hexes at the woman's wrist, elbow, shoulder. The third bit, and the woman's wand dipped, and Daphne's rope caught her ankles. Ron, to his credit, didn't rush out to help. He crawled to cover and kept his head down. The masked, unspeakable decided talking was over. He flicked, for black darts lifted from his palm and flew for Harry's chest. Harry heated the air in front of him to a dull shimmer. The darts hit the warm layer and slowed just enough for Hermione to knock them sideways. Thank you, Harry said without looking. You're welcome, Hermione panted. Left, Daphne said. The mask turned, and she was already moving. A curse cut the air where she'd been. She slid behind a furnace door and came out the other side with a hex low at the knee. The mask stumbled. Hermione's next spell took his wand, and it skittered under the grate with a tinny sound. He didn't go for it. He slapped a small brass coin against his sleeve and twisted. The air took him like a fish pulled under, and portkey and gone. The woman on the floor swore like a clerk who'd lost a file. You absolute, she cut herself off and went very still. She was listening, and so was Harry. Boots in the hall and more than filch. Harry tasted copper and dust and the greasy oil smell the portkey left. He crouched, slid 2 fingers into a crate, and came up with a sealed glass vial in a padded cradle. The glass was warm and not to hand to his other sense. Hermione's lips thinned. And bottled heat, she said. Labeled and catalogued. She flipped the wax tag. WYRM/stage I/baseline. Subject IP. Oh, that's subtle. Daphne pried the badge off the woman's robe in one practiced motion. She also lifted the woman's wand, then calmly snapped it in half with an ugly crack. Run, she told her. Tell your committee you lost your nerve and your toys. The woman's eyes went hard. You children have no idea what you're playing with. Adults keep saying that, Hermione said. It keeps being wrong. Boots hit the stairs. Harry shoved 2 files into Hermione's bag, 2 into Daphne's, then caught Ron's sleeve and dragged him behind a furnace. Don't breathe loud. Not breathing, Ron whispered, then tried not to wheeze. 2 more ministry robes blew into the room, wands first. They saw the woman on the floor, the snapped wand, the empty portkey smear, and did exactly what trained people do. Formed a line and cleared space. They didn't see 4 kids pressed into the low shadow beside the oldest furnace because no kid would have wedged themselves there with ash in their hair and iron baking their knees. The woman stood with what was left of her dignity. Unspeakable extraction, she said. Contingency Delta. She looked at the broken chalk. Subject resisted, and will regroup. One of the new men pointed at the rune circle that wasn't a circle anymore. The siphon pattern was compromised, and the readings will be bad. Yes, she said, like agreeing didn't cost her anything. We'll recalibrate. They left with 1 crate and left 2. They were confident enough to think they didn't need to hide the smell they brought with them. When the room emptied, no one moved for 10 seconds. Then 20. Hermione finally let the breath out of her chest like a leak in a kettle. Daphne checked the door and came back with quick steps. We're not taking more, she said. Eyes on the remaining crates. 1 each for proof, and no gloating. Agreed, Hermione said. Ron's voice shook. I'm sorry, he said to the iron floor. Not the time, Daphne said, and not because I don't care. Because they'll be back. Harry lifted another file and felt the warm hum in his palm. It tasted like the air after he trained on the cliff's not flame, the breath before it. They'd taken some of him and put it in glass. He put the file in his pocket. Let's go. They didn't go to Dumbledore first. McGonagall listened, and she didn't blink at the badge. She did blink at the masked man. She took one crate from Hermione wordlessly and said, "Leave the rest with me. If this is what you think it is, the fewer hands, the better." "Undersecretary," Hermione said, "and WRM is her pet. We saw her initials on 3 decrees this term." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "I will confirm. Daphne didn't sit, and the Department of Mysteries is involved. Don't trust an off-the-record promise and make copies. Keep some proof outside the headmaster's office." McGonagall's eyes found Harry's. Something like apology moved in them and went away. "I understand your concern," she said, "and I will take precautions." It wasn't a yes and it wasn't a no. It was faculty. They left with 1 file each and the badge. Daphne peeled the wax tag off hers and tucked it into the lining of her shoe. "Evidence that won't be seized in a bag search," she said. Hermione pressed her palms to her eyes. "And I hate this. I hate that I believe you, and I hate that I'm right." "You're right," Daphne said. "And we still document it like we're wrong and have to prove it 6 different ways." Ron had been quiet since the furnace. He walked with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders trying to be smaller. At the portrait hole he stopped. "I didn't tell you to be part of it," he said. "I told you because I was scared. And because I wanted," he swallowed. "I wanted to not be that person again. I know a rat from a mile away and he shook his head. "I'm sorry. You helped," Hermione said, and she didn't pat him. She didn't soften her voice, and that matters. "It doesn't erase anything," Daphne said. "Also matters." Ron nodded. "Yeah." Harry took the file from his pocket and passed it to Ron. "Carry one." Ron took it like it might bite him. "Why?" "So when they ask who has them, the answer isn't Harry," Harry said. "They already know that, and spread the heat." Ron's laugh sounded like air catching in his throat. "You sure?" "No," Harry said. "But I'm doing it anyway." Ron tucked the file into his inner pocket. "And thanks." He didn't say mate. He didn't try to, and it was better that way. They tried Dumbledore after dinner. He looked at the badge, at the files, at Hermione's neat notes. He listened, and he asked 3 questions and no more. He didn't promise anything concrete. "I will speak with the ministry," he said. "With the undersecretary?" Hermione asked. "With those responsible," Dumbledore said, which was not the same answer. Daphne's mouth went thin. "We'll retain copies," she said out loud. Breaking a rule students don't usually say to a headmaster's face. "You should," Dumbledore said. Harry hated that he meant it. When they left the office, the air on the stairs felt old. The gargoyle settled back into place with a soft scrape that made Harry's teeth hurt. "We can't wait for him," Daphne said. Hermione didn't argue. "We don't burn the school down to make a point," she said. "I wasn't going to," Harry said. "I know," she said, already fishing in her bag for a clean page. "We need a list of vulnerable spots and places the siphon pattern would work. Places they could set a portkey without tripping the hall wards. Kitchens and laundry, and any place with a steady heat source. Greenhouses," Daphne said, "and hotbeds. They'd get clean pulls there, less interference." "Hospital wing," Ron said, surprising them all. "Madame Pomfrey boils everything, and kettles forever." "Good," Hermione said, and she paused. "I mean, it's a good idea, not good that they could, you know what I mean." "I do," Ron said, and he rubbed his shoulder. "And for what it's worth, thanks for letting me in on this. I know I don't deserve, whatever this is, a chance." "It's not forgiveness," Harry said. "It's work, right?" Ron said. "I can do that." "We'll see," Daphne said. Hermione shot her a look. "We will." They split at the landing, and Hermione for the library again. Daphne for her house with the badge tucked where no prefect would find it. Ron for detention round 2. Harry for the tower to check the place he'd been sleeping for more committee coins. He found one. The brass token lay under his bed board, pressed into the wood like a burr. It smelled like the port key. He heated it a little until the hidden rune pattern lifted up like writing under lemon juice. The letters matched the badge. WYRM. He closed his hand around it and fed it warmth until the metal softened, then pressed it flat against the stone windowsill. It left a round smear and a dead stink. Harry set Ignatian's scale beside the smear. The scale warmed his palm, and his chest unclenched half a notch. He didn't make a speech and he didn't swear a vow. He said a simple thing in dragon tongue that meant, "They don't get to take." Out the window, the grounds lay black and patient. Somewhere near the lake, a Dementor turned and kept turning like it had lost the smell it wanted. The castle hummed under Harry's feet, old and stubborn. His friends were somewhere inside it, moving. So were his enemies, and he couldn't be everywhere at once. He could be where he was and hold that peace. He touched the scale again. "Hold the line," he said. The scale held warm, and the night held quiet. He breathed in and out until the rhythm matched the stone. Then he went to write the list Hermione wanted, with little boxes next to each entry, and room for ticks. Chapter 11 Fire, Water, Wire. Harry didn't put his name in the goblet. The parchment still came out and blue-white flame. A pause like the castle held its breath, and then, "Harry Potter," noise hit first and cheers, boos and questions flying faster than spells. Harry stood there with his spine straight and his face blank, because dragons taught him one rule for a crowd. Don't feed it. Dumbledore's eyes were old and bright. "Did you?" he asked once they were crammed into the antechamber with the other champions and too many adults. "No," Harry said. "And you know I didn't." Karkaroff sneered. "Convenient." Bagman clapped like this was all great fun. "What a twist." McGonagall's mouth was a line. "He is a child." "Bound now," Crouch said, thin and tired. "Contract is contract." Harry didn't fight that, and he looked at the other champions instead. Krum stared like Harry was a puzzle he didn't respect yet. Fleur's eyes were cool calculation around real fear. Cedric gave a small, honest nod, and that helped. Outside, Slytherin looked like a lake full of knives. Daphne cut through them and met him in a side corridor later. She didn't hug him and she didn't smile. "First rule," she said, "and we control the story. You didn't enter your name and say it once, then stop defending. Every denial after that looks weak." "Someone wants me in the maze," Harry said. "They want me somewhere they can move me. Then we make it hell to move you." She tipped her chin. "And we make you unappealing to aim." "How?" "You survive," she said simply. "And you survive in a way that makes the Ministry's mouth go dry." He breathed out a laugh. "So usual." "Exactly." The dragon handlers tried to hide the smell, but Harry caught it as soon as they led the champions round the tents for the drawing. Scorched stone and old ash, and a female's musk and something sharper, eggs. Fleur's hand shook when she drew her miniature. Krum's face didn't move at all, and Cedric went gray. Harry reached into the bag and closed his fingers around a tiny iron shape that still felt warm. He didn't look at it, and he looked at Charlie Weasley over the bag. Charlie looked back and didn't quite shake his head. "Be careful." "Any tips?" Bagman said, bouncing. "For our lad." Harry said nothing. He could hear the horntail breathing through canvas deep and heavy, that low rumble you felt in your ribs before you heard it in your ears. Hermione found him by the rope line. "Please don't do anything stupid." "I'm going to talk to her," he said. "You can't talk to dragons." He looked at her. "I can." Daphne pulled Hermione aside a step. "And he means it. Let him." Then to Harry, low, "No theatrics and no roaring. You walk in like you belong and you do not make the Ministry feel small. They will punish you for that." Harry nodded. "I know the line." "Good," Daphne said. "Walk it." The cannon fired. The stands hissed with breath. Harry stepped into the arena and didn't touch his wand. He opened his mouth and exhaled a small thread of warm air. Not flame and scent. Greeting. He let his eyes go gold because hiding it would read as lie. The horntail pivoted, and chains groaned. Her head came round with that careful precision only things that kill easily have. She tasted the air, and her pupils tightened, then widened. Not prey and not rival. Other. Harry put his hands out, palms open, and he lowered his head a fraction. He didn't speak English. "Little fire," he said in dragon tongue, voice low and steady. "I smell nest, and I smell fear. I don't want your young. I want the false egg the small ones added." He nodded past her flank to the glittering gold. "I will take only that and leave you meat," she hissed, "the kind that vibrated stones. All small ones lie." "Yes," Harry said. "Most." He took 3 steps forward and stopped where his heat wouldn't brush the nearest real egg. He set a wrapped haunch gift from Charlie in the stone just outside her reach. "Trade." She stretched her neck, stopped, glared, and tested scent again. He didn't flinch, and he didn't raise his hands higher or lower. He let her decide. She took the haunch and didn't blink. "Move slow," she said, each word a scrape of rock. "No spark, no spark," he agreed. He moved, and simple and small steps. His hands never went near the nest until she shifted one foreclaw the exact width of the golden egg. Permission. He slid the fake egg free and didn't turn his back as he backed out. The stands didn't understand the words, and they understood the quiet. It landed harder than a roar. When Harry got to the gate, the handlers let out a breath like they'd been punched. Bagman lost his mind on the commentary, and astonishing, absolutely astonishing. Karkaroff held up a 5 like it hurt him to do math. Madame Maxime gave a 7 she looked ready to reduce. Crouch scribbled without looking up. Dumbledore put an 8 down with very neat penmanship. The other 2 judges haggled on paper like points meant anything. Harry didn't care. He found Daphne behind the stand where the shadow line cut half his face. She didn't clap. She didn't say, "Brilliant." She stepped in, took his face in both hands, and kissed him once, quick and sure, like stamping a seal. He blinked. "Hi, hi," she said, cheeks pink and eyes steady. "That wasn't for the points, and that was for not making it a stunt." He smiled, small and a little dumb. Hermione arrived at a jog and stopped when she saw their faces. "I'm happy for you," she said, and meant it. And then she shoved Harry's shoulder. "And next time tell me when you plan to negotiate with a dragon." "I did," he said. "You said, I'm going to talk to her," and walked into a ring with a horntail. "Right," he said. "Talking." She rolled her eyes and hugged him hard enough to squeeze air. Students shouted his name. Harry kept his head down and walked, shoulders easy, as if calm were a cloak he could wear. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. The golden egg screamed like a kettle when he opened it. He closed it and looked at the seams. "Underwater," Hermione said later in the library, after they'd dunked the thing in a tub and gotten a melody instead of shrieking. "The song is in Mermish." "I don't speak Mermish," Harry said. "You speak to things," Daphne said. "They'll answer." Ron hovered at the end of the table like gravity worked different there. "Gillyweed." "Maybe," Hermione said, already reaching for a book. "Or bubblehead charm." Harry shook his head, and water steals heat. "Those charms will fight me while I'm down there. I can move the currents. Go with it instead of against." He looked at the egg again. "They'll set a time. What you'll sorely miss will be at the bottom." Hermione frowned. "That's vile." "Yes," Daphne said. "And traditional." They planned, and no hero runs and no grandstanding. Coordinate with creatures where possible, and Hermione muttered about treaties. Daphne made a short list of names and the favors they were owed. On the morning of the second task, the lake lay cold and flat like a dare. Students lined the shore wrapped in scarves and poor choices. "Don't try to beat Krum on speed," Hermione said, tying off his cloak. "Beat him on not being an idiot." "Got it," Harry said. "And don't die," Ron said, then winced like the words hit him on their way out. "I'll avoid it," Harry said, and walked into the water like it was a hallway. Cold 8. He let it. He pulled warmth into a small tight core in his chest and pushed it out in thin sheets, not a bubbles pop. A glide. He spoke down into the dark in dragon tongue out of habit. Then in plain shapes, not words, because water isn't air and noise lies under pressure. Mere people found him before he found them, and spears and hard eyes. Authority in scars. "I don't come to steal," he said in the rough cadence he'd learned from books and guesswork. I come to take back what you held at their request, then leave. The chief circled him slow, reading shape and heat and pulse. You carry fire, she said, and fire singers lie. They do, he said. I am not here to lie. She tested him with a small current, and he bent and let it pass. She grunted, pleased despite herself. They took him to the posts, for hostages tied in the weeds. Fleur's sister and Cho and Ron and Daphne didn't swim. Daphne's hair floated dark around her face, eyes closed, mouth slack. Harry's stomach dropped and kept dropping. The rules didn't say they could take Slytherins. The rules didn't say a lot of things. They'll wake when cut, the chief said. You have the time you have. Harry didn't argue. He cut Daphne free first with a whisper of heat that didn't scorch the rope. He didn't let himself look at her long. He pressed 2 fingers to her throat, counted the slow pulse, and pushed her toward the surface with a steady current. Only one, the chief said, voice flat in the water. He looked at her. No, she bared teeth. You will lose points. Fine. He cut Ron and Cho next, fast. He hauled Ron up by the back of his jumper and shoved both teenagers into the same slow lift. The current wanted to wobble. He made it smooth and stubborn. Crumb flashed by in a grotesque shark's head, grabbed his hostage, gave Harry a long, baffled look, and bolted. Fleur didn't come, and Harry hated that but couldn't fix it. He went back for the little girl and found 2 mare sentries already easing her ties. Your other fire singer screamed, one said. Her heart ran too fast, and we stopped the game for her. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. He rose slow, pushing 3 bodies with him on the same plane of water. He came up into screaming and whistles, and too many wands pointed nowhere useful. He dragged kids onto the pier and coughed lake out of his lungs. Madame Pomfrey took over like a commander. Towels, and now, Daphne woke with a cough that turned into a gasp. She got her hands on his sleeve and didn't let go. You came first, she said, voice shredded. I was always coming for you, he said before his brain could weigh the sentence. Then, less stupid but still true. And for the others, she blinked, wet lashes clumped. Points? Who cares? He said. The judges cared, and they made a show of subtracting and adding. Points for moral fiber, and points off for rule-breaking. Karkaroff hissed, and Maxime huffed. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled in a way that made Harry suspicious instead of warm. The lake people watched from just under the surface. Harry tipped his head the same small fraction he used for dragons. The chief did not smile, but she raised her spear tip a hair in acknowledgement. Bridging worlds, Hermione said to herself on the bank, writing it down because of course she was. Then louder, to Harry, eat. He ate, and soup, bread, and it tasted like something you earned. Daphne sat with her knee touching his. She stared at the water like it owed her an apology. They chose me to slow you down, she said, and they thought you'd break the rules for me. I didn't break them, he said. I changed the game, she huffed, a ghost of a laugh. There he is. He didn't kiss her there. She threaded her fingers through his under the table and left them. That was enough. They gave the champions a walkthrough of the maze the week before the 3rd task. Just a corner. Just enough to show the hedges were too high and the light went wrong if you looking long down a corridor. Harry didn't look down, and he looked up. He tasted the air and the way it bent. The cup sat on a plinth off to the side, not yet in the maze. Showpiece and pretty and safe and wrong. He glanced at Hermione, and she was already frowning. Smell that? He asked. I don't smell things, she said, then corrected herself, because she was learning. What does it smell like? Coal, he said, and like the furnace room but cleaner. Anchors, and like a hooked spell waiting. Port key, she said, jaw tight. Looks like one, Daphne said, joining them like she hadn't been flanked by half a house. Can you be moved? Not easily, Harry said. Not if I'm ready. Then be ready, she said. And don't touch it alone. I wasn't going to, he said. Good, she said. Bring Cedric. Cedric approached at that exact moment, like the castle was timing punchlines. Bring me where? Into the end of a mess, Harry said. If the cup pulls, it pulls to more than applause. You come with me, or we don't touch it. Cedric looked at the cup, then at Harry. Something in him settled. And we do it together, he said. Together, Harry said. He didn't tell Dumbledore and he didn't tell McGonagall. He didn't trust that chain of ears. He went out early one night instead and tested heat on a length of fine wire he'd braided himself. Dragon thread. The twins named it later when they found out thin strands of warmed magic anchored into the earth like roots. He set 2 on his wrists under his sleeves, and he set 1 at his waist. He anchored the other ends deep into the stone under the stands and tied them off the way dragons tie wind to wing. Insurance, Hermione asked when she found him at it. Seatbelt, he said. You think it'll hold? No, he said honestly, and I think it'll slow the pull. Maybe make it noisy. Good, she said grimly, and I like noisy. Noisy gets noticed. Daphne didn't ask him to promise he'd be safe. She stood with him under the stands the night before. No words for a while, just their shoulders touching. You're not a weapon, she said eventually. I know. You're also not a martyr. I know. Good, she said, and then softer, near his ear. Come back. We have things to argue about. He smiled. I'll be there. Don't be clever, she said. Be alive. He kissed her forehead. Quick. Copy. She tugged his sleeve, brought his face down, and kissed him properly. It wasn't tidy, and it didn't need to be. The maze opened with a flare that made half the school cheer even though no one could see anything once the hedges swallowed the champions. The air inside tasted damp and old, and spells hung quiet until they didn't. Harry moved with his weight low and his ears open. He didn't blast obstacles, and he breathed through them. He coaxed a boggart off its shape with a warm draft and a flat look. He soothed a Scroot's panic instead of cooking it. He gave lost light back to an enchanted patch of dark and walked past when it settled. He heard Krum before he saw him. Cutting curses hissed. He rounded a corner and found Cedric pinned behind a hedge, arm bleeding, Krum's wand steady and wrong. Stop, Harry said. Krum didn't. He had the blank, smudged look of someone with a hand on his mind. Harry heated the air around Krum's wand just enough to make the metal core expand. The wand spat sparks and skipped in Krum's grip. Cedric used the beat and knocked Krum flat with a clean spell that would leave a bruise and a headache. Cedric looked at Harry. Thanks. Welcome, Harry said. He bound Krum's wrist with a warm wrap that wouldn't burn. He's not driving, he said. Cedric nodded once, hard. And we tell them after, he said. We keep moving now, right? Harry glanced down the next corridor. It tasted right, and this way, they ran, and not blind, not slow. They moved like people who had decided a thing and were doing it. The cup's scent sharpened 5 turns later. The air pulled toward it, and the hair on Harry's arms lifted. Together, Cedric said. Together, Harry said. And they stepped into the clearing at the same time. The cup sat on its plinth like a good idea, and it hummed and it tugged. It wanted skin. Harry checked the wire under his sleeve with 2 fingers. Warm and anchored. He took 1 breath and filled his lungs all the way. On 3, he said. Cedric nodded. 1, Harry said. 2, somewhere deep in the hedge a whistle blew, and not the stands and something else. The cup's hum increased like someone turned a dial. 3, Harry said, and they closed hands on cold metal together. The world yanked. The wire screamed in his bones, and the pull tore at his ribs. Stone complained through his soles. For a split second the world existed in 2 directions at once, forward into a hook, and back into rock. Harry held both, and he didn't win. He didn't lose, and he made it loud. The night exploded with a bang big enough to flip a table. The stands felt it, and the hedges shivered. The plinth cracked, and the cup flared white, then blue, then the world tipped, and the hook finished its job. Harry's last thought before the dark turned into different dark was simple and without poetry. Hold on. He did. Chapter 12 Lessons in Green and Gold. They didn't make it a secret, and they didn't make it a show. They met where people didn't bother to look twice. Quiet corridors. The edge of the greenhouses, a cold step under the stands when the pitch was empty. Daphne taught first. Rule 1, she said in an unused classroom. Chalk dust on the air. You never answer a question you didn't agree to answer. Harry leaned on a desk. What does that even mean? She stepped close and tapped the center of his chest. They want what's inside here and access and leverage, and you give only what you choose. Try it. I'll play Zabini. She shifted her face and posture like a mask sliding on. Bored flat stare, and small smile that didn't reach her eyes. Potter, and tragic, that dragon stunt. Dangerous? And are you sure you're in control? Harry nodded once. Thank you for the concern. That wasn't an answer. Exactly, he said. Her mouth twitched, and better. Again. This time I'll be a professor who likes the sound of for the greater good. They ran it until his replies were short, clean, and hard to twist. She made him practice 3 exit lines and a way to make silence feel like a full stop. She corrected where his temper tried to light. No heat unless you mean it, she said, catching his wrist when his skin warmed. You scare them when you do that, and scared people make messes. He breathed, and the warmth dropped. Right? Rule 2, she said. And you don't correct every lie. You pick battles. That's difficult. I know, she said, and you like truth. Keep it for the right rooms. He nodded and filed it away with the other human things he was still learning. He showed her fire. Not big. He set a small tongue of orange on his palm behind greenhouse 3 after hours and let it dance there. She stared like she was trying to read a language she didn't know yet. It listens, she said. If you ask properly, he said. He took her hand and held it over his, and the flame leaned toward her skin. She didn't flinch. He watched her face while the heat touched her in a thin line. It isn't angry, she said, a little surprised. It doesn't have to be. He closed his fingers. The flame went out with a soft sound, and everyone assumes fire means harm. Most of the time it's signal or comfort, or just part of how I think. Daphne turned his hand over and traced an old scar that looked like a scale. Does it hurt? Sometimes, he said. Less now. What do you fear most about it? He looked past her at the black glass, and losing language, becoming heat before thought. Ignatian said it would take work to stay both. Do you think you're failing? No, he met her eyes. But I need people who remind me to speak. She didn't say anything cute. She just laced their fingers and squeezed once. Later he showed her how the air flowed under the rafters. He didn't lecture. He pushed a thin stream of warm current around them. It curled her hair at her neck, and she shivered and laughed under her breath. Can I learn this? She asked. Not like I do, he said, but you can learn to feel the room. Watch for pressure changes and listen to the wards. They hum when someone lies under them. She stood still and closed her eyes. I don't hear anything. He stepped behind her and set 2 fingers under her ear, not quite touching. Here, he said, and listen for the low note. She went quiet and serious. After a long beat, there, he smiled. Good. They practiced Slytherin politics during meals. Daphne sat at her table with her people and made small hand signs only he could see. Tilt head, ignore, and 2 fingers. Reframe, and flat palm. Stop. Draco tried a public bait the next week about beasts learning tricks. Harry didn't bite. He turned, looked, and then looked away. The room felt the choice, and Draco flushed and let the moment pass. That, Daphne said later by the lake, leaning against the old willow, was worth 10 points I'll never get to award. I didn't light my nose, he said. I noticed, she said, amused. Proud of you. They walked the bank. The lake was dull steel and loud at the edge. Harry kept his hands in his pockets because if he didn't, he'd warm the air and make mist. Daphne nudged his shoulder. What do you want after this? She asked. After school. After the noise, she said. After tournaments and headlines and whichever old men are fighting over where to put you. He thought about it, and a room with windows that open. A table big enough for too many people. A way to bring creatures into the same meetings as humans without it turning into a circus. Laws that treat centaurs like adults, and goblin contracts that aren't traps. No more house elves hiding, and dragons left alone unless they ask. So small dreams, she said, deadpan. He huffed. I don't know how to want less. Good, she said, and don't. I can help with the table and the contracts. And the room with windows. You'll build it. We will. She glanced at him, then away. If we live long enough. He didn't pretend that wasn't heavy. And he's coming back, Harry said. Everything I smell points to it. I know, she said, quiet. Father's friends talk like the weather is changing. Are you safe at home? No, she said, and simple. But I'm safer with a plan. What's the plan? Survive and keep my sister out of it. Keep lines open with the people who won't sell me when the wind shifts. Her jaw worked. Not fall in love with someone the entire country wants to own. He stopped walking. Is that a plan or a warning? Both, she said, honest, eyes steady, and I'm Slytherin. I make lists and feelings ruin lists. He stepped in close. I don't want to ruin your lists. Too late, she said, and kissed him once slow. When she pulled back, her eyes were a little bright. We'll write new ones, he nodded. Okay. They stood there with the lake moving and the castle lights coming on one by one. He didn't say forever, and she didn't ask for it. They set something down between them that felt like a promise without ceremony. Hermione barged into a later lesson and refused to leave. If you're going to teach him how to dodge loaded questions, she said, dropping into a chair, teach me too. I keep answering them and then getting angry about the article 3 days later. Daphne weighed that, then nodded, and fine. But you stop quoting book titles at people while you do it. I don't. Hermione started, then saw both of their faces. All right, I do. They ran scenarios. Prophet interviews, ministry hearings, dinner with old families, a random corridor ambush by a reporter. Harry played the reporter once and made Hermione snort laugh with an exaggerated quill flourish. Daphne rolled her eyes and made them both do it again properly. Ron hovered in the doorway, and he didn't come in. He watched them work like he was watching a game he used to play and had forgotten the rules for. When he finally stepped inside, he kept his hands in his pockets. I can help with the old families bit, he said, voice low. Seen enough of them with Dad. Daphne nodded like this was a trade and not a truce. Deal. They set Ron to interrupt at bad moments and push the wrong button on purpose. He was good at it, and Hermione learned to sidestep. Harry learned to breathe between sentences. Daphne learned that Ron could be useful when he wasn't busy trying to be the loudest voice in the room. After Ron lingered, "You'll win this thing," he said to Harry, eyes on the floor. "I want us all to live it," Harry said. Ron nodded, swallowed, and left. The door clicked shut. "Partial repair," Daphne said, calm. "Enough," Harry said. "Enough," Hermione agreed. They visited the kitchens late one night with a basket of fruit and a bag of decent chocolate. Harry didn't make a speech. He went to the head elf and asked what they needed that no one ever asked about. The elf blinked and then told him 3 practical things. Harry wrote them down and asked where to send the coins. "Creatures trust actions," he said in the corridor after, wiping chocolate off his thumb. "Words are cheap here." Daphne gave him a look that held both pride and worry. "You're going to have a list of enemies that includes everyone who benefits from the way things are." "I know." "Good," she said. "Then you won't be surprised when they act like enemies." He slid his fingers between hers. "I'm learning. I can see that." They kept walking until the corridor turned cold. "Feel that?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "The castle doesn't like something. Dark magic, old and thin," he said. "Like a web that never got swept." "Tom Riddle," she said quietly. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. They wrote 2 promises on a scrap of parchment and signed both names without magic. No vow, no glow, just ink. "We don't lie to each other. We don't throw ourselves on knives to prove a point." Daphne added a third with a quick slash. 3. If one of us breaks these, the other gets to be furious." "Fair," Harry said. "Very," she said. He folded the paper and tucked it in the inside pocket where he kept Ignatian's scale. The scale warmed. He wasn't sure if that was real or just his chest. "Show me one more thing," Daphne said. He led her to the top of a quiet stair tower where the air moved slow. He held up his hand. A small light Formedno wand, no Latin, just focused heat. Not flash, not show, and it glowed steady and soft. "Hold out your hand," he said. She did. He passed the light over like it weighed something. It sat in her palm and didn't burn. It trusts you, he said. Maybe it likes my politics, she said dry. Maybe, he said smiling. They stood there and shared the light between their hands until it faded. When it went out, the dark didn't feel like loss. Felt like a pause. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he echoed. They didn't talk about the maze. They had already said what mattered. The days tightened. The castle felt crowded even when he was alone. Rumors ran the halls. A mark over a farm. A raid no one wanted to name. A ministry memo with too many black bars. Snatches of it reached Harry in odd places, in Snape's clipped tone, in McGonagall's sharper roll call, in Hagrid's hands when he served stew. Daphne started wearing a look he learned to read. I'm listening to something I can't fix yet. Hermione kept 2 quills going at once and a third behind her ear. Ron stopped making jokes in the Great Hall and saved them for the common room, like he didn't want to give them away to people who wouldn't understand. At night, when they could, Harry and Daphne met under the pitch and said nothing for a while. He rested his head back against the cold beam. She tucked her hands into his sleeves for warmth. Scared? She asked once. Yes, he said. Me too, she said. They didn't dress it up, and they let the words sit there. Then they got to work again, more drills, more plans, more small acts that would look like nothing until they mattered. The evening before the maze, they didn't add new promises. They didn't try to say a big thing. They sat in the shadow line and ate stale biscuits from a contraband tin and argued about something small, paint colors for that room with windows. She said dark green and he said white would make the light better. Half and half, she decided, and green for sleep, white for morning. Deal, he said. She leaned in and touched her forehead to his. He counted their breaths, slow in, slow out, until his shoulders went loose. Come back, she said, voice quiet and firm. I will, he said, the same way. They didn't kiss like they were saying goodbye. They kissed like people who had work in the morning. When she left, he took Ignatian's scale out of his pocket and held it until the heat steadied him. He wasn't a weapon and he wasn't a martyr. He was a bridge with teeth, and he had people to come back to. He slept, and not long. Enough. Chapter 13. The Graveyard. The cup yanked. Stones slammed his knees, and wet grass hit his palms. He gagged on cold air that smelled like rot and damp stone. Cedric skidded beside him and swore. Where? Graveyard, Harry said, already up, eyes sweeping. Old stones, and an iron gate groaning in a light wind. A crooked angel with a chipped face, and no crowds. No judges and no fireworks. A whisper came from the dark. Kill the spare. Green light flashed from behind a headstone. Harry moved without thinking, hand on Cedric's collar. Hard yank. The curse tore past and blew the head off the stone angel. Gravel rained. Down, Harry snapped. Cedric dropped behind a monument and dragged Harry with him. Another spell scorched the grass where Harry had been a second before. A short, breathless figure limped into view from the mist. A bundle in his arms, and silver hand, and no pail, shaking flesh and wormtail. Harry, he wheezed, wand up. Harry Potter. Hi, Harry said flatly. He kicked his heel back to Cedric's boot. Run. Cedric shook his head once. With you. Footsteps and robes, and the perimeter tightened. Wands lifted from the dark like needles. Too many, Cedric muttered. Port key. The cup lay 10 feet behind them in the grass, gleaming dull. Harry didn't like how dead it felt. Wormtail flicked his wand. Ropes snapped tight round Harry's arms and chest, hot and rough. He hit the ground hard, and Cedric leapt at Wormtail. A red blast caught Cedric mid-step and hurled him into a tomb. He slid down, groaning, breath knocked out. Stop, Harry said, heat rising under his skin. Heat caught at his teeth from his teeth. And, don't touch him. Flesh first, Wormtail panted. We need flesh. Death Eaters spilled from the dark like crows gathering. White masks and black hoods, and a circle formed. The grave in the center was a marble block. Tom Riddle. A large cauldron bubbled with a thin, gray steam. The air around it was wrong, thin and slick, like oil on water. Wormtail shuffled closer to Harry and cut the ropes with a quick motion, only to drag him by the shirt to the cauldron. A knife flashed, Bone of the father unknowingly given, Wormtail said, voice wobbling. He flicked the wand. The marble block cracked with a dry, thin snap. Dust curled in the steam. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. His left hand trembled over the knife. His mouth pulled tight and then the knife bit. Wet sound. He gasped and dropped, blood pattering stone. His scream seemed small in the open space. Harry's stomach turned, and he pulled at the cords, heat building. The rope smoked and he could have burned through. But Cedric lay there, wand lost, and dozens of wands pointed back. If he lit the world now, Cedric would die. Wormtail crawled up, eyes wet, teeth bared. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The knife sliced Harry's forearm. Sharp heat, and blood spilled over the rim. Steam went thick and white and sweet, and the wrongness surged. Harry let his eyes flash gold and pulled in breath slow. Not now and not rage. Think. The bundle in Wormtail's arm twitched, and small, pale, the size of an infant but wrong in every way. He tipped it into the cauldron. The steam screamed. The ring of masks backed a half-step without meaning to. Wands stayed up. The water went black, then red, then clear. A body rose, long and thin, slick with the brew. A man stepped out like he hadn't weighed anything at all. He stood. His face looked carved to remove kindness, and his eyes glowed like banked coals. He flexed taloned fingers and took a slow breath, like tasting the room. Harry, Voldemort said, almost gentle. At last, Harry swallowed, and his arm burned where the knife had cut. He locked his jaw, and you're smaller than the stories. A hiss slipped around the circle. Voldemort smiled a little, as if pleased by the pushback, and tapped his forearm lazily. Marks lit under sleeves like fire-waking snakes. Dark figures slipped from the mist and dropped to their knees. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Friends, Voldemort said, soft. We begin again. He moved like a snake that had learned to walk. He paced the circle and played them like an audience praise. Pain. A slow, cruel joke. He made Wormtail kneel. He looked down with a lover's smile, and then seared a brand into his new silver hand. Wormtail sobbed into the grass. Dry your eyes, Peter, Voldemort said, bored now. We have a guest. He turned back to Harry, eyes bright. You are different. Harry didn't hide it, and he let a little smoke vent. Yes, what are you now? Voldemort asked, and a boy, a beast, and a puzzle someone forgot to finish. I'm a person, Harry said. That's enough. Voldemort watched the heat curl from Harry's cut. You brought wild magic to heal. I asked it to stand with me, Harry said. Childish. Voldemort lifted his wand. Magic bows. He flicked a finger and the ropes snapped and fell. No generosity and just confidence. Stand, he said. Let them see. Harry stood. His legs shook from being pinned so long, but he kept his spine straight. Wands, Voldemort said. A bow. Cedric stirred by the tomb, face pale. He found his wand by feel and dragged himself to kneel behind a stone where he could aim. Harry shifted so he stayed between Cedric and the circle. Voldemort flicked his wand. Harry's wand leapt from the grass and smacked into Harry's palm. The wood hummed low and steady. Voldemort stepped into the clear space and raised his wand in a duelist salute. We will show them how it is done. Harry didn't salute, and he set his feet the way dragons taught him. He breathed in, warm and slow, until his hands were steady. On three, Voldemort said, not waiting. One Avada Kedavra. Green ripped the night. Harry didn't block with a spell. He shoved both hands forward and poured heat into the air, thick and precise. The curse hit his heat shield and howled. Green light crawled like a living thing, looking for a crack. Harry fed the shield, and the grass around his feet smoked. His cut arm burned, and his shoulders shook. The curse didn't bounce. It clung. Harry did the opposite of panic. He stepped into it. He cupped his hands and let the shield fold until the curse sat there, bright and screaming, like a poisonous bead trapped in glass. His skin blistered, and his breath tore his throat. He held it anyway. The Death Eaters went quiet in a way Harry had never heard. The air hummed, and Voldemort's eyes narrowed. How? Voldemort asked, voice curious now, no rage. You push, Harry said through clenched teeth. I accept, and then I choose. He fed more heat and felt the curse change. The green flickered toward yellow, then hotter, then white. It fought old magic and finality and 1,000 deaths, but it couldn't stay itself inside the heat. Not forever. Magic is not a person, Voldemort said, circling. It has no will. It has a nature, Harry said, and sweat ran into his eyes. His arms shook. And you make it serve your cracks. I ask it to burn them shut. Voldemort's mouth moved in something like interest. Cracks? He said lightly, and what do you know of mine, boy? I know you tore your soul to hide from simple truth, Harry said, voice raw. I can smell the rot. Voldemort's face didn't change. His eyes did. The red went darker, an ignorant child. He flicked his wand, and a whip of fire snapped at Harry's legs. Harry twisted, still holding the captured curse, and kicked the whip through his own heat. Sputtered and died. Cedric, Harry said without looking, and on my count. Stun the ones on my left. Cedric's voice came small and steady. I count of 5. Harry pulled the curse's heat into his arms and up into his chest. It hurt. He felt like he was drinking acid, and he kept going. The bead of sick green shrank, wailed, turned white, and went silent. The air popped. He didn't throw it back. He ate it. The world tilted, and his legs went soft, and he gagged dry and tasted iron. His scar flared sharp enough to blind him for a breath, then cooled to a dull throb. Voldemort watched, head tilted. Interesting. It's over, Harry said, panting. Stop. Over. Voldemort repeated, amused, and I am restored. I am surrounded by my faithful. And you are a tired boy with an odd trick. Try again, Harry said. Voldemort did, and a second green jet cut the dark. Harry raised a smaller shield, let it stick, and burned that one too. Faster and less clean, and it still died. A ripple of fear moved the circle, and not much. Enough. Stop, Harry said again, and he swallowed bile. You keep calling this power, and it's just fear. No one with you will love you, and they'll run when you trip. Love is a word mothers say to make their deaths feel noble, Voldemort said softly. I prefer a different economy. Harry glanced at Wormtail, shivering and bloody at his feet. Yes, I can see your profits. Voldemort's smile dropped. And you think you have found a philosophy. You have found a pet element. He moved faster than Sightslash. Thrust. A string of curses like knife cuts. Harry ducked, rolled, felt hair singe. He fired back a blistering flare at Voldemort's wand hand. The flare burned hot and white. Voldemort batted it away, a clean parry, though the skin of his fingers smoked. Enough, Voldemort said, impatient now. He stabbed his wand at Harry's scar, and pain tore Harry's vision to pieces. His legs buckled. He hit the grass on one knee and almost lost his stomach. Through the static he felt it, a thread from him to the thing in front of him. Old, ugly, and thick with years of someone else's will. He put his hand flat on his chest and reached for the thread. He didn't pull. He heeded. Don't, Voldemort whispered. Sudden real anger in the word. Harry burned. The thread smoked, and the smell was sharp and foul. Pain cracked him open, and he shouted, head back, throat raw. The ring broke in 2 places here and not here. Voldemort staggered. He grabbed his face and hissed like a panicked snake. For one thin second he looked less like a lord and more like a man in real pain. Now, Harry rasped. Stupefy, Cedric shouted from cover. 3 masked heads snapped back. For more went down under quick, hard spells. Cedric moved like a seeker, low and fast, using stones as cover, stunning, disarming, moving again. The circle shattered, and spells flew wild. Someone screamed, and someone apparat with a crack. The ground heaved under a miscast curse. Wormtail crawled behind a tomb and sobbed into his sleeve. Harry staggered to Cedric. A bolt of purple smashed into the stone where Harry's head had been. He felt the shock in his teeth, and Cedric grabbed his sleeve and hauled. The cup, Cedric said. Go, it's dead, Harry said. Can you wake it? Maybe, Harry said, and he wanted to sleep. He wanted to lie down. He wanted Ignatian's voice in his ear and the old wind on his face. He pushed all that away and ran, Cedric at his shoulder. They slid on wet grass and crashed into the cup. Wands lifted around them again. Voldemort stood up straight and smoothed his sleeve as if nothing hurt. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. "Enough games," he said, voice cold. "Kill them both." Harry set his cut hand on the cup. The metal was cold and blind. "Listen," he whispered in dragon tongue. "Wake." Nothing. He shut out the noise, and spells cracked the ground near his boot. Cedric's shoulder smashed into his to keep him upright. Harry cupped the cup in both hands and forced heat in, not to melt, not to break, just to remind. Movement and change. Path. "Remember being a path," he said, plain English now. "Be a door." The cup hummed, and lo, weak, and it was enough. "Ready?" Harry asked. Cedric's hand clamped his wrist. "Yes, on 3, Harry said. 1, 2, Avada Ked." Harry forced the cup to life. They were gone. They hit the grass hard in the middle of the maze. A dozen voices shouted. The stands roared in confusion that turned to panic before the sound finished crossing the pitch. "Medics!" someone yelled. Cedric rolled and covered Harry's body with his own for a second while spells zipped overhead from some idiot who hadn't realized a fight wasn't here. "It's us," Cedric wheezed, and "it's us." Mad Eye was already limping down the steps, and his eye swung too fast. Harry felt the wrong hum on him like static, and predators in prey's clothes. He shoved the thought into the file marked later and fought to his feet. Dumbledore reached them next. He took one look at Harry's face and one at the cut on his arm and said, very calm, "Tell me, he's back," Harry said, and his throat hurt. He spoke anyway, and Voldemort and Graveyard and Wormtail. Blood. He made a body. Cedric nodded, face gray, and Riddle House Graveyard. We fought, and Death Eaters and names under masks. I saw he swallowed, and I saw Malfoy. I saw not, and I'm not guessing, sir. The stands went from roar to scream as the name hit. Fudge shouted something about hysteria, and people pushed. People ran. Someone laughed in a tinny way that wasn't laughter. Dumbledore's face did not move, and only his eyes did. He put a hand on Harry's uninjured shoulder and squeezed once. "Come," he said, and inside. "Now." Moody reached for Harry's other arm, and Harry stepped back. The eye clicked. The hum deepened. "Later," Harry said to him, flat. "Not you." Moody's mouth twitched. "And paranoid." "Good. Not paranoid," Harry said. "Correct." Daphne was suddenly there, somehow through the crowd. Hair loose, eyes bright and hard. Hermione a step behind, face white and set, and Ron, jaw clenched, wand out like a guard. They bracketed him without words. "Alive," Harry said to Daphne before she asked. "I promised." She didn't hug him. She looked at his cut and then at his eyes, and then she fell into step at his left like a shield. Inside the castle, chaos had a different temperature. The lights were too bright, and voices rattled off stone. Someone was crying in gasps, and everyone asked the wrong questions. Dumbledore took a small room. He set a kettle on with his wand, which was either kindness or habit. McGonagall barred the door with something old. Snape slid in like a shadow. He took one look at Harry's arm, one at Harry's eyes, and then stood still, jaw tight. "Report," Dumbledore said. Harry told it straight, and no poetry and no speeches. He said blood, bone, hand, and scream. He said Avada Kedavra, and how it felt in his hands when he burned it. He said thread and scar and burned. He did not say Horcrux in a room with this many ears. Dumbledore heard it anyway. Harry saw the knowledge hit and settle. Cedric added names and angles and the number of wands. He shook twice and kept talking, and Hermione wrote, fast and neat. Ron stood in the corner with red eyes and didn't speak. Daphne watched Snape, not the headmaster, and Snape watched Harry. Fudge burst in without knocking, and, "This is an outrage," spreading tales. He saw Harry's cut and turned away as if it was impolite. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. "He's back," Harry said again, "and believe me or don't, He still is. Fudge blustered. Dumbledore tried calm reasons that would have worked in a saner world. It turned into noise, and Harry's head pounded. His scar throbbed in a slower rhythm, like something had been unplugged and was trying to make a new path. He breathed through the nausea and kept his mouth shut. When Fudge left to find a more flattering room, Dumbledore looked old for one long second. Then he straightened. "Rest," he said, "and all of you. We move at first light." "Move where?" Cedric asked. "To start telling the truth," Dumbledore said. Snape's mouth compressed. "And to start dying for it," he said under his breath. Harry's legs gave him a warning tremor, and he steadied himself on the table. Hermione was there at his elbow. Daphne slid a hand under his forearm and took part of his weight. "You burned something you shouldn't have to touch," Daphne said quietly. "I had to," he said. "I know." He let the room blur for a second and then lock back in. "Cedric, I'm fine," Cedric lied, and then didn't. "I'll be fine. Eat and sleep," Harry said. "We'll need both." Potter Snape said a sharp note. Harry met his eyes, and the anger there wasn't about Harry. It was about the world, and it helped. "I'm not your father," Harry said, tired. "I am keenly aware," Snape said dryly. He paused. "You held a killing curse." Harry nodded. "Twice." Snape studied him like a problem that mattered. "That will leave marks." "It already has," Harry said. Snape inclined his head, just once some thin respect for the truth, maybe, and turned away. Dumbledore touched the rim of a cup and stared at the swirl of tea like it might decide something for him. "We have hours and no more. Go." They went. The corridor was quieter, and not quiet. Quieter. The castle hummed under Harry's palm when he set it to the wall. It felt like a big animal that had heard a storm and was waiting for the first strike. Ron stopped him before the fat lady, and, "I'm sorry," he blurted. "For every stupid thing I said before, and for not being—" "Not tonight," Harry said, too tired for a speech. "Stay, and help, and that's enough." Ron nodded hard, throat working. Hermione squeezed Harry's shoulder and left to deliver notes to McGonagall. Cedric peeled off toward Hufflepuff with a prefect at his back and a cluster of bad jokes he would tell at breakfast because he knew his house needed them. Daphne walked Harry to the dorm stairs and didn't care about rules. At the bottom step, she touched his cheek with cool fingers. "Sleep," she said. "Stay," he said, then shook his head and no. "If anyone sees, it's a story when we need quiet." She looked like she wanted to say screw the story and then didn't. "Tomorrow and we write the next list." "Green for sleep," he said. "White for morning," she said. He smiled, and it felt like a cut pulling. "I'll be there." "I know," she said. She stood on her toes and kissed his forehead, quick and sure. "Go." He climbed. He didn't remember his bed or taking off his shoes. He remembered lying on his back and setting Ignatian's scale on his chest and counting breaths until the shaking in his hands calmed. The scar ached in a different way, and not a hook, not a leash, and a bruise that would bloom and then fade. He slept with his hands open, palms up, like he was still holding something hot and telling it to change. Outside, the castle listened to the wind and waited for war. Chapter 14: The Lines We Draw. The room of requirement gave them a long, bare hall with lines burned into the floor. Heat hung low like the room remembered fire. 3-count breath, Harry said, and in through your nose. Hold, and out slow, and feel the air on your teeth. 20 wands lifted, then lowered as everyone copied him. The sound of breathing evened out rough at first, then steadier. Sweat already beaded on foreheads, and good, and work made the lesson stick. Heat sense on my mark, Harry said, and close your eyes. Don't reach with your wand, and reach with your ribs. Neville swallowed and closed his eyes. So did Dean, Lavender, Padma, Anthony, Michael, Hannah, the twins, and 5 Slytherins who had stopped pretending they didn't come. Hermione stood at Harry's left, quill tucked behind one ear, hands loose, eyes shut. Daphne stood at his right, arms folded, watching faces, not wands. Harry clicked his tongue once, and a whisper of dragon speech. The air shifted. A candle sparked alive at the far end of the room. "Where?" Harry asked. "Right Michael said, pointing wrong. High, said Hannah. Wrong again. Low, Neville said, frowning, and near the floor, by the fourth line. Good, Harry said. Why low? It licks the stone, Neville said, embarrassed. Exactly, Harry said, and fire crawls if you let it. You don't see it first, and you feel it. Hermione opened one eye. Say the instruction again, the ribs part. Harry tapped his chest and lungs and back and stomach, the places that tense when you're scared, and relax them. Magic moves easier when you're not fighting yourself. Daphne smirked. You're telling Gryffindors not to clench. Revolutionary, Fred muttered. Again, Harry said. They did it again until half of them could point with eyes shut. Then he split them into pairs. No spells for this round, he said, and only movement and breath. Partner 1 sets a small flame on their palm. Partner 2 tracks the heat without looking. Hermione raised a hand. Safety, hands open and no more than a match head, Harry said. If you push more, I quench it. He lifted his own hand and let a tight button of fire stand in his palm. The room warmed, and his skin prickled. He felt 20 flinches and 20 sets of shoulders straighten. Don't copy my flame, he said. Copy my control. They worked. The room filled with tiny suns and nervous laughter and a few yelps. Harry drifted through like a referee. He tapped Seamus's wrist when the heat climbed too fast. He nudged Anthony's shoulder blades down. He told Parvati to breathe to 4 when her flame jumped with every giggle. Ron, Harry called. Show them the sweep. Ron jogged forward. Not cocky. Not small and just there. And all right, he said. He held his palm out, and a match-tip glow, and you don't chase it. You brush the air. He rotated his free hand. The flame followed like a slow moth, and you use the room as a bowl. Keep your breathing even or it'll spit. He looked at Harry to check he hadn't overstepped. Harry nodded, and good. Ron smiled quick, surprised at himself, then went back to Lavender and Dean to help. They ran the stun drills next short, ugly, fast. No speeches and no heroic poses. In out, break line of sight, breathe, disrupt, move. Less light, Harry said after the third run. The room dimmed to dusk. Daphne tapped her quill on her notebook. And 2 things, she said to the group. 1. If you feel clever, you're about to die. 2. If you think someone else is bait, it's you. The Slytherins listened harder when she talked. Gryffindors did too, even if they pretended they didn't. Hermione lifted her hand, and note for casting. If your wrist hurts, you're muscling your wand. The twist is in the fingers. Correct, Snape said from the doorway. Half the room jumped, and Harry didn't. The room had warned him a second earlier. The air had thinned the way it did around Snape's robes. Snape stepped inside, cape dragging, mouth thin. Keep breathing, he said, bored. And panic curdles your magic. Mr. and Longbottom, lift your elbow an inch. Finnegan, if you incinerate my eyebrows this evening, I will personally assign you to scrub cauldrons until Yule. Seamus froze. Yes, sir. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry, and they held there. A look like recognition, then a deeper thing he didn't say in front of children. Continue, Snape said. He didn't leave. They did. Umbridge hit them 3 nights later with parchment and pink. She swept into the hall with 5 Aurors and an oily smile. The room let them in because Harry had asked it to, and because he needed to win in rules, not walls. This is an illegal organization, Umbridge said, voice bright. Educational decrees do not supersede founders' rights, Daphne said, stepping forward in green and silver, hair-pinned and perfect. She held up a copy of a cracked parchment thick with wards. Hogwarts students may establish scholastic societies under the eye of a faculty sponsor. She turned her head. Professor Snape? Snape looked like he had bitten a lemon. Miss Greengrass drafted a charter. He pulled a parchment from his sleeve. His signature burned at the bottom, and it met minimum standards. Umbridge's smile twitched. And yet, defense spells, our core curriculum, Hermione said. Steady, polite. Section 12, paragraph 4. We're revising practical skills to match current threat assessments. Threat assessments come from the Ministry, Umbridge said, eyes bright with hate. Not children. Your ministry said Voldemort wasn't back, Harry said. It was wrong. The Aurors shifted. The one with the tired eyes looked at the floor. Another, young and stiff, glared at Harry like it might make him smaller. Umbridge lifted a stubby quill, and Mr. Potter, as High Inquisitor, I impose a personal instruction ban. You will not teach. Then you can explain to Madame Bones why you obstructed a lawful society chartered under Slytherin's seal, Daphne said lightly, and why Gringotts revoked Ministry Vault services this afternoon. That made 3 Aurors flinch, and Umbridge laughed, a brittle sound. Empty threats. Daphne's smile didn't reach her eyes. Ask your payroll tomorrow. Snape enjoyed that line more than he should have. Umbridge's voice sharpened. Last warning. Harry let smoke slip from his teeth. We train because we don't want to die. She stared at his mouth, and that tiny tell, and fear and disgust. She backed down half a step before she felt herself do it. Very well, she said, and teach your little club. We'll see how long your friends keep you safe. She made a neat little bow to Snape that was only an insult and left with her pack. Snape rubbed the bridge of his nose. Half of you will gossip yourselves into expulsion within a fortnight, he said. Shut up and go to bed. They did. Fast. Daphne stayed. Gringotts. Small freeze, she said, and 2 days. Enough to make someone important shout at someone else important. Price. I promised the goblins that you would not lie to them, she said. Ever. They understand risk, and they do not forgive insult. Harry nodded. Done. She touched his sleeve, quick, and her mouth softened for a breath. Then she was Slytherin again and gone. Grimmauld Place stank of dust and old anger. The Orders meeting ran hot from the second Harry walked in. We're not soldiers, mister, and Weasley said, gentle, tired. We're parents. We're both, Tonks said. Or we'll be dead parents. Molly Weasley folded her hands on the table hard enough to blanch the knuckles. They are children. They are targets, Lupin said quietly. I would prefer they be targets who can move. Dumbledore let them run. He sat and watched like the old lion in a room full of barking dogs. Harry watched him watching and felt the old thread ache in his scar, not a leash anymore, but a bruise that remembered. When the voices peaked, Harry stood. Enough, he said. Silence moved across the table. He put Ignatian's scale on the wood. Clicked once like glass on stone. You put me with the Dursleys, Harry said to Dumbledore. You called it protection. Dumbledore didn't blink. I did. You lied about the Horcruxes, Harry said. You called it timing. Dumbledore inclined his head, the smallest degree. I did not think you were ready. Harry's jaw went tight, and I don't care what you thought. You do not get to decide who I am. The old man's eyes went sad in a way Harry would have fallen for a year ago. He didn't now. You see farther than others, Dumbledore said. You also bleed. I'll choose when to bleed, Harry said. And for whom? Snape made a small, hard sound and not quite a laugh. Not kind and approving of the sentence, not the boy. Molly reached for Harry's hand like she had done since he'd come into her kitchen. He pulled back, gently, and her face fell, and he hated that it did. What now? Kingsley asked. Now we stop pretending we're one group, Harry said. We make lanes and the Order does covert work. We keep the students alive. We build alliances with creatures and people who don't sit at this table. We, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. Without your permission. Dumbledore held his eyes, and then he nodded, slow. So be it. It landed like a truce drawn with chalk, and it would blow away in the next hard wind. It would hold long enough. He went to Gringotts with Daphne and Hermione the next morning. The marble glared. Goblins watched with still faces and bright eyes. Ragnarok met them in a vault that felt like a temple. He smelled like iron and old paper. You ask for alliance, he said. I offer respect, Harry said, and he didn't bow deep. He didn't pretend he knew goblin rituals. He put his fingers on the scale and truth first. Then terms. Ragnarok's mouth twitched. Better. Harry told him about the graveyard, the return, the plan to weaponize dragons that some ministry men had floated like a clever idea in dark rooms. He did not flatter and he did not threaten. Daphne handled the hard edges routes, supply lines, how to make a fast loan look like an audit so no one got killed for taking it. Ragnar drummed his claws once. "We will not die in your wars," he said. "I'm not asking you to," Harry said. "I'm asking you to make it expensive to harm children." Ragnar's teeth showed. "That we can do." A contract etched itself into the air, and it tasted like copper. Harry signed with a pinprick of heat, and Daphne signed with ink. Hermione read the whole thing twice and added a line about review after 6 months. The parchment purred when it accepted the clause. "Better," Ragnar said again. Centaurs took more work. The forest listened while they talked, which made everything louder. Bane kept his bow low and his eyes high. "Your wars stink of men," he said. "Voldemort will cut your trees to make his fires," Harry said. "I'd rather we don't roast together." Firenze shifted his weight. "The stars are not kind." "They never are," Daphne said, bored. "And we're not asking for prophecy. We're asking for your boundary. We'll keep Death Eaters out of your hunting paths. You keep their curses off our children if they breach the tree line." "Trade, not fealty," Firenze said. "Exactly," Harry said. Bane looked at Harry's hands. "You burn hot for a man." "I don't burn your wood," Harry said, "and not without need. Not without asking." Silence. Then a slow nod. "Then do not come here with fools," Bane said. "I'll leave the fools in the castle," Harry said. "With the headmaster." That got a few snorts the centaurs didn't mean to make. They left with nothing on parchment and a promise they trusted more. On the path back, Harry stopped and put his hand on a beech. The bark cooled his palm, and he let the tree feel his breath. It didn't love him, and it didn't hate him, and it knew him now, and that was enough. House elves agreed without ceremony. They had already chosen. "Students are ours," Winky said. Chin up, eyes fierce. "We keeps them fed, warm, alive." "Kitchens are a fortress," a small elf named Petrie said. Matter of fact. "Walls inside walls, and we move faster than wands. We hear more than hats." Hermione swallowed hard and got her words right. "What do you need from us?" she asked, careful. "Not what we will give and what you want." "Names," Winky said at once, "and which humans hurt, which humans help, and we is not guessing." Harry nodded. "You'll have them," they would. The list already lived under his skin. The attack came on a Wednesday during charms. The first scream came from the third-floor corridor by the old tapestry. The second was cut off by a hex. Harry was running before Flitwick's wand finished rising. Hermione right with him and Ron at his shoulder. Daphne ducked out a side door to pull 3 Slytherins into the lane. The corridor smelled like ozone and dust. Stone dust hung in the air, and boots pounded. 2 masked wizards had a first-year pinned, and the kid's wand lay at his feet. He was trying to reach it without looking at it because someone had already taught him one smart thing. "Left," Harry said, "and disarm. Non-lethal and go." Hermione took left, and her stunner hit the mask at temple height. The man dropped and slid. Ron took the right with a body check that was more rugby than dueling, then hit the man's wand hand with a quick, mean hex that made fingers lock. The third attacker stepped out of an alcove and sent a bone breaker at Harry's knees. Harry burned it white-hot in midair and felt the heat in his shins anyway. He drove forward, low, shield-tight, wand jabbing. The man ducked, slipped, came up snarling, and shot a chain cutter at the ceiling. Stone cracked and debris fell. "Down!" Ron shouted. He shoved the first year under him and took gravel across his back. He hissed and kept moving. Daphne slid in, neat and lethal. 2 lines, 2 beats, the man's wand in 3 pieces. "For more coming," Hermione said, breath fast, eyes wide with heat sense. "Stairs. Block the angle," Harry said. They did, and the fight turned into a choke point. The corridor filled with flashes and shouts and the stink of burned dust. Harry kept the students tight. No hero shots, just grind. Stun, shield, drag, swap. The 4th man tried to apparate and smacked the anti-jump wards hard enough to see stars. He puked. Ron stunned him before he stopped gagging. An Auror squad arrived late and breathless. The lead, which took one look at the masks on the ground and at Harry's kids standing in a line with their chests heaving and their hands steady, and she holstered her wand instead of posturing. You kept casualties low, she said. That was the point, Harry said. And his hands shook now that it was over. He put them on the wall until they stopped. He turned. The first year stared up at Ron like he'd saved the world. Ron looked away, then looked back, then didn't look away again. You all right? Ron asked short. The kid nodded too hard. Yeah, Ron swallowed, and good. You did the reach right and keep doing that. The kid's mouth wobbled. Okay. Later, in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey cursed at the gravel in Ron's skin and at war and at boys who thought they were stones. Ron flinched once. Say it, he told Harry when she left them for more potion. Say I only show up when I'm the hero. Harry sat on the next bed, bandage around his forearm where a cut had reopened from heat. You showed up when it mattered, he said, and not the same thing. I was a prat, Ron said, and jealous, mean. I nearly got you killed last year. Yeah, Harry said, and he didn't soften it. You did. Ron nodded like the hit belonged to him. I won't again. Don't promise, Harry said, and decide. Then keep deciding. Ron breathed out slow. Deciding, then. Good, Harry said, and he offered his hand. Ron took it, and not a hug, and not a magic fix and a grip. Warm and solid. The Wisengamot tried to leash him the week after. They called it a protective custody directive, and used more words to hide the grab. Harry stood in the circle and watched the old purple hats shift. The gallery hummed. Daphne stood to his left in Slytherin black, hair severe, papers in order. Hermione stood to his right in simple robes and a look that could cut rope. Mr. Potter, a witch with white hair, said, weary. No one wants to bind you, and we mean to channel. You want a weapon you can blame, Harry said. And a boy you can pity, gasps, murmurs. Amelia Bones leaned forward, monocle bright. Answer the charge, not the feeling, she said. Daphne stepped in on cue, and the charge is unlawful. The Ministry cannot conscript a minor without guardian consent. Dumbledore does not hold that power, and Mr. Potter is emancipated by Triwizard precedent. See these rulings. She sent 3 charmed copies across the floor. They landed on the Chief Warlock's desk with little thumps. He read the first line and went pale. He had signed one of them 2 years ago to please a donor. The goblins have also frozen 5 personal accounts of sitting members in the last 24 hours. Daphne added, clinical. They cite bad faith contracts with cruel little smiles. I cite that here because your faces are funny. A stir ran through the benches. Bones hid a smile she didn't have time for. Fudge stood up and shouted about chaos. The room stopped, listening halfway through his second sentence. Bones banged her gavel and, enough, she said. We will not detain Mr. and Potter. We will not deputize him. We will listen when he says the Dark Lord has returned. Meeting adjourned. Harry didn't grin in the chamber. He grinned in the corridor where no one could frame it. Daphne let out a breath he hadn't known she held. Hermione leaned her head against the wall for 2 seconds, then straightened. Next, Daphne said, back to work. Next, Harry echoed. The threads pulled tight by spring. Hogsmeade became barricades and maps. Gringotts ran loans behind the scenes that no one admitted existed. The elves ran intelligence faster than owls. Centaurs closed 3 old paths and opened 1 new one that only students knew. The Order stopped pretending it could do everything. The Ministry pretended less and flailed more. At night, Harry trained small groups. At dawn, he wrote letters to people who didn't like him and asked for help anyway. At lunch, he ate what the elves put in front of him and asked for lists. In the afternoon, he dragged 5 Slytherins and 3 Hufflepuffs out of a hex net and made them run it again until the mesh didn't catch. He slept with the scale on his chest and felt it warm, sometimes, as if Ignatian slept somewhere very far away and very awake. He unclenched his jaw and let the tension drain. Dumbledore came to him once, alone, on a night when the wind hurt. He stood in the dark of the corridor and looked like stone. You're doing what I could not, he said. I'm doing what you wouldn't, Harry said. That as well, Dumbledore said softly. He paused. I am sorry, Harry nodded. Me too. They left it there because there was no better place to set it. The warning came on a Saturday. The sky went slick green over Hogsmeade. Not the mark at first and something broader. A sheet of color like bad light through a bottle. Then the skull stamped itself on top and the snake slithered out of its mouth. Screams rose clean and high from the village. Bells followed. Owls exploded from the Ollery and wheeled. Lost. Harry was already running. "Positions!" he shouted, throwing his voice with a push of heat. It carried over stone and fear, and green sleep. White morning, torchbright bursts answered from windows and towers. Green from the dorms and white from the great hall. The pattern lit fast and the plan took. Hermione met him at the stairs with a stack of armbands. She slapped one on his forearm, and Daphne slammed a horn into his hand. He blew. The sound was flat and ugly and carried. Snape came up from the dungeons at a sprint, cloak snapping, hair loose. He didn't speak, and he took the left flank and made it real. McGonagall took the right, eyes fire, mouth a line. Sprout had already pulled 3 crates of something that smoked and made it hard to see if you didn't know what it was. Ron ran point on the student squads, and his voice didn't crack once. "Pairs, and do not chase and hold the line." Centaurs moved at the treeline like shadows that had decided to be bodies. The first volley of Death Eater curses hit the wards and sparked. House elves blinked into place along corridors with trays that were not trays. Harry lifted the scale with his left hand. It burned warm. "I'm here," he whispered. A voice older than stone rumbled up his arm and into his teeth. "We fly." He breathed in once, deep and slow, and felt the old wind fill his ribs. "All right," he said to the castle, to the kids, to himself. "Let's draw the line." He stepped into the green light and didn't clench. Chapter 15 The Bridge We Choose. The sky over Hogwarts burns green and then breaks. The mark hangs there, ugly and flat, and the wards hum. The ground shakes, and screams cut through stone. Harry runs. The scale on his chest is hot, and he tastes iron and smoke. His ribs ache from the earlier drill. His breath stays even because he forces it to. "Lines!" he shouts, voice pushed with heat. "Pairs!" And no one chases, the castle answers. Windows flash the signals they drilled for months. Green for sleep halls and white for rally points. Doors open where they asked, and doors close where they must. Students pour in from side corridors and lock into squads. Hermione has armbands out, tight and neat. Daphne is already counting heads and dragging 2 stragglers into cover with a clipped "Move or die." Ron takes the front of the first student line and doesn't look back. The first curse hits the outer ward and spatters like a handful of nails. The second slides through a weak seam and bores a black dot into a flagstone. "Shields low," Harry says. "Keep your elbows loose." The main gate blows. Death Eaters come in, fast and loud, all masks and smoke. Then the forest explodes to their left, and hooves and arrows and breath. Centaurs. They hold the treeline and cut the Death Eater flank to ribbons. The line wobbles. A roar rolls over the lake like a storm cloud tripping. Shadows pass and the dragons come low. Ignatian leads and his wings beat slow and heavy. Heat presses Harry's teeth. Seraphine dives once and lifts. A clean strike that leaves a burned bough in the grass and 5 men on the ground. The younger dragons hold high and keep the fire tight. They are not here to slaughter, and they are here to end it. "Keep to the plan," Harry says into the horn. Creatures on flanks and students hold the middle. "Elves, here!" Petrie squeaks at his heel. 30 house elves snap into view like blinks. They carry trays that are not trays and ropes that are not ropes. "Shield food and drag wounded," Harry says. "If a wall falls, make it stand." "Standing," Winky says, and her eyes burn. She vanishes and takes 2 more with her. The front rank breaks, and the fight turns ugly and close. No speeches and no big moves and stun, shield, shove, breathe, repeat. Harry burns 3 curses white before they reach faces he knows. He kicks a wand away. He takes a slice on his forearm and ignores the blood because it runs warm and means he is still moving. Bellatrix laughs from a stairwell and throws a hex that makes stones scream. Daphne snaps a counter in 2 beats and returns the spell at ankle height. Bellatrix jumps and swears and vanishes into dark with a hiss. "Third floor," Hermione shouts, face pale, jaw set. Nagini, and it's moving fast. Harry looks at Ron, and Ron's throat moves. Neville, Harry says, flat, and take team 2. Heat sense and sweep, and don't play hero. Neville nods once, and he looks sick. He goes anyway with 6 behind him. Harry turns back as 3 masked men push the center. He throws one into the ceiling with a hard air step. He drops another with a jab that's more elbow than wand. The third fires Avada Kedavra at his chest with a clean, hateful line. Harry lifts his palm and catches it. It hurts cold, like water in lungs, and he squeezes. The green light shakes in his fist. He pulls the heat from his ribs and pushes it into that cold until it hisses and turns white. He flicks it away like a dead coal, and his hand shakes. He doesn't let it show. Move, he says to the kids behind him, and they do. The wards shiver. A thin, high laugh floats from the gate where the air is wrong. Voldemort steps through smoke like it's a curtain. His face is bone white, and his eyes are hot and empty. He holds his wand loose, like it weighs nothing. He looks at the dragons and smiles, and he looks at Harry and stops smiling. Little fire, Voldemort says, and the voice is soft and rotten. Come. Harry breathes once and steps, and the scale burns steady. The noise of the field falls away into a thin roar in his ears. Alone, Harry says. I am enough, Voldemort says. Same, Harry says. They meet in the center on blackened grass. Spells flash fast and mean, and no pretty arcs. No long Latin and shield. Twist, jab, burn, and Voldemort moves like snake still water. Harry moves like someone who learned to stand in wind and not get blown off a cliff. The first killing curse slams into Harry's wrist shield and slews wide. It eats a flagstone and the second comes high. He dips and feels it comb his hair, and he does not think about how close. He keeps his breath steady, and he tastes ash. Bow, Voldemort says, almost bored. You are a boy. Harry grins, small and ugly. Try me. Voldemort lifts his left hand and a web snaps in the air. It stinks like rotten fruit, and Harry feels it hook into the scar and pull. The world tilts, and he sees a room that isn't here. He sees a cave. He hears a baby scream and a man laugh through blood. No. He pulls air into his ribs and lets the dragon sound cut his throat. The web quivers. He shoves heat into it, slow and steady, not a blast. The web shrinks. Thin lines show in the air tethers, not just one. 7 threads, dull and greasy, running off like old wire through walls and bones and history. He speaks dragon tongue low and hard, and not pretty. A workshop word, and release. The first thread near his scar pops, and he feels the snap in his teeth. Voldemort flinches, and he hides it. He can't hide all of them. Stop, Voldemort says, for the first time not confident. No, Harry says. They circle, and spells cut the air into sharp pieces. Harry works between dueling and burning, and ignite, hold, shear. He reaches with breath and fingers and the scale against his skin. He feels a distant locket fail like a cough, and he feels a ring crumble. He feels a diary memory he already killed Flash and die again like a fish in sun. The snake thread runs hot and present, and Nagini. Now. He pants into the horn without looking, voice pushed with heat. Head cut. On the 3rd floor, Neville finds the giant snake in a corridor that used to be safe. His eyes are wrong, and its mouth smells like old blood. Comes at him, fast and quiet. Neville doesn't shout, and he doesn't think. He places his feet the way Harry drilled, and he breathes to 4. He lifts his wand just enough. He draws the air like string and snaps it into a wire. He steps in and through. The head comes off clean, and the body twitches. The smell floods the corridor, and Neville drops to his knees and shakes. He starts to laugh and cry at once. Hannah grabs him and yells, "You did it, you idiot!" into his shoulder. On the lawn, the last hot thread whips and dies. Voldemort stiffens. For 1 second the whole field hears the silence that follows when the thing binding a life lets go. Voldemort bares his teeth. He launches 3 curses like knives at a student line just to hurt. Ron tackles the first year nearest like a rugby fullback and takes the bruising shock across his side. Hermione throws a shield over the gap before the second curse lands. Daphne takes the third on a flat counter that chips her wand and makes her hand bleed. Eyes on me, Harry says, flat, and he steps in. He throws no curse, and he opens his mouth. Fire leaves him in a tight cone, white at the core. It's not rage and it's not theater. It's work. It hits the place where Voldemort's magic sits, not the wand. It bites. The smell is clean and sharp, not like meat. Voldemort shrieks, high and ugly, and throws Avada again out of reflex. Harry lifts his palm and takes it into the fire, not the shield. Green turns pale, then breaks, and the scream goes thin and stops. Voldemort staggers and skin cracks and magic leaks. He tries to gather himself and finds nothing to gather. You split yourself to not die, Harry says. His voice is hoarse. And so you never lived. Voldemort lunges, ugly and human, and Harry sidesteps, breath steady. He catches the wrist and he holds it. He pushes heat 4 counts into bone. Stop. Voldemort begs at the end, not grand. Small and scared. Harry's grip tightens. No, the body fails and it falls wrong and it stays down and no wind. No falling drape and no final trick. It is a corpse on black grass and that is all. Silence opens like a door, and it stays open. Then the field lets out a sound that isn't a cheer. It's air coming back into chests. The dragons will once and roar low, and not triumph. Marker and done. Harry's knees nearly give, and he breathes to 4 and stays up. His hand shakes and Daphne gets to him first. She puts a bloody hand to his jaw and looks at his pupils. Still you? She says, voice tight. Yeah, he says. You. She huffs out a laugh that breaks in the middle. Barely. Hermione reaches them in 3 long strides and wraps an arm around both, brief and hard. Ron lopes up, pale and sweating, arm pressed to his ribs. He grins and then grimaces. I didn't chase, he says, out of breath. You didn't, Harry says. Good, Ron says and sways. Madame Pomfrey shouts his name and hauls him away by the ear. He goes without arguing, and that is how everyone knows it's bad. Snape walks up like he didn't run, and his hair is loose. His robes are cut across one side, and he looks at the corpse. He looks at Harry. Do not die now, he says, dry, voice tight around the edges. Not planning to, Harry says. See that you do not, Snape says, and turns away to shout at a 6th year who is trying to stand on a broken ankle. McGonagall stands still in the ruin and counts heads. Her jaw works, and she nods once to the sky. The centaurs fade back into the trees. The house elves clear the field with fast, soft hands. Goblins walk the edges in small lines, taking notes. The dragons circle twice more and then go. Ignatian drops low enough to look Harry in the eyes. He dips 1 time and he leaves a warm wind. It is over. A week later, the great hall smells like polish and tea. The scar on the flagstones is still there, and they leave it. Names float in the air for an hour and families cry. Friends sit in silence with hands held, and Harry reads the list twice. He says each name once under his breath. The scale warms under his shirt and then cools. They build something with what is left. Hogwarts doesn't go back and it goes forward. Houses stay but they no longer own you. There are circles, now mixed groups you join for the work you want to do. Healing and wards and creature talk and potions. Defense and students move between them and staff rotate. Minerva enforces it with that look that makes even portraits sit up. Hermione forms a research commons with 3 Ravenclaws, a Muggle-born Hufflepuff, and a Goblin liaison who swears at the shelving system until she fixes it. They write the first draft of a living magic curriculum. It has wands and it has breath and it uses simple words. It teaches history that includes centaurs and giants and elves. She fights for it in rooms that smell like dust and old pride. She wins 1 clause, then another, and she looks tired and happy in the same hour. Ron joins the Joint Aura Reserve as a trainer. He is ruthless about drills and soft with kids who are pretending they aren't scared. He stands in front of first years and says, I messed up once. I thought I mattered less, so I tried to matter more. It doesn't work, and you matter now and do the work. They listen. He writes his mum twice a week and lets her feed him too much when he comes home. He He stands up straighter. Daphne goes straight into the New Creature and Commerce Council. She wears gray and never fidgets, and she cuts bad laws apart with clean lines. She forces Gringotts and the Ministry to sit in the same room without weapons and talk about interest rates like they are wardstones. People who hate each other thank her through their teeth. She smiles and files it. Snape installs a lab next to the infirmary and calls it something dull. He lets students in if they wash their hands and keep their mouths shut. He brews like rage and writes like a clerk. He tells Harry one story about Lily in a voice that doesn't break. Then he never does it again. Centaurs keep their boundaries. They also teach a night class on tracking that fills in a week. Firenze runs it, and Bane pretends not to. House elves get contracts with clauses they wrote. Winky chairs the committee that enforces them. Goblins run audits on both sides and hang anyone who lies out to dry with numbers, not rope. The dragons do not live here, and they do not pose for photos. They come when asked and they go when they choose. One small bronze stays a season and sleeps on the astronomy tower roof because the stones are warm at noon. Students learn to ignore the claw marks. Dumbledore steps back, and he does not vanish. He teaches 2 classes a week and does the thing he does best: point at maps quietly in rooms where people listen, and only sometimes plays chess with the future. He says, "I'm sorry," with actions more than words. Counts. Harry goes to Gringotts twice a month with Daphne to read contracts he doesn't want to sign and signs the ones that don't make him sick. He spends mornings on the training floor until sweat blinds him. He spends afternoons in classrooms where 11-year-olds look at him like a story, and he forces them to breathe and count instead. He spends nights with quills and lists and a little space on the battlements where the wind is clean. He visits the Dragon Realm when the scale gets too hot to ignore. The floating mountains are still wrong in all the old ways. The air is thin and bright. Ignatian lands with a thump that shakes Harry's knees. "You have smoke at your teeth," Ignatian says, amused. "Old habit," Harry says. They sit without talking for a long time. Seraphine drops a rock at Harry's feet like a gift. He picks it up, and it is warm. It hums. "You have both halves," Ignatian says at last. "Does it hurt?" "Sometimes," Harry says. "Sometimes it helps." Ignatian lowers his head, and the heat rolls over Harry's face. "You chose a path," the dragon says, "and not a den." "Yeah," Harry says. "A bridge." Ignatian huffs, "and be a bridge, not a door." Harry smiles. "Noted." He goes back before anyone can say he was gone. On a slow evening in summer, the 4 of them sit on the battered steps outside the great hall. The stones are warm, and the air smells like cut grass and tea. The sky is clean. Ron is in a shirt that doesn't fit his new shoulders yet. Hermione has ink on her fingers and doesn't notice. Daphne has her shoes off and a stack of laws at her side she is not reading. Harry has the scale on his palm, and it is cool now. It glows once, then settles. "Do we get to be normal for a bit?" Ron asks, hopeful. "Define normal," Hermione says, fond. "And please don't say, less homework. Food," Ron says, "and sleep. No curses, and maybe a match." Daphne smirks. "I could schedule you a duel with a subcommittee." "Please don't," Ron says. Harry exhales, and smoke curls thin and lazy. No one flinches, and the curve of the lake takes the last light. "You all right?" Hermione asks him, soft. "Yeah," Harry says, and he means it. He feels the castle at his back, and he feels the forest watching without hate. He feels the scale warm a little under his thumb. He hears Daphne's foot tap once against stone. He hears Ron fail to sit still. He thinks of kids breathing in time in a room that once echoed and now hums. He is both. He is enough. Daphne leans her shoulder into his. "And so," she says. "Bridge Warden," he groans. "Don't start." "I'm serious," she says. "And we'll put it on a card. 2 words, and no flourish." Hermione laughs, and he'll pretend to hate it. He'll secretly like it. "I won't," Harry says. He does a little. Ron squints at the sky. "We're okay, right?" "We will be," Hermione says, honest. Harry nods, "and we keep choosing it," he says. "Every day." They sit a while with the quiet and let the day go. When the first stars show, Harry lifts the scale and holds it up. "Thank you," he says to the old heat and the new work. He doesn't expect an answer. He gets one anyway, a small pulse, steady and warm. He smiles. He puts the scale away, and he takes Daphne's hand. He leans his shoulder into Ron's for a second because Ron will never say he needs it and always will. Hermione bumps her knee into his and rolls her eyes when he thanks her for nothing and everything. The castle breathes. The four of them breathe with it. Tomorrow there will be letters and drills and people who hate what they built. Tonight there is clean air and sore muscles and the knowledge that when the worst came, they stood. Harry lets out one long breath and feels the heat settle behind his teeth. Not a weapon and not a secret and part of him. Home, he says. No one argues.